Sit where you find a space. And those with mobility issues, please help our elders. If you are strong, you can sit anywhere, please. Give precedence to our elders who need support. Please take your seats. We are starting the ceremony.
It's a reminder that we have translation in English, Spanish, and French. Yesterday we had some QR codes on the table. I don't know where they are, but if you're logged into Zoom, the meeting ID is 852-1737-6088. 852-1737-6088, and the passcode is 145040. I'll give it to you, but we do have translation in English, Spanish, and French. And you should have your headphones.
Chris, we need a microphone here and a microphone which our elders can. This microphone should not be dislodged. Yes. Oh.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to encourage everybody to sit down. I'll tell you a little story, all right, while you're getting ready. I want to remind everybody of the name of this room. The name of this room is called Kadri Tekakwitha. Now, Kadri Tekakwitha was a Mohawk woman from my community. And Kadri Tekakwitha was born in the Mohawk Valley near Albany, New York today, and in the 1600s. And she was converted to Christianity. She became a Catholic, converted by the Black Robes. And then her and her her uncle, who was also converted, moved her up to the St. Lawrence River, across from Montreal, which was which is called Kahnawake. There were several Kahnawakes, by the way. There was more than one, and she moved up there with her uncle, and she was a very, very devout Catholic, and then and she was very revered, and when she passed away, they buried her there below the rapids, in what's called La Prairie. And then, we're an agricultural people, so we planted corn, beans, and squash. And so when the fields were not productive enough, that we would move our villages further to clear. We cleared land, and so our crops would grow better. So we moved 4 times up the St. Lawrence River, and each time they moved, she was so revered. They dug up her bones. And they carried the bones with them and reburied them every time our community moved up onto where Kahnawake is today, above the rapids. And then her bones were interred in the church there. The community split at one time, and a group of Mohawks from our community moved to Aguizasne. But they took half of her bones and brought them to Aguizasne, and they built a church there. Unfortunately, it was a wooden church, and it burned down, so half the bones were lost. But the bones in Kahnawake were still there. When I was a little boy, we would go to the church, and there was a glass case, and I used to be able to see her bones. I used to see her pelvis bones and other bones. They were all brown, and so anyway, later on, they hid the bone. They put the bones away. It was a bit more respectful, I think. But so again, she was heavily revered, and there was a campaign to have her made a saint for many, many years. So finally, in 2010, Pope Francis made Kadri Tekakwitha the first indigenous person in North America to be made a saint in the Catholic Church. So now it's Saint Kateri Tekakwitha. And this room is called Kateri Tekakwitha. Kateri is, you know, when you become Christianized, you need a Christian name. So they gave her the name Catherine. So Catherine in Mohawk is Gadari. So that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. Some people call it Katari or other names, but it's in our language it's Gadari Tekakwitha, and that's who this room is named after. I just thought I'd let you know that little link to indigenousness that maybe people didn't realize. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos y a todas, hermanos y hermanas. Antes de empezar esta ceremonia, voy a invocar con un canto a nuestros ancestros, a nuestros mayores que ya no están con nosotros y son los que nos dejaron este legado.
Said before he starts the ceremony, he's going to call our ancestors into the room. This song that he's going to sing to do that was handed down to us from time immemorial.
Así que con todo respeto a todos ustedes aquí presentes, los que traigan sombrero, los que traigan cachucha, por favor de quitársela.
He's asking, with all respect to those that are here, if you're wearing a hat, to take it off for this song.
To saliwe ke tabe nata wiko sa wempo yolema. To saliwe ke tabe nata wiko sa wempo yoleme. To saliwe ke tabe nata wiko sa wempo yoleme. To saliwe ke tabe nata wiko sa wempo yoleme. Ayaman su sewa seilo yeleme. Sewa yoleme, sewa yoleme, to saliwi kitabe nata wiku sa wembo yoleme. Ayaman su seyewe lo huya tanai sikonisu wabuna huya pon. To saliwi kitabe nata wiku sa wembo yoleme.
Oh, chokwe utesia.
Por favor, si me pueden indicar, voy a hacer este rezo, lo voy a hacer en las 4 direcciones, pero estoy un poquito desubicado, por favor, indíquenme para dónde sale el sol, porque yo nunca lo veo cuando ya esté en el medio.
He said he's going to do this prayer now to the 4 directions, but he's a little disoriented here. The clouds are here, and he can't see which way the sun came up. So if someone from here could indicate what way is east, that would help.
¿Hacia dónde queda el este?
Which way is east? What is? Yeah, I can't. There.
El celeste es
allá.
acá.
No,
Algunos indican acá, otra, por favor.
there, en la esquina, sí,
okay.
en la esquina allá.
Okay.
Dice, yeah, okay.
El este, sabemos que el este es la primera dirección de lo positivo.
East is the first direction, and it stands for the positive energy.
Donde se hacen las ceremonias como indica nuestro Padre Sol para la bendición, como matrimonio, confirmación y bautismos para los niños.
We face this way when we're doing the ceremonies, whether it's be for a marriage, for when a baby's born, all of our ceremonies, for when someone's confirmed in our ceremonies for their roles, we always call upon our Father, the Son.
Para hacer los bautismos se hace antes del amanecer, antes de que los primeros rayos del sol aparezcan. Tienen que iluminar primeramente que le pegue al niño que van a bautizar.
When we do the baptism, or you could call it the naming ceremonies we do for the babies,
Esa es la luz de
we
bendición.
always do, as for the first light, we do it right before the sun comes up, so the first light of the sun can bless the baby when it gets its name, and this is for purification.
Itom achai. Sime ta ili usim into sime mahala yo into achai yo kechia bendición ta aguata atte akama. Pues iniani achai samai Dios ta achai Dios ta usi Dios ta enchine baisae. Ahora no vamos a la dirección de el sur.
Now we're going to face the south. Everyone can stand and face if they want to.
La dirección del sur representa el respeto y es el color amarillo para nuestros mayores que ya no están con nosotros. A ellos le debemos este respeto y este legado para que nunca se pierda y que sigan ejerciendo estas ceremonias. También le damos el respeto a nuestros mayores que se encuentran aquí con nosotros y en estos momentos.
The south direction, the sacred yellow color represents the south, and it's for the respect for our elders, our ancestors that have passed from this world but left us. These prayers and these ceremonies, we respect them and commit to keep them alive, the ceremonies. It's also for our elders that are still with us in this world that carry this knowledge for us.
Pues ewi achai samai achai ta'a ketunalenso. Che abak nate kai. En living eso en chinte ki pano me saibamta. Si meta gente poca. Ama beta bendición ta. Dios ta achai, Dios ta usi, Dios ta en chinabai sai. Dios ta achai, Dios ta usi, Dios ta en chinabai sai. Que si meta. Ori bendición ta. Ama beta. Ahora nos volteamos hacia el oeste.
Now we're turning to the east, to the west.
El lado oeste es el color verde.
The west is for us, in our way, the color green.
Es lo que representa nuestra madre tierra,
Represents our Mother Earth,
la que nos brinda el sustento.
so that she will continue giving us our sustenance.
Por eso le debemos de dar las gracias y explicarle la paz para ella y a todos los planetas como la luna, el sol, el viento, el agua.
We have to thank her and commit to taking care of her so she can be in peace with all of the elements, the sun, the wind, the moon, the water.
Es el momento, es el día que debemos de comunicar con ella, dándole las gracias a todos esos planetas, a la Madre Tierra, para que nos siga dando el sustento. También debemos de rezar por nuestros animalitos que brindan y ofrendan su cuerpo para que nosotros sigamos subsistiendo.
We also today need to thank her for sustaining us, and also to remember and give thanks to all the animals that give their lives so that we can continue.
Dios ta achai, Dios ta usi, Dios ta enchinevaisae, Dios ta achai, Dios ta usi, Dios ta enchinevaisae. Simeta, gente po, enimi, bendición ta, amabeta. Ahora nos volteamos hacia el lado norte, que es la última dirección.
The last direction, the fourth direction, is the north.
Es el color rojo.
It's red. The color red represents the north.
Y aquí es donde todos nosotros aquí presentes debemos darle el respeto, porque lo merecen, porque esos seres no vinieron a pedir al mundo. Me refiero la paz de los niños.
All of us need to show respect for the little ones, the children, and they deserve all of our respect and care. We are praying for peace for all of the children in the world.
No queremos más guerra para ellos.
We don't want more war for them,
Que no sufran violaciones.
that they not suffer violations,
Que no vivan con trauma.
they not live with trauma.
Por eso estamos aquí,
That's why we're here,
brindándoles la paz.
bringing the peace for the children.
Y esto lo vamos a hacer en esta manera. Ahorita por lo pronto pueden voltearse. Por favor, hemos terminado las direcciones. Ahora, por favor, dense un abrazo y un fuerte apretón de manos. Ahí van a brindar la paz para ellos. Lleven esa paz y bendición para sus familias en las 4 direcciones.
Give this prayer to all of us, to hug each other, to support each other, so we can bring this peace.
Pues,
Those in the Zoom room can also.
ewi achai samari,
Yes.
achai ta'a, Dios chokwa utesia, achai, sí meta gente po, ama beta, sí me bendición ta ama beta quechia, en chingiapsi po, ka etai po. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Chokwe utesia.
Ahora lo que vamos a hacer, tal vez Nidia, ¿me haces favor de apoyar? Con el permiso de las abuelas y abuelos, vamos a dar la apertura. Aquí Vina está encendiendo las velas
We are going
que
to start
representan
here.
la paz.
Be nice, starting.
El agua
the
que
fire.
representa esa conexión con nuestros ancestros y ancestras que ya se fueron.
We are talking about water that is connecting with our ancestors.
Pero también hoy en el calendario maya es
But
el día de la Madre Tierra.
Today, in the Mayan calendar, is the day of Mother Earth.
Como ustedes saben, acaba de pasar el 22 de abril, que es el día de la Pachamama, de la Madre Tierra.
As you know, 22nd of April is the day of Mother Earth.
Recordamos todos los alimentos que vienen de la Madre Tierra, es la que nosotros consumimos en estos 3 tiempos de comida en el día.
We remember all the aliments that Pachamama gives to us every
Entonces,
day.
hoy en el calendario maya tenemos Ish, quiere decir el nahual de las mujeres, el nahual
Today-
también de la dualidad.
Today in the Mayan calendar is the day each that reminds all the women.
Para finalizar, lo que quiero es que todos se pongan de pie, se agarren de sus
Please.
manos,
Please, if you can stand up
no rompan la cadena.
and
Eso lo
make a
hicimos.
chain.
Lo hicimos
with your
hace 2
hands.
años en la apertura también
2
de la
years
primera
ago, we
cumbre.
did the same.
Una mano da y la otra recibe.
One hand gives and the other receive. Like this. You receive, you give, and you receive.
Todos cerramos nuestros ojos sin romper la cadena, amarren ahí como es el hilo
Please.
conductor.
You are going to close your eyes and do not break this thread.
Cerramos nuestros ojos y pensamos un momento lo que nosotros necesitamos para encontrar la paz interior y la paz con nuestros semejantes.
Please close your eyes and think on peace in yourself and with your brothers who are with you.
Esa paz que necesitamos en nuestras comunidades y en nuestros países.
Peace that we need in our communities, in our countries.
Vamos a pedir por todos aquellos países que están en guerra.
We are going to ask and think on all the countries that are now in war.
Por estos niños, por la niñez que está sufriendo
For all the
esas secuelas.
children that are suffering.
Pedimos por esa solidaridad,
We ask for solidarity,
ese apoyo mutuo
mutual support
desde nuestra mente y corazón.
from our mind, from our hearts.
Gracias 1, 2, 3, 4 veces por esta realización de la segunda cumbre.
Thank you 1, 2, 3, 4 times. for
Gracias
this
a todas
summit.
ustedes por estar acá.
Thank you everybody for being here.
Podemos lentamente dejar nuestras manos
Yeah. Now we can just
y damos nuestro
Release.
corazón, nuestra mano derecha a
and we are
nuestro
going to
corazón.
put our hands, right hand in our heart.
Muchas gracias. Podemos
Thank you
sentarnos
so much.
y
You can
agradecer
sit
al
down.
Creador y Formador.
And we are going to say thank you to the Creator, to the universe.
Thank you so much. Our elder, thank you so much to our elder Angel Valencia and also Anna for starting off this beautiful day with our prayers. Is it here, yours?
Hamidakiapi, Chante Washtea, Yuhanape, Chiuzapi, Sunshine, Arshamo Carlo, Emachiapi na Iamos Laha, Nawazia Haha, Emataha, Hunkbapha na Oglala Lakota, Hemacha, na Lila Wopila Tanka Echichia, na Wana Lakol Wichoch, Chichi Bazukte, na Angel Lila Wopila Tanka, na Bina Lila Wopila Tanka, cha Yuha Hi, na Wola Kota Echunkump. Hello, my relatives. My name is Sunshine Carlo, Archambault Carlo. I'm from the Standing Rock and Pine Ridge Nations in North and South Dakota here in the United States. And thank you, Angel and Bina, for this gathering and for opening it. I'm going to share a little bit of my Lakota way of life with you. When we gather, we start with song, and I thought about which songs to sing, and I want to do two. One, because when we think about peace, a long time ago, several generations ago, the white buffalo calf woman brought us our peace pipe. Chanupa is what we call it in our language, and it reminds us that, you know, thinking about who to pray for in the spaces and what to ask for, Wolakota, which is peace, peace that starts inside of us first. Peace that we protect for our elders, peace that we protect for our children, and for those that are sick and those that our animal relatives, our relatives that live in the water, to take care of one another is the instructions that we have in our way of life. And so there are prayer songs and there are ways to express that. And it is usually when you sing, when you pray with your voice, when you sing, that goes directly to Tunkashila Wakantanka, which is our way of saying creator. And so there are two songs that I'd like to sing. And the first one is just the way that we open our gatherings. And you can remain seated. Ho ye ma kiayo, che ma kiayo. Ho ye ma kiayo, che ma kiayo. Hey, daku. Hamidakiapi, Tunkashila Wakantanka, Ambetukile Lila Wopila Tanka Chichena, Ambetukile Iuha, Lila Ota Unhipi Tunkashilana, Ambetukile Luta, Ambetukile Wakan Tunkashilana, Lawolakota Echunk Umpina Tunkashilana, Wolakota Unchimpi Tunkashila, Midakuya Oyasi. And now I work on behalf of my language. And every day, I used to teach in a Lakota immersion school, and every day we did a prayer song with our giving thanks to the Creator and thanks for our sacred chanupa. And so it was given to us from one of our elders who's passed on, Kevin Locke. And with being here in this space, I'm reminded of him because there are people that know him, and they know him everywhere. He traveled the world promoting peace on behalf of his Baha'i faith and his Lakota faith. And so, Inaji, we're going to do, when you have kids, it gets a little squiggly, and so we have a prayer song that he gave us with Lakota Sign Language. And I was reminded that our first language was sign language, to be able to speak to each other before we knew each other's languages and interact. So, Inaji pi, Yuha, Unki Naji, everybody stand up. And we're going to start with... this is Wakantanka Tunkashila. So when you hear those, Wakantanka Tunkashila with both hands. And Pilamayaye, thank you. Pilamayaye. We chozani with health. You gave health. You gave us. For this we give you thanks. Pilamayaye. Okay. So we'll sing it. Oh, and then Chanupa, the sacred pipe. Sacred pipe. You gave us. For this we give you thanks. Okay? Wakantanka tunkashila pilamaya Elohe. We chozani wamaya uelo pilamaya Elohe. Chanupa Mayak Elohe, Pilamaya Elohe. We chose Aniwa Mayak Elo, Pilamaya Elohe. Hamidakyaki.
Thank you so much. Doesn't it feel good to go back to nursery rhymes? It's so healing, children's song, and just connecting with the roots. Thank you so much, our sister Sunshine. So good morning, everyone. We welcome everyone back. And we have traveled from Yaqui Nation to Guatemala's Maya, to the Standing Rock, and now we bring you back to Manipur. Our sister, Dona Ngarangbam, is online, joining us live from Manipur in northeast India bordering Burma. She will be playing Yekai role, which means the awakening. And if you look into your booklet, you will see the penna that she's playing in the glossary section. The penna, for us, is a very sacred instrument, inseparable part of our home state, Manipur, since prehistoric times. The two main components of this instrument, maru, body, and chaizing, bow, are sacredly referred to as mother or earth or father or sky. It is played as a devotional, religious, festive time since time immemorial. So Donna, the floor is yours. IT team, please be on the standby, and welcome to everyone who's joining us from around the world online. There are more than 50, 60 people I heard online. Thank you. Donna, the floor is yours. She's performing live from Manipur. Donna, we cannot see your face. You have to.
Peace greetings to all.
We cannot see your face. So either you get the camera a little, we cannot see your face. Okay, now good. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Dati now the videos on the
Yare. How be real?
Kurumjari. Peace greetings to all. Today, I will be presenting a Manipuri song. This song reflects the beauty of Manipur, its rich land, unique sunlight air found only in Manipur, the beautiful Loktak Lake, and many other treasures of our homeland. But sadly, Manipur has been going through difficult times for the past 3 years. It is in a broken state and now more than ever. It is time for us to protect our mother nature, choose peace over conflict, and build a future with no wars, no widows, and no children living with trauma. It is time for understanding, unity, healing, and peace. I hope you all enjoy the presentation. 좀 다리비 좀 사이굽나 다리비 화제이다고 이마고 아무바팅상 빠링나 이마기 삼랑 오이리비 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 Singlona palon khara ga singburoi kayana Singlona palon khara ga singburoi kayana Pangom na pangding mana na ngam khaigi sambal ngaglaba Pangom pangding mana na ngam khaigi sambal ngaglaba Hoi pulau na nungsina Hoi pulau na nungsina tubum tik da malaba Phazai ta ko Manipur Ningthi ta ko Manipur Manipur Oh Manipur Oh Manipur Hey 나चाउबा 사렙 파라가 희망이 콜랑라만 생각이 나잖아 밤밤 Thank you. 다같이.
Thank you, Donna. What she had just shared was she spoke in Manipuri, and she was extolling Manipur as a state which has the Loktak Lake, a beautiful lake. Kauburu are sacred sites, hills which protects us, and Kangla, the belly of Manipur, where the spirit of our ancestors reside in politically. She also ended her prayer over the cries of so many children who have been killed in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Manipur because of the conflict. That's why in these last 2 days we have seen a lot of tears in this room, and even artistically she was expressing the pain that Manipur is going through. With this, I'm now going to just have a special announcement because grandmother Clara Saringhok, today she has to leave right now. So before she leaves, she's driving her all the way back. And before she leaves, we just wanted just to send her off for thanking her to continue to protect us and give her a small memento to honor her as one of the protectors of people, peace, and planet. And grandmother Soringhok is dressed in jeans today. This is also our clothes. Okay. So grandmother, please come. Okay. Okay.
Wapan, good morning. That really touched me, not knowing one word that was being said. I felt it all in here. I wanted to share real quick. Well, today is my youngest daughter's 33rd birthday, and she passed away at 20 years old. And we had a conversation when she was 8.5 years old about her leaving me when she was 20. I didn't understand what it was, but she knew what she was talking to me about. In 2017, I was speaking to Gilbert about this at 3:15 in the morning. I woke up, October 2nd. I had a dream that morning. In my dreams, I'm always flying, always. That's probably why I'm soaring hawk. An eagle came to me and asked me if I wanted to fly with them. Immediately, no hesitation. I was like, yes. In 2019, and that day, I visually saw an eagle and a red-tailed hawk flying in tandem. I saw it again in 2019 and again in 2020. And I want to share that I know today what that dream was. I'm just Clara soaring a hawk, just one woman dedicated to service for all peoples. But I stand here now in this room full of eagles. Every one of you were in that dream. You were the eagles that asked me to come and fly. So I say thank you. I say thank you for allowing me to live to this point. And I'm going to leave you. And I just want to say, in our lives, we should all have a point where we ground. And I always tell my children, look at it like a level that carpenters use, where it has that little bubble in it that you try to make it go right even in the center. For each of us, in our lives, in our walk, in the decisions that we have to make, in every confrontation that we face, in every path that comes up to us that we have a choice to walk on, I will share that you should let peace be that bubble. Do not move forward unless that bubble is grounded and you're grounded in peace. Don't walk forward if there's no peace in what you see. If you follow peace, you'll end in peace. Aho.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. We want to say that we are on Lenape territory. I was in New York University 2 weeks ago, and they said they don't exist anymore. Here is a Lenape person, and we are here. We are always told we are not here. We are here. Yes. Okay. Our volunteers, please, can you please walk Clara, grandmother to her car so we can drive back home. Grandmother, please go home in safety. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. We have lost our Maori sister. Are you here? Yes, please come. We'll be closing the ceremonial this morning with her beautiful incantation. She's the ambassador of Oceania to the Indigenous Youth Storyteller Circle. Floor is yours.
Aira te mihi kia koutou I ngā mana whenua tēnei motu Kia koutou ngā Lenape E tū whakaiti tēnei kei mui tō koutou nā aroaro mai tēnei uri o tipai Whakatau maira Whakatau maira, whakatau maira. Tuatahi me mihi atu ki a koutou katoa kua kara pine mai I tēnei ata o tira I ngā rā e rua kua pahure ake nei. Hei hāpai I tēnei kaupapa. Mo te oranga o tātou katoa. Huri ahau no roto mai o Waikato Tainui, no te iwi o Ngāti Sipa, ko Hayley Kukutai Walker, tōku ingoa, e mihi atu ana, e mihi atu ana, e mihi atu ana. Before I deliver my incantation, I also wanted to ceremonially thank the mana whenua, or those who hold the spiritual authority and power over the lands of which we are standing today. And that is, of course, the Lenape. So I said that I acknowledge you. I stand here before your sacred altar as a child of the Ngāti Sipa peoples. Welcome me, welcome me, welcome me, settle me. And then I just introduced myself by way of citing my tribal and kinship affiliations. I am a child of the Ngāti Sipa peoples from the Waikato Tainui Māori Tribal Confederation from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I am thrilled to be here on the other side of the world, sharing with you all. The incantation that when I was asked by Bina to share, I decided that I wanted to share Tariao, which means morning star. This is a sacred belief that my people have observed since our exile out of our lands following the raupatu, or forced confiscation by the British Crown, where we had over 1.2 million acres stolen from us. And so, led by our king, Kingi Tāwhiao Potatau Te Whirowhiro Te Tuarua, our second Māori king, we sought solace with our relatives of Taranaki. And the Kingitanga, or the Māori monarchy, was formed upon colonisation when we were being threatened, of course, by Queen Victoria in England as a way to unite all of our peoples together to try and resist the confiscation of our lands and the genocide of our people. And it still remains today and is held within the caretakership of my tribe. So this incantation is one that has always been held by my great-grandmother, Me Te Karaka Kukutai, and this is a prayer that is kind of sung, I suppose, 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 p.m. at night, with the idea that one day, with enough faith, peace and belief, our lands will be returned to us, and we will be freed from the hands of the colonisers to be victorious. It has been around 250 years of subjugation and a new wave of settler colonialism by this conservative government in my country, which is why I am here, having been speaking at the Permanent Forum. Despite the many ups and downs in this world, I am reminded that aha koa te aha, kei konei tonu mātou, te iwi Māori, kei konei tonu ahau. No matter all of the colonialism and the subjugation, I am still here after all of this time standing before you, repeating the incantations of my people that brought us through this time. So I will go ahead and pray this over all of us. At the end, if you like, you can join with me in saying the final word, which is pai maride. Pai maride. It means goodness and peace. I'll give you a look so you know when. Ka pai. O tiakina maramatanga e te atua Mo tō mātou kuini ni mo te whare ka hui ariki. Mo ngā tinana e mauiwi tiana, tā ainua kia mātau katoa I te rāne ai. No te koro ria. No te koro ria. No te kororia. Arire, rire, hau. Pai mārire. Thank you.
Again, I think we will come back because we went over time. We'll come back. Thank you so much to all of us, of all of you who grounded us this morning and brought in light, courage, and a very strong spirit. How's everyone today? Thank you. For those who have been at the permanent forum, I know you must be so tired. But I hope that the light and good energy gives you spiritual food to ensure that we go through. This meeting came after years of preparation and last 6 months of very little sleep. So I hope that we carry through the last day with a heart full of love and a spirit so strong that when you walk away from this room, you carry the light in your heart and in your mind and in your spirit. With this few words, we are going to the inaugural, and everyone who is in the Zoom room, a warm welcome to you today. We forgot to welcome you all yesterday, but we recognize you are there listening to all of us. With this, a few logistics of the day. So I hope you all know a little bit of the lay of the land here. Yesterday, a little bit more crowded, but today we can breathe a little bit. And again, I apologize if you went through any inconvenience because of the space constraint, and we thank you for accommodating many people who are in the overflow room watching this online in the next door. So thank you for bearing with us this time. The restrooms, for some of you who have just joined today, there's one restroom down as you walk on the right, and to the left, you will see it. And then upstairs, where the exhibition is, there's a lot of restrooms out there. Today's lunch will be upstairs in the yellow room, so that we can have a little nice buffet lunch together. Okay. The chef is Palestinian, and he has worked very hard to cook food with the three sisters, little bit. Maybe next time we can have the sous chef here. We'll see. With this, the other thing is, we wanted to really recognize all the volunteers who have been ushering you in, doing the registration, doing the timekeeping, ensuring that you got the support that you need. Some of they come from all over, so many organizations, Tannenbaum, Trinity Church. 6 of them came, including a professor of Georgetown University who is volunteering for us. A big round of applause for them. Yes. And also from Peace Direct. And also online, there are volunteers online joining from Ghana, from India, from northeast of India, who's monitoring. A big round of applause to Chris Alvarez and his team, who are collaborating with us for the first time doing all the recording so that these historic moments are with us. We also want to thank Captain Foster, who came all the way from Montana. Captain, where are you? Can you stand up? Yes, he's Indigenous Youth Blackfoot from Montana. Yeah. I met him last year ago, and what he told me shocked me. Montana, one of the most beautiful states, regions of the world, has also United States' highest suicide rates, where drugs are introduced into second graders. This is wrong. And we will do all we can, Captain, to ensure that we work through and mitigate this together, because this is wrong. Second graders do not deserve drugs, they deserve life. And many of us from indigenous territories have known how guns, drugs have been infused into RA and militarization, destroy our lives. Not anymore. Not anymore. Because it's our right to live, survive, that our children grow. With these few words, our elder, Tyson Running Wolf, member of the Montana House of Representatives. We are so proud that you are there, holding the fort. The floor is yours.
Seems like wherever you go, you're going to see Blackfeet. Good to see you, Mr. Foster. I know your dad real well. I worked with him, and he's done some great work with myself in the community of the Blackfeet. Can we get one more mic up here? St. Nicholas Church in Ludwig, Germany, was the epicenter of the 1989 peace protest and gathering against the communist rule. Today, we gather in this place of spirituality for spiritual, social justice, and against the unknown. The reason I said that is when I went there, I couldn't believe that it took the local community to stand up against the communist rule, and they won. They tore down that wall. This room is full of visionaries and hand-picked warriors. Who's a warrior in here? Huh? Yeah, I heard it yesterday and I seen it. But we are the beasts of burden of change. We as Indigenous people from around the world carry the weight of fractionating world on our shoulders, and I think we all feel it. Shielding humanity through ancestral knowledge, ceremony, and untiring dedication to make our homeland secure. Or in other words, we must be crazy or we must be nuts, either of the two. Bina, thank you for your tireless energy and spirit that is bigger than Manhattan. Kitsikokome, we love you. Okay, kasitsina mansano poa, itamos konatuni, anakok stomachsina. Ni toch hamaskapi pikani. Amo ha nepetam ikkinokomi. Amo niskan. Asakatoyo makka. Okay, I'm glad to see everybody here today, and good morning. That's what I said in Blackfoot. I hope I said it right, but that's what I said. I'm Tyson Running Wolf, or in other words, Bull Chief. I just recently was given that new name when me and my wife took a holy beaver bundle. And I'm with Lana right now. Ikinokomi, gentle rolling thunder, and you guys got to see her in action yesterday. And my holy brother Treff. and we are from the Blackfoot Territory in Montana and Canada. I'm a leader in a community, a father, a grandfather, a husband, and I'm a good friend. To the elders and visionaries and the steadfast protesters, we need each other more than ever. Nothing is a coincidence, and the Creator has a plan for us to share our collective sacred knowledge. From this gathering, gifting each other tactics of peace to bring home to each other and to our communities. We gather in the section of the agenda to mark the turning of the brown, the time of the great harvest. In the world around us, the air grows crisp, the colors deepen, and the earth prepares to rest. But for those of us gathered here, autumn is not merely a season of closing. It is a profound statement, profound testament to what survives, and we're survivors. We're survivors of the ones that came before us. As the Blackfeet were 60,000 strong, at one time there was only 2,000 of us. And I think that resonates throughout all the rest of the communities that are here. For too long, we have been the world's quiet harvesters, while the rest of humanity sprinted through our reckless summer and the consumption. We remained on the land, on our ancestral territory. On our shoulders, we have carried the weight of peace that the rest of the world has merely discarded as irrelevant or uncivilized. I carry my barbaric ways today too. We gather to harvest the three sacred things from this gathering. First, we harvest the food that sustains us, not just the physical nourishment from the land we have defended with our lives, but the sovereignty of knowing we can still feed our children from the ground and the spirits that still remained intact and give us direction. Second, we harvest wisdom. Just as the trees drop what they no longer need to prepare for the winter, you have filtered out the noise of the modern world to keep the core of our ancestral ceremonies alive through stories, visitations, and song. You are the learners and keepers of the seeds of logic, balance, and kinship that the world will soon realize it desperately needs to replant. But a harvest is not meant to be hidden. Or third, we have the harvest relationship. Please look at yourselves, your seat partners around you, our leaders, our youth, and our elders, and applaud each other for our efforts to present for the hard fight. Our greatest yield is the unbreakable bond between nations, between the elders who hold the memory and the youth who hold the desire to lead. Inspire them. But a harvest is not meant to be hidden. It is meant to sustain the community through the cold season. The world has entered a long winter of uncertainty, and they are looking to our bounty of spirituality and cultural connectiveness to survive. Our call to action is this: we will no longer be the invisible backbone of the world that ignores us. We are sharing our harvest of peace, but we demand the tools to protect the resources. We call for the global recognition of Indigenous law on peace practices, the immediate succession of the discretion of our sacred sites, and a seat at the head of every council that decides the fate of our interconnected world. We have the food, we have the wisdom, and we have each other. Through this forum and our lens, let the world know. And let us not be afraid to share. The peace we carry is not a burden of the past. It is the only fuel that will get humanity through this tough winter. The time to act is now. While the sun is rising from the east and the wind is at our backs, let us move as one. Collective conscious ecological knowledge and tradition will support us all. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm too short for this, but I think we are okay. So I know we are running a little late, but for the Indigenous people, time is circular. I hope you'll have some patience because we have a few people joining from Chiang Mai in Thailand. And it's very late in the night there. And we have the only brother from Myanmar joining us. Myanmar is under conflict for several years, as you know. So we will give the floor to our brother Zung Ting. He's an environmentalist from the Kachin state of Myanmar, and he's joining us from Thailand. He has 20 years of work. We call upon the IT team to just check. We request all the speakers, if you can please email us your speeches, because your words, your visionary words, we would like to include it in our resolution. Such powerful words. So please, you have all my emails and the email of the Indigenous Peacebuilders, New York, @ Indigenous Peacebuilders Network. Please email us there, because by 2 o'clock we'll be drafting the framework of our resolution to be adopted today. So Brother Zingtung, the floor is yours. We can see you. Yeah.
Can you hear me or
yes,
see
we can
my
hear you.
slide that I share on the screen?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. You hear me, right?
Yes.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Zingtong, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, let me start with Kachin State. I'm Kachin, the most northern part of Myanmar, which bordering with the China and India, which is the most populated and also rapid economic growth. And they need a lot of natural resources. And on the other hand, we Kachin State have abundance of natural resources, but because of the decade, more than 60-year decade armed conflicts, we have exploiting by the military junta and also the Chinese neighboring. That's why we are one of the poorest country in the region. And then I could not move my slide. So we have a lot of dam construction, mega dam, large dam, continuously from the upstream to the southern part of the Myanmar, which owned by the Chinese and then also military junta. And we also have illegal logging that have been destroy our forest, nature forest, which is essential for the local indigenous people. Since we have a mountainous people, we are totally still rely on our nature forest, but because of this illegal logging, because of the Chinese and military juntas illegal logging, we have been lost, our forests have been destroyed, and then also we have century, historical long jade mining. As you can see here on the map, we have new mountain coming up, and the previous, the big, huge mountain have been lost since long, long ago, not just after military coup. It's because of the Chinese history is the same of our jade mine extraction, jade mining exploitation. So another one thing is gold mining. As we can see here, is disaster. Even the rivers are polluted with the gold mining. They use a lot of mercury leak. They use a lot of chemical. And then we also have the monoculture cultivation like rubber, tissue banana. And then on the other hand is rare earth mining, which is because of the green energy transition is drive the structural demand on rare earth. And that also is another one recent major global military and trade war. All these geopolitical events are particularly driving the rare earth trend and making it crucial for their national defense capabilities. And then another, on the other hand, Chinese have been control on almost all these global supply chain. Therefore, since 2024, 25, 23, you know, all these superpower countries like US, EU, Japan, all the other like India, you know, they have been struck by, they have been strategically, they have recognized rare earth as a critical mineral and for their national security resources. So they have been building their strategic stockpile and also developing strategy to diversify not only from the China. Therefore, we have a lot of rare earth minings are booming. As you can see here, the whole mountains are with the hole. They dig the hole on the top mountain, and in this hole they put the ammonia sulfate, the acid, to collect the rare earth, and then all this in situ leaching method had been destroy our land, our forests, our river, stream. As you can see here, even in the near the farm, near the shitting cultivation, you can see here the material that they use is totally unacceptable. It's totally very, very low quality, and they just use as a one use, you know, as a one-time use. So all these minings are just close with the upstream river, which flow from the Mount Kakavurasi mountain, which were connected with the Himalaya mountain range, which is one of the highest mountain in Southeast Asia region. And as you can see here, even the rivers are almost dark, you know, all these river food chain system, river ecosystem had been destroyed by these waste, chemical toxic waste, which come out from the rare earth mining, gold mining, jade mining, you know. So all our indigenous people who have been totally rely on the forest, non-timber forest products, all these are polluted already. Another one important thing is those regions are the habitat of the biodiversity. Very, very important, not only for the Kachin State, not only for Myanmar, is global hotspot region, as I mentioned, which is the connected with the Himalaya mountain range, and it's very rare, you know, the biodiversity hotspot region. They have a lot of the endangered species habitat region. So consequently, we have disaster every year. Not only before, when I was young, is 10-year, 15-year once the disaster come, but now even sometimes 3 times in a year or something like that, you know, is more and more intensify, and is more and more increasing the rare earth mining. And another one thing is drug issue. There are a lot of drug, opium because that's why, because of this armed conflict and China intervention on this armed conflicts. So our indigenous people, we have no choice. Military junta strategically destroy our people, our young people with the drugs. So as we are Christian, we protected by our self-help based group, anti-drug. We form an anti-drug group, and then we against ourselves. And then since we have, as I have mentioned, we have a lot of abundant of natural resources. These resources have been creating continuously the armed conflict between our military junta and also the armed groups in Myanmar. And then on the other hand, the Chinese intervention is even evolving our armed conflict. So this is my presentation finished. I really want to all of you to we need peace. Otherwise, we indigenous people totally rely on this natural environmental services. We have been destroyed and we have been suffering from this armed conflict and also this mining exploitation and also environmental degradation. All this have been destroy our life, our people, our family. So please keep praying for the Kachin Myanmar people, and also we really need more solidarity in action for our people to get the just energy transition in the Kachin region, northern Myanmar. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Zingtong. A big round of applause for Zingtong, joining in quite late from Thailand due to the conflict. So, Myanmar has lost. The ongoing civil war in Myanmar since 2021 has led to the loss of 50,000 people have been killed, including 8,000 civilians, and 3.3 million people have been displaced. Myanmar and Manipur falls under what is called Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspots. There are 30 plus biodiversity hotspots. And the research of our global network, as well as research done by many others, have shown that 80% of global conflicts are in biodiversity hotspots where indigenous people live. We are meeting today to help mitigate that, where we have so much work to do. You also heard yesterday Dr. Albert Barume, Congo, where he comes from, has more than 6 million lives lost. 6 million lives lost. And 150,000 people are currently displaced. Sahel, where Sister Mariam and our Tuareg sisters come from, our sisters yesterday who spoke, has 4.2 million displaced. 10 million children in Sahel are in dire need of humanitarian assistance. The facts are in front of us. We chose to remain blind, not anymore. This is about lives. Wars do not affect the rich and the famous and those who engineer war. Wars affect those who know nothing about war. Suddenly our homes are burnt. Suddenly people have to flee. So for many of us who come from war zones, it's about a very lived reality, and we are very aware of the seriousness of our discussion here. Our next speaker is Pavel. Pavel is the chairperson of the board of the International Development Fund of Indigenous Peoples in Russia, Batani. Pavel, are you here? Yes.
Всем здравствуйте.
Good morning, everyone.
Да, спасибо большое.
Speak here. You can move a little bit. He has to speak on this.
Good morning, everyone.
No. You speak in this.
Okay.
He speaks through this mic. Yes. Because of the online.
Да. Спасибо большое, Бина, спасибо
Thank
всем,
you
кто
ver-
организовал второй саммит, исторический саммит.
Thank you so much for all organizers who arranged this wonderful second summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding.
Я хотел бы донести до участников сегодняшнего саммита 3 месседжа.
So I would like to deliver to all participants of this summit 3 important messages.
Первое, я очень рад сегодня видеть здесь ветеранов нашего движения, в том числе с теми, с кем я тоже начинал. Мирна, Атилия, Кеннет, Вилли, Little Child. Я очень рад, что мы сегодня вместе.
I'm really grateful to see all of the pioneers and veterans who started this movement, and he listed all the names.
Также очень здорово, что сегодня очень много молодежи.
And it's really wonderful to see youth today.
Сегодня мы говорим о том, что коренные народы – это практически самые, наверное, мирные люди на нашей планете.
I'd like to say that indigenous people themselves are one of the peaceful human beings in this planet.
Но, к огромному сожалению, история наших народов – это история войн и борьбы за наши права.
Unfortunately, the history of us is a history of fight for our own rights.
Конечно, мы должны воспитывать дипломатов, мы должны воспитывать менеджеров, которые могут вести переговоры, которые могут договариваться.
Obviously, we should have an aim to bring up diplomats, managers who could be able to deliver our voices.
Но мы должны воспитывать и воинов, которые будут защищать наши права.
At the same time, we also would be able to bring up fighters, warriors,
Воинов, которые сильны духом,
warriors who have a strong will,
которые могут в переговорах отстаивать жестко наши права.
who can stand up for our rights.
Я могу рассказать свою историю, как я вообще пришел в политику.
I would like to share my own history, how I ended up in politics.
Я в то время был молодым человеком.
I was young at that time,
Но нашу территорию, территорию моего народа УДГ, продали южнокорейской компании Hyundai.
and our own homeland was sold to South Korean corporation without our concern.
Мы выступали, мы митинговали, мы писали, мы подали в суды, но нас игнорировали.
We were protesting, we went to the court, and our voice were hidden.
И на нашу территорию в то время приехал Ельцин, руководитель России, президент России.
And during that time, the president of Russia came to our territory.
Мы
Ельцин.
обратились к властям, чтобы нас допустили к нему, чтобы мы рассказали ему о том, что происходит.
And we wanted to approach president to deliver our message.
Нам сказали, нет, вы не будете с ним встречаться.
And we were told, no, it's impossible, you can't.
И тогда я обратился к 2 депутатам парламента, это эколог и журналист, с тем, чтобы они помогли.
And then I went to the 2 deputies of the parliament in order to ask their assistance and help, support.
И они меня привезли на встречу с Ельциным в багажнике своей машины.
And then they brought me from the baggage side. They took me in the baggage of the car,
И я с ним встретился.
and they arranged that meeting.
Я ему рассказал о том, что происходит.
And I told them what is happening in our territory.
И тогда этот договор с компанией был расторгнут.
And they broke the contract between that corporation.
Я вам привожу этот пример для того, чтобы вы не боялись говорить правду.
I'm sharing this story in order you won't scare to tell the truth.
И второе мое послание.
And my second message.
Может быть, вы слышали о том, что сейчас в России проходят большие репрессии.
Perhaps you're already aware what's happening in Russia, like there is a repression.
Двое наших коллег арестованы.
2 of our colleagues are in prison, in a jail.
Я хотел бы обратиться к всем коренным народам,
That's why I would like to ask all indigenous peoples
чтобы вы помогли нам спасти наших коллег.
that you could help us to our colleagues and save their lives.
Да, и поэтому я обращаюсь к вам с просьбой, чтобы вы присоединились к этой акции, писали бы правительству России, обращались бы к ним, говорили бы об этом на всех международных площадках.
That's why I would like to ask that you could deliver the message to the government of Russia to free our colleagues in all possible ways.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
One of our sisters, Daria, was in Guatemala with us last year. Today she's in prison just because of who she is as indigenous and for working for indigenous people's rights. We remember those who are not with us here today more than ever. We remember those whose lives have been taken away just because of defending our rights and our lands. We'll have a moment of silence for them and continue to work with Pavel and many others who have been trying to free Daria and another sister who is right now in prison, and many others. Speaking out is not a crime. Fighting for our rights is not a crime. We remember them. And yes, as we work out our resolutions, demanding their release will be in our resolution, and we will work towards it. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, Andrea, for the leadership you have taken to ensure that our sisters are freed. It's a very heavy morning, isn't it? Okay, let's do this exercise. Take your hands, rub it. Can you feel the energy? Yeah. And put it on your face, on your eyes, and feel the love, okay? Let's do it again. Do it. Do it again. You don't have to wait someone to, love you. And put it on your eyes, on your face, in your ears, on your shoulders. Put one hand on the other side and hug yourselves, okay? You can move around. Okay. All right. And deep breathing, breathe in. Let's remember to breathe. Breathe out. Again. And somebody told, shake yourself. Yes. Shake your hands, shake your, just feel the energy flow, okay? Get it out there. Yes. Feel a little better? Yes. It's been a very tense morning, but this is the seriousness of work. But yes, we are going to get through the day somehow. With this, UN Women, where are you? I know it's a holiday, you should be in a holiday mood, but thank you, Michelle. I met Michelle last year at COP30 in Brazil. We escaped the fires which came in Belém COP30. But Michelle did a wonderful thing with our colleagues from UNDPPA. We were able to co-host together. Yes, Fiorella, please stand up. Yes, Fiorella, that's Fiorella from UN. So there are many officials of the UN right now in this room. Thank you for leaving your families to be here with us for your comment. One beautiful thing which came out of Berlin, many things we were saddened, but we were able to at least host an official side event on looking at climate, conflict, and indigenous women peacebuilding. Yes, we did it. And because of Michelle and Fiorella who's there, and then I think the Belém Action Plan on Women also contained many references on indigenous women. So just one little light in spite of so much of challenges in this climate issues. Michelle, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Bina. Good morning, everyone, esteemed elders, partners, and also friends. My name is Michelle Vensing. I'm a program analyst for gender, climate, peace, and security at UN Women, as Bina said. But in my heart, I'm an environmentalist, I'm a peace builder, and I'm a gender justice advocate. And that's why I'm here at the end. It is really an honor and also a privilege to speak to all of you. Thank you. Because as a non-Indigenous person standing here and being able to listen and to learn from you is really a huge honor. Because I stand here today with an open heart and also an open mind to take all this knowledge, those solutions, those lessons with me back to UN Women. And I would also like to respectfully begin by acknowledging the ancestral land of the Lenape people we are standing on, that the UN is also standing on, and pay my respects to the elders, both in present and also in past. As you know, UN people tend to write long speeches, but I talked to Bina yesterday and she said, please speak from the heart. So I will try to also speak from my heart. I've been active in the climate space and the peace building space for a very long time. We as young people have been growing up in these spaces. We often say on the ground, we've never been at the table, we've only been at the side of the table, but still continuing. And in these spaces, especially also the COP processes, the climate negotiations, I've seen the leadership by Indigenous peoples over and over again, but I've also seen how they've been excluded from these spaces. And then I got the chance to actually work and listen and learn from women in the Pacific, including Indigenous women, because I had the honor to sit in Talanoa, Pacific traditional dialogue process with women from Fiji, from Tonga, from Papua New Guinea, from the Solomon Islands. And they explained to me how the women were building the peace between the communities. How they were mediating conflict, how they were bringing food to the different parts of the communities. But they also told me how the climate crisis was the biggest single threat to their existence, how their communities had to be relocated, and how they had to build peace between those communities. And all that kind of listening and learning actually brought me to where I am today, to being and working with the UN in order to address these challenges. And so now I work on climate, peace, and security, and as we also heard about AI yesterday, it's a process that is very fast developing, and we really have to stay up to date in order to also influence these different processes. And what we do at UN Women, in a time where military budgets are increasing, we're trying to counter the narrative of militarization of the climate crisis. We're trying to work with women peace builders and environmental defenders to actually find peace-building solutions. And this requires three things. It requires a change in narrative from victimization to really showcase women, Indigenous women, as active agents of change, defining peace not only just as the absence of war, but holistic peace, and also really highlighting the women, peace, and security agenda in that change, which includes participation, protection, prevention, and relief and recovery. And so we do that at UN Women in different processes. We really try to do gender-responsive climate security risk assessments. We try to channel funding for the Women, Peace, and Humanitarian Fund to the women on the ground. And we also want to learn and listen to all of you. And last year, we, as Bina said, had the privilege to do a side event at COP30, where we brought together Indigenous women from Peru, from Papua New Guinea, from Colombia, and from Chad. And one of the key messages that came out is that there is a lack of funding. There's a lack of funding for Indigenous peace building. And so at COP30, we also launched a pledge together with the Climate Security Mechanism, with the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and the Peacebuilding Fund, a joint pledge on women, peace and security and climate action. And at its core, the joint pledge really tries to break the silos between climate action, financing, and the women, peace and security agenda. And we held a consultation where Bina was also present during CSW, where we listened and learned from different women peace builders and Indigenous women. And I think it was really crucial to hear their solution, to have really practical implementation and direct access to financing that is predictable, that is gender responsive, that is flexible, and also really addressing peace building at the end. And on Tuesday, we will actually hold the second part to this event series. And so I want to kindly invite you all to join us if you're still here It's going to be the second part from 10:30 to 12 this Tuesday, and it will be a conversation with climate and peace-building funds. So I think this is really crucial, right, that we get in conversation with also those who distribute the money at the end, so that they can also learn from the recommendations that you bring to the table. And so I end, thank you so much, with a pledge to continue to listen and learn. To all of you, I want to build bridges. I want to amplify your perspectives, your voices, not only within UN Women, but the whole UN system. And I want to do that in technical UN spaces and beyond, in any kind of way we can, and climate, peace, and security, also addressing mineral conflicts, and all the other aspects that you brought today. And so again, I just want to really thank you for allowing us to be in this space.
Yes. There is one thing that we have all suffered continuously, lack of resources in doing the right things. The world is not short of resource, but it's not in the right hands. A few people gatekeep the resources. A few people just do what they want with the resource. Some do something, some do nothing. We have to change that. We really have to ensure that resources reach where they should reach. Money is created by humans. It's not even real. If money could change the world, the children and the people who are millionaires and billionaires shouldn't have they changed the world. But did they change it? No. They tried to exploit more so they can profit more. During COVID, who profited the most? Does anyone know who benefited the most where people were under a lockdown? Who? Pharmacists. Who else? Absolutely. They became triple times, 3 times. So resources are very important, but resources alone cannot do anything if your intention is not right. So we urge upon those to have a generous heart, to have a good heart and a good mind, that resources reach people who need it most at the grassroots. Research shows of all the humanitarian aid which goes to the world, you know how much percent reaches survivors? UNHCR says we need millions. We did an investigation. Only 0.2% reach survivors and their families. A lot of the money gone in 5-star hotels, consultancies, event management companies. Very little goes to those who need that support on ground zero. A friend of mine from Cambodia, who's a landmine survivor, said, and they won the Nobel Prize for landmines. I said, did it help you? He said, when birds fly, the crumbs fall. We get the crumbs. This has to change. This has to change. If you see someone who needs help, go and step out and help that person. This is the way we can do things differently. And even if the UN may have all the right things, Michelle, it's not reaching the ground. So let us continue to hold those who have the resources accountable, because it's not reaching. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. With this, a few things. The other thing is, Michelle also touched upon the military industry. That's the other thing that we wanted to share. 88% of the world's weapons are manufactured by the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council. 88% of these weapons. To sell these weapons, wars will be engineered everywhere in the world. For every $1 of aid given to the developing world, they make us buy $10 more of their weapons. So the weapons industry, the top 5, United States, 2nd, France, 3rd, Russia, 4th, Germany, where you come from, Michelle, and 5th, China. They are the top 5. Now let's look at the top 5 weapon importers of the world. When we do peace building, if we do not understand the weapon flows, you will be only touching the surface. We have to follow the money. Where the money? Now let's look at the top 5 weapons importers. Who do you think it is? The world's #1 weapon importer in the world. Israel. Who? Israel. Israel. Who else? Importer. Ukraine. Our brothers and sisters are here from Ukraine. Ukraine overtook India. #2 is India, the world's largest democracy, is #2 world's weapon importers. Ask yourselves why. Third, did anyone have flown Emirates? I think many people love Emirates, right? Qatar is the 3rd largest importer of weapons in the world. Qatar. Not the airlines, the country. Nidhi. 4th, Saudi Arabia. 4th largest importer. And 5th, Pakistan. These are the top 5 countries. So, and where are these countries located? From where the weapons are flowing. So as we do peace building, and most importantly indigenous, we have to remember some of these. Because if you miss that out, we'd have missed how even the solutions, if it doesn't include that. So we brought some of this information just for us at the moment, Ukraine's imports receive 10% of global imports of world's weapons are in Ukraine, where Iskender and Ludmila comes from. 10% of the world's imports going into your country right now. So we have a lot of work to do at this particular moment. Not only that, weapons, military expenditures increasing. I didn't want to scare you, but Jingtung just gave a really important presentation. At the UN Permanent Forum last year, Antonio Guterres has said 54% of all critical minerals are in indigenous territories. Sometimes 90%. The next frontier of war is going to be on our territories. But we are telling the world, the UN, member states, do not kill us anymore to take our natural resources. You can mediate, negotiate, take our free, prior, informed consent to do, because even indigenous people want development. But we want development which works for everyone, not for 1% of the world's population in one part of the world. That's why we have created the global network of Indigenous Peacebuilders, Mediators, and Negotiators. Please join us as a part of this network. Talk to all the stakeholders who are in your territory. We don't have to run away. Engage them till we hold them accountable. So just giving you this data, and CIPRI has the world's military expenditures. It's online. Look at that aspect, where the weapons are coming from, where it's flowing into. So conflict profits, a few. That's why they are created again and again and again. So if you wonder why there is so much war in Manipur, war in Ukraine, war in the other parts, Sahel, Sudan, is because some people profit out of that. Peace does not profit. Conflict profits. And that's why we have said that wars are engineered. And our call to the world, if you are engineering wars, we can engineer peace. The summit is a part of the process to bring back and engineer the peace that every human on this earth deserves. So please take that back with you when we go home. Because if we don't understand this, we'll be missing a major element of why do we do peace building. With these words, I call upon Lisa Marie Rudy, Advocacy Director of MADRE. Lisa, are you here? Yes. She will be followed by Matt Mayers, Secretary General of the International Peace Research Institute. Thank you. Lisa, floor is yours.
Thank you, Bina. Hi.
Thank you, Bina. Thank you, friends and colleagues. As Bina said, my name is Lisa Rudy. I'm the Advocacy Director at Madre. As a non-Indigenous person, I want to take up as little space as possible here. So I'm speaking just to provide a brief solidarity message as a supporter of the summit. And before I start, as many speakers have done before me, I want to acknowledge that we're on the ancestral land of the Lenape as well. Madre is a feminist fund and a global human rights organization that has been supporting Indigenous women all over the world for over 40 years. I'm glad to see many longtime Madre partners in the room. We are beyond delighted to be able to support this absolutely historic global summit on Indigenous peacebuilding. We are currently, as we all know, witnessing a convergence of crises that disproportionately impact the most vulnerable among us, a climate emergency, deepening geopolitical conflicts, and the erosion of social fabric. Yet, in the face of these global challenges, a powerful and enduring solution is often overlooked and under-resourced, as Bina also just mentioned. That solution is the leadership of Indigenous women. We live in a time where the multilateral institutions are becoming less and less accessible for us as civil society, and it's easy to feel a sense of hopelessness as we see the rise of authoritarianism, the way in which so many of us have lost touch with our humanity, our connection to the earth and to each other, and the increasing violence directed at those fighting for justice on the front lines. We saw so many of you last week during the UN Permanent Forum refusing to cede your space, refusing to stop raising your voice, refusing to stop speaking truth to power, and doing so of many, many others who could not be here. I want to honor that fight. And I'm even more touched to see you all gather here on your own terms, in your own space, on your own time, outside of UN agendas, stiff panel events, speakers lists, and 3 minutes allotted speaking times. We need to take care of each other and nourish ourselves outside of these institutions that frankly can make us feel a bit dead inside. We have long embraced the vision that Indigenous women are not merely victims of the current crisis, but are the architects of peace and the guardians of our planet. And today we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to supporting Indigenous women-led peacebuilding initiatives. We recognize that you cannot separate the climate crisis from peacebuilding. When Indigenous women lead the response to the climate crisis through sustainable land management, water conservation, and community resilience, they are simultaneously dismantling the root causes of conflict and building peace by securing the future of their people. Indigenous peoples possess an intergenerational wisdom that connects the health of the land to the health of the community. They understand that peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice, ecological balance, cultures of care, and cultural preservation. As we move forward, I call on us all, especially other funders in the room, to recognize that supporting Indigenous women-led peacebuilding is not a niche issue. It is central to our collective survival. It is investment in a future where climate justice and peace are inseparable. Today, we're here to listen and to stand in solidarity with the brave Indigenous peoples. Let us provide the resources and the political will they need to continue their vital work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Matt, please take the floor.
Good morning. Good morning. There we go, that's a little better. Good morning. Good morning. Love and solidarity. I am Secretary General Emeritus of the International Peace Research Association, truly international, global South-based, multinational grouping of professors and students, researchers, and community activists. So you know the temptation is to give a lecture, 45 minutes or so. There'll be a test at the end of it. No, I'm going to try to say three things only. One on family, one on definitions of this moment, and one on peace, peoples, and power. This is supposed to be the autumn, the fall period of our conference, when some of the things we're asked to do this morning is to reflect on the past as how they give us lessons for the moment. But I'll start with something more personal and profound. It is amazing to come into this room and see family. Now, some are literal, biological, some are people who I've known for decades, and some are people who I just met yesterday. And yet, the feeling of family amongst all of you was and is profound, and that's not a coincidence, and that's not arbitrary, and that's not every conference, every gathering, or every day. This may be repetitive, but part of that, aside from our spirit and our work, is the fact that we all seem to share a joint sister. It's very complicated to give a talk about militarism and peace when the sister actually says it all right before you're about to say something. But I think it's worth another moment to acknowledge our joint sister that makes the glue of our family together. Bina, thank you so much for this space and time. International Peace Research Association has been going through a process within our own organization and the field that we've helped develop to decolonize peace studies and decolonize the academy. That means in part listening to indigenous voices within our organization as well as voices from the Global South. You'll hear a little piece of that later this afternoon from our council member, Polly Walker. But I want to say in terms of decolonizing the academy, decolonizing peace studies, decolonizing our mind and consciousness, one of the things we need to do, and I guess this is why we're professors and not diplomats, we're not often good diplomats, is I want to say something a little bit about truth to power regarding colonialism. Because one of the things we've worked on is a project called the Occupied Peoples Forum. It's not really a project, it's its own network within our networks. And it's people who are from, at least initially, Palestine and Puerto Rico, Tibet, Kashmir, West Papua, Western Sahara, and other places. So it was a little bit hard for a moment, even though we respect the gentleman from Morocco, who's part of the peace building, to hear him as a representative of his state, recognizing that Morocco still holds as a colony Western Sahara. We must, as we look in this period, as we redefine genocide, as we recommit to non-colonialism and an end to all current colonialisms, a level playing field where no one's colonialism, no one's imperialism, even of small states like Morocco, can go unnoticed and unspoken about. We say free Western Sahara, free all of us. So finally, just a word about power. When we think about this moment of transition and redefinition, of looking at the lessons of our past, we understand this. There's something about people's power, about people-to-people diplomacy, that's more powerful than any nation. As we look at the role of nation states and corporations and the billionaires, and we also look at even processes like the United Nations. And it's clear that historically, the long arch of history and our work is just about the networking that we've been talking about and that we're doing. We're talking about building people-to-people diplomacy, people-to-people relationships. That's the only way we're going to have peace with justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, we have run over, is this the right words? We have our next session, but does anyone want to have a cup of tea, stretch a little bit for 5 minutes? Get a cup of tea, a glass of water, and as we prepare for the next session of the fall, Indigenous Diplomacy and Peacemaking as a Way Forward, because this session, the fall season, we are looking at solutions together. So all the speakers and the moderators, the chair is ready while people just move around, get a cup of tea. Those online, you too, to be able to reassemble in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Talk from here? Or?
From here. You want to talk from here?
Hold on, I gotta get upstairs. That's the only place.
So what we can do is...
We can put him in front of the podium if you want.
Great.
Volunteers, we need a longer stool for Chief with the little child. Volunteers, please.
He's got it.
You got it.
We have the heavy ones upstairs, but he's going to sit here with the rest of the family.
Oh, you can use your drum to put his things. The drum. The drum. Because she wants to do this. Take out this. Just start.
Where's his mic?
One, two.
Testing. Perfect.
One, two, one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tansatawia kakiao kitadamska tanawao. Okay. Tansatawia kakiao kitadamska tanawao. Tansatawia kakiao kitadamska tanawao. Lori Buffalo Erminskin Nasigason. Is that one not as loud? Do you want me to? Yeah, I'll just hold it. We welcome you to the session 15, known as the fall session. And we, as the moderators, Chief Wilton Littlechild and myself, Lori Buffalo Erminskin, will be helping to facilitate this panel. The fall session is focused on Indigenous diplomacy and peacemaking. And we're going to be focusing on the living laws of peace, treaty-making traditions, Indigenous mediation and dialogue, negotiation and reconciliation, engaging at the local, national, regional, and international level, including the UN, Indigenous youth, sports for peace and cultural diplomacy, the UN Declaration and the International Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding. Our peace treaties and peacemaking were one of honor. They are not on paper. They are woven in beads, cloth, woven into our spirit, the stars, and our, shall I say, our creation stories. We mediate and negotiate with a good mind and a good heart, with a spirit always to honor what we agreed. I'd like to invite now my co-mediator, or mediator, yeah, we are mediators. But my co-moderator, Chief Dr. Wilton Littlechild, and to me, this is Nochawis, Uncle Willie. And I'd like to invite him to provide some quick opening comments before we move into our panel.
Thank you. Kahkewa semina tatamskad na. Semanto nilas komunista. Mahicantuck mo teun siga son nego usaugi heu. I just bring you greetings in my language to welcome all of you again on a beautiful sun day. I say Sunday because of the need for me to thank the spiritual blessings and thank the spiritual leaders this morning. They reminded us about the importance of spirituality. Thank you, Angel. Thank you. And also thank you, Sister. I want to build on what they offered us through prayer this morning because it's so interesting and shouldn't be new information about the similarities of our spirituality when we offered Thanksgiving in 4 directions, and we were reminded of the 4 colors as well. I wanted to tell you a quick story about Indigenous contribution to the world. I was asked one day to approach the chairperson for permission to open the meeting with a prayer, an invocation. I told this story at the caucus meeting because I was asked to give protocol to an elder, which I did, and went to the chairperson. I said, "Can we open the meeting in our traditional way with a prayer?" And she said, "Mr. Littlechild, you know we don't pray at the United Nations." I said, "Well, it's not really a prayer, it's a thanksgiving, an invocation." And she said, "And how long is that going to take?" "You have 3 minutes." And as it would happen with Great Spirit works in mysterious ways, we had 4 elders that had brought hand drums to the meeting. So in back, I was so happy, and we invited them to come and open the meeting at the United Nations with a prayer song. They were introduced by the chair, and they were along the wall, and they said, "You have the floor." So they started singing a prayer song. Hey, 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 hey. She poked me. "How long is it?" "This is 7 minutes already," she said. I said, "Let them finish, let them finish." So, a quick journey. The reason I'm telling you that is the United Nations has always been used to, as a traditional way themselves, to have a bundle of 6 rights, 5, I'm sorry, economic, social, cultural rights, civil and political rights. But after the elders opened that meeting with a prayer song, every meeting now of the United Nations opens with a prayer. So I want to thank the elders for doing that. That's a contribution to the United Nations because now there's a new right. There's an additional right called spirituality. It's in the American Declaration as a specific clause that now spirituality is included in the bundle of rights. So I wanted to just share that story with you quickly. And lastly, Ken told us about the room and the honor to be in this room. I was there when there was an effort to have Kateri Tekakwitha be blessed with sainthood. And I met a little boy, as he then was, who was witness of the last miracle that she did. A little boy named William. It was from a basketball injury. I have to tie sports into it. And he was the last miracle that made the Catholic Church, I guess, religion, to honor her as a saint. So just a couple of connections. But I want to go now to the list of the speakers.
Thank you. So just quickly, I think he borrowed probably a minute of everybody's time. So I'll ask you to listen to one another and where somebody covers off something, to maybe drop that from yours and then just continue to add on, because we are focused on solutions after all. So I will ask you to take about 3.5 minutes, and we'll go in order of the speakers list with the exception of one. And we'll start off with Colin Martin, who's a Mohawk member, faith keeper, and a current chairman of the Haudenosaunee External Relations Committee. Colin.
Scanos Fogoigo. Joha Haisa Negaso. Nay, Konyeta, ne Wakashauta. Nay, Negayan, Kono, ni Wakwenjude. My name is Colin Martin. My traditional name is Johahaisa. I'm Mohawk, the Turtle Clan. I come to you today from Oshwegan, Grand River Territory in southern Ontario. I want to give a little explanation on how we, the Haudenosaunee, still assert our sovereignty, assert who we are, how we engage in political discussions with local, national, international entities. We still abide by what we call the Dikni Ohade Gaswenta, the two-row wampum. The two-row wampum states that there was an agreement made that there's two entities living on a side of a river. We, the indigenous peoples of this land, live on one side. The colonizers live on the other side. We agreed that we would not interfere with each other's affairs and that we would float on the river of life together in a spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. But I'll say that the correct order to that is peace, respect, and friendship. You have to have peace first before you have respect, and you got to have that respect and that peace before you become friends. We still abide by that. Oh. And spirit always comes through with something. This is the two-row wampum, what I talk about here. The two roads. Us on one side, the colonizers on the other side with their beliefs and their government systems, us with our system of governments and beliefs and cultural ways. We agreed not to interfere with one another. And that we would come together in the spirit of, like I mentioned earlier, peace, respect, and friendship. Those are the three rows between the two purple rows. We always agreed to that. That's still, to this day, how we continue our discussions at both the local, the national, and the international levels. We talk about spiritual strength. You have to become peaceful within yourself, respectful of yourself, in order to come to the table and bring that good energy there to share. That good energy is contagious, as we see today when we look around the room here. We've all gathered together in that spirit of peace, respect, and friendship. We're all traveling on that path. Our cultural ways, the importance of that. I cannot stress the importance of that. Oh, how strong that is. I encourage you all to embrace your spirituality. Embrace your traditional way of living. And I'll move on a little bit from there. I have a lot more to say, but it's hard to condense it all. Yeah.
Thank you. We will now move on to our friend, Ludmila, who is the manager, and she's representing the Caribbean Tatar Resource Center.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Ludmila. I'm from Crimea Tatar people, and I'm manager and I'm also lawyer of the Crimea Tatar Resource Center. I'm working in my organization almost 10 years, and probably many of you know that peoples who was before me in the UN systems, there also was in all these processes within the adoption of UN declarations on the rights of indigenous peoples and so on. So we also have this long way and a great experience in international advocacy also. I would like to start with a short remark, with short reaction about what Bina said during the previous session about that Ukraine, I'm from Ukraine, yes, and my country is a bigger importer of the weapon today, and as one sister said that it's not our fault, it's true, and probably it's a very one example in the world when indigenous people of one country said our country need more weapon, yeah, because we definitely know that this weapon used in Ukraine, which Ukraine received, used for protection of us also, because we all spent a lot, just believe me, a lot of nights with very scared nights, and sometimes we thought that it is our last night, but we are here and we are going on. So, we come to the theme of our panel. As I said, yes, we have a lot of experience how we are working within UN systems, and also I would say that it's strongly related to what happened on the national level, because it's really influent. Today marks 10 years as Russia, after occupation of my land, prohibited and recognized as an extremist organization our representative institutions, Majlis of the Crimea Tatar people. And just 3 weeks ago, the governments of Ukraine finally provide legal status for this institution in our country. And for today, it's a legal institution in the Ukrainian legal framework, and it becomes because of our international advocacy, our work and work with many international institutions, including ICG, including UN committees and so on. So what I would say is that it's really important to create and strengthen the international legal framework, and we really need to create more legal binding instruments which on international level and on national level which we can use for protection our rights, because you know the UN declaration, it's a declaration, it's not enough. But today and during the permanent forum, some colleagues discussed and be part of this discussion about that we needed the ICG advisory opinion on the obligation of states in realization of the rights on the declaration UN RIP. So I thought that it's one of the way which we can paths for the strengthening this. And second, I know that my time out, but it's the second important thing for which about I also would like to mention. It's our solidarity and unity, because it's really important and it really works, because only when we are united and when we together we can receive more and we can reach out results which we really needed. And I realized that I'm not alone. A few years ago, it was in 2022, during MRIP session, when I came at first time after full-scale invasion to Ukraine, and the representative of Russian Federation, after my statement during the MRIP, attacked me, and he has also attacked Yana Tanagasheva from Russia, indigenous leaders. And I'm thanks Kenneth and other indigenous relatives who stand out with us and strongly support us during this session. And this time I realized that I'm not alone, and I'm not alone in this way. And this is my message, that we need to be together, and only together we can continue our fight and come to the result which we all needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ludmila. I would now like to go online to two of our panelists, Andreas Garcia, who is the Senior Associate at the Institute for Integrated Transitions, Colombia, and also Patricia Tobian Yagari, who is the magistrate at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace and is a former commissioner of the Truth Commission, Ethnic Chapter in Mythology, who is also at Columbia, and they are both joining us online.
Bueno, buenos días a todos y todas. Bueno, yo quería decirles que, bueno, escuchándoles, que a partir de la experiencia colombiana, quisiera como hablarles de algunas experiencias prácticas de negociación de paz que tenemos acá, que he tenido la oportunidad también de participar como negociadora del capítulo étnico del Acuerdo de Paz de La Habana, posteriormente también en lo que es la creación de la Comisión Mixta del Pueblo Aguá, en las negociaciones del Gobierno Nacional y el ELN. Y sobre eso, pues decirles que aquí también en Colombia, los territorios indígenas y étnicos por su, digamos, por la subalternización, el trato colonial que aún persiste en el imaginario nacional, han sido ocupados, utilizados de manera violenta para que los grupos armados allí recluten personas, sean los escenarios de combate, generando muchísimas afectaciones a los pueblos indígenas, entre ellas poniéndolos en grave riesgo de exterminio físico y cultural. Pero también esos territorios coinciden con zonas de frontera y se volvieron territorios pues, de negocios internacionales del narcotráfico. Entonces, que son capaces de pagar el rearme de muchos grupos armados. Entonces, en esto hay que decir que también esos territorios han estado, digamos, donde el Estado republicano no es fuerte, no ha logrado desarrollar un proceso de, digamos, de desarrollo concertado con los pueblos indígenas de sus propias instituciones y también de
Census
los pueblos
and agreement
indígenas.
for development with indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant communities. We see that as a result, there is this continuity of violence impacting indigenous peoples and various ethnic groups in Colombia. We also see a rise in resistance processes, and one of these was the negotiation of peace, the diplomacy for peace. Before there was this negotiation for peace, the state would come to certain agreements, but the indigenous peoples already had humanitarian agreements. They had peace agreements that they themselves had led in their own territories to be able to survive. They had been mediators of their own processes. And in many cases, they were criminalized or stigmatized for having carried out those negotiations by the state. In 2016, when one of the first peace talks took place with the guerrilla, the FARC, this was a quite expansive and strong group in many territories. The indigenous peoples demanded that the state and the FARC sit down and talk, and that indigenous peoples be present. They were going to discuss the agricultural reform and many topics that impacted the rights of indigenous peoples. The government had said no, the FARC said no, so there were mobilizations that took place to demand these rights. And we sat down with indigenous peoples to draft a proposal. We linked arms with Afro-descendant communities, and we went to Havana, and we were able to carry out advocacy and become a third stakeholder in that negotiation with the ethnic chapter. And I was one of the negotiators for this chapter. And we saw a transformation in our institutions as a result. There was also a change with the current administration. When there is a negotiation with just one group and not all, well, one armed group leaves its weapons behind, but other armed groups become stronger. So there currently is this process of regrouping by armed groups in Colombia, and we need to carry out this peace dialogue in different territories. So it's been very difficult to find a space to do so. So I helped with the founding of the Mixed Commission for the Awa people, and that experience to try to de-escalate the violence experienced by the Awa people is important. We see that more than 50% of those people impacted are indigenous. Conflicts enter territories and they transform the lives of us who reside in those territories. So this experience has been replicated in different areas. I would like to share more, but I have to say that we do have experiences when it comes to indigenous resistance and diplomacy, as well as peace negotiations. I believe that this could all be a very significant input for the experiences that you've shared, and I wanted to make the most of this space to invite you. I invite you to link hands with the indigenous peoples in Colombia and be guarantors of these processes. These processes are not easy. Many parties participate, and many people that participate are threatened. Many times the voice of the international community, of those who are not on the ground with us but are aware, allow this process to be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our next panelist, and we invite Beatrice Irene, who is a member of the Sami Council.
Thank you. I'm Beatrice. I'm a Sami. I grew up on the Norwegian side of the border. I represent Sami Council, which has a member organization from the Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, and Russian side of the border. But because of the situation in the world right now, it's very difficult to cooperate with our citizen brothers on the Russian side of the border. And traditionally, before the national border were established, we used to move freely across the borders. And for the reindeer herding, they are now, after the border are established, we have the grazing land often on the Swedish side, on the Finnish side of the border in the winter. And right now, at this time, they have started to move with the reindeer to the coast, often in the Norwegian side of the border. And we have this, to safeguard this cross-border herding, there is an additional treaty called Lappekodicen, and that it gives us the right to move freely across the borders. But the states, they have, of course, other laws now, so it makes it more difficult. They don't take to account the codicil. So in that way, it makes it more difficult for families and more conflicts are occurring. So in this situation, I just want to mention some things that are keeping us together. And sports, and I know I'm inspired by you, Chief Little Child. Sport is very important for the Sami people. We have a Sami sport organization, and they are coming from the Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish side of the borders, and we used to meet and do sports together. And so it works across the borders. And it's especially for the children and the youth, and it's important for them to gather and to practice sport together. So this winter, they went to the Arctic Winter Games, which was in Whitehorse, Canada. And Sápmi, they sent 39 participants to these games. So what we see is that it's really important to meet in this kind of situation because you get to know people in another way when you are doing sports, because you get exhausted, tired, and there's a lot of emotion that's being expressed. So you get friends for a lifetime when you meet in that kind of occasions, situations. So I just want to mention Ahko, a grandmother. She used to say that if you feel depressed or angry or you have a hard time, go out and do some physical work. And afterward, you will feel so much better, and you will know you get better insight and wisdom after you have been out working something. So, thank you.
Excuse me, Article 4 and 14 in this declaration is about sports, and I was there with Borje Salming when he came to Toronto.
Thank you. We now move to Amy Bercello, who is an affiliated scholar of the Kroc Institute for Peace and Security, University of San Diego.
Thank you. I'm a discussant on this panel as opposed to a panelist because I'm a non-Indigenous person and I'm also a former diplomat. I was a diplomat up until about 9 months ago. And as a non-Indigenous person, former diplomat, I feel that my purpose at the summit really has been to listen and learn and to be of service in any way that I can. And so as a non-Indigenous former diplomat, I think the only thing that I can speak to any authority is to speak to my fellow diplomats and my fellow people within politics. And that is to say, we are witnessing the breakdown of the international order, and that this collapse is precisely the time for us to reimagine what things could look like, to consciously decide what we want to build next. And that one of the most important things we can do within this reimagining is to listen to Indigenous peacebuilders, mediators, and negotiators. Listening to them is vital to reimagining a system that could actually work. Particularly the emphasis, I remember the first time I heard Bina say it, and I've heard it over and over. This approach to the healing of people, peace, and planet. When I was at the State Department, we rarely talked about healing. That was not a word that you heard. And this is a word we've been hearing over and over. This is such a vital piece to what is missing. This is what we are gathering or hearing here today. So my call to my fellow diplomats is what we need right now is increased listening literacy for diplomats and politicians. A time of collapse is also an opportunity to learn from Indigenous peacebuilders' holistic, anti-greed, pro-development way of engagement. This is what we can learn. And it is a matter of political will whether today's leaders will be willing to listen and willing to open up the spaces where decisions are made. So again, as a former diplomat, I call upon the diplomats here today and anyone that might be watching or listening to this later on to increase your listening literacy in order to create more durable outcomes and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move to Boba Aissatou, who is the Executive Director of Cameroon Indigenous Women's Forum. I won't attempt to translate the next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You will permit me to stand up. The IT, please, can you put the images of my people? This is a symbolic article from my community. And this is representing the voices of my people who are the Mbororo pastoralists. And you can look maybe behind you. You can see the Mbororo pastoralists We have the cows, the cattle, that is our livelihoods. And for the past 10 years, our livelihood have been threatened. We have this ongoing conflict in the northwest and the southwest region of Cameroon, and our people are being targeted. They are being killed upon. You can look at the statistics there. We have thousands of these Mororo people who are killed every day. Their cattle, which is their only livelihood, have been taken away. Their houses are being burnt away. They are internally displaced people all over the city. And you can imagine the women, the children, what they are going through. They don't have somebody to protect them. And this is very, very difficult for them. You can see that is our grazing land where we used to graze our cattle. We milk we milk the cows. That's where we feed on, and that is what we know. And we have these extractive industries that have taken away this our grazing land, and we don't have anywhere to go to. The second pictures, please. We have our cows that are being killed. You can see the images. It is very shocking that the images are so shocking that I could not present the images. But believe me, the images are very terrible. And that is what have been going on. It seems as if it is very normal in Cameroon that they have to kill us anywhere, or they see us. We don't have a say. We are all over the place, scattered and so on. So it is very, very alarming at the moment. Our lands have been taken. So it's terrible. And I want to tell you here that I came a long way from miles upon miles to come and say we are together. We are in the same... we are in the same situation, and we have to look together, all of us, to see how we can work it out. We in Cameroon, we are working with the government, especially with the UN, to make sure that we implement the UN resolution on 1325, which is the Women, Peace and Security, because we feel that is a very important instrument that we have to engage. And we have worked with the government, and at the moment we have the National Plan of Action, where we did the baseline study. Our organization was part of that work. And the Plan of Action is having some... I think we are talking about the prevention section of it. We are talking about the protection. We are talking about the empowerment of all the indigenous people or indigenous people. They need to be protected. They need to build their capacity before they can go into the negotiation table and so on. And I think we are also doing the documentation. You can see we are documenting all the violations that is happening in our community. And when we are going to spaces, we are speaking in the same voice. We have the statistics. And, you know, you can't say something if you don't really, if you don't have the statistics. So we are working on the statistics. And what I have to say is we have to work together as indigenous people. We have to build our capacity so that we can come on the table. Please, I just want maybe 1 minute more. I would like all of us to stand up. Please, 1 minute. Please stand up, and I would like us to hold our hands. Let's hold our hands together. Let's hold our hands together. Thank you. Do you know what this represents? This represents peace. This is peace, and this is the connection. When we are being connected, we feel we are secured. We feel we are protected. We feel we are in solidarity. And we feel we are living in the same place. And when this is taken away from us, we are not more holding our hands. We have lost the channel. We are no more together. We are no more in peace. We are no more in security. We are not in solidarity. And this is what is happening to us today. We are not living together. Our lands are being taken away from us. And our cows are being killed. And I think we have to look into what is happening around the world to say that we are all together. We are thinking about our people who are being jailed when they come to UN meetings. Immediately they get back, they take them to the prison and so on. We are being killed everywhere. We are being targeted. They kidnap us and take us very ransom amount of money everywhere. So we are all together. And I want us to say one word. Land is life. Can we say it? Land is life. Land is life. And the other one is peace is life. If we don't have peace, we don't have life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to now, with the very short time that we have, I'd like to quickly go to each of the panelists and ask them for some closing recommendations on the way forward, very quickly.
Yeah, since I have the microphone, let me just say a word. I think what we need to do is, as indigenous people, we have to be together. We have to form our networks, and then we need to build our capacity. Because if you don't build your capacity on peace building, advocacy skills, you will not be able to go on that table, because we don't want to be on that table with the government to negotiate just as figures, just sitting as figures. We want to be there, and then we give our own contribution, and we make sure that our issues, because we are on the ground, we wear the shoe and we know where the shoe is paining us. So we would like to tell them that this is what we need. This is our priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I totally support this message that we should be united. I said about this in my statement, and in addition to this, I would like to say that we must be proactive as we can, because if we don't speak about our problem and our viewing how we see the resolving of these problems, nobody knows that we have these solutions, we have these proposals, and it's really important to be proactive, to be engaged in all processes. And yes, it's very important not only to be present, because when you come into any international events and platforms, UN and others, you can make a statement, but it's not enough. To speak, it's not enough. You also should to know how it's working, which is the procedures is in which framework is this exist, and who are really made the decisions and approach to this. And this is why we are, as indigenous, we are so advocate to be included in all decision-making processes which exist, and we could and the decisions which could affect our lives. So this is my solution.
There is a lot of things, but what I see very important is our youth and our children, and to learn them how to get to know each other in good ways. And I think sport is one of the ways, because you use your body and you have this common experience, and you are in a competition, but after the competition we are all friends again. So I think it's a very good way to see how you can be angry and you can show emotions, but after all we are friends, and you know the other one much better after that. And the other thing is that our traditional clothes, when we sew them together with the children, they get to know their ancestors, how they used to sew their stitch. So I think that is also a very important way through the physical learning is important to our children, our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd say two things. First is the power of working in coalition. Primarily, we've heard time and time again the power of what it means to come together, to not just be one. And then a second piece is, please know, for all of the Indigenous Peacebuilders, Mediators, Negotiators, that there are allies like myself, there are many other allies here today and outside of these rooms that want to be in coalition with you, that support you and want to help work in coalition with you.
Thank you. We'll go online very quickly.
Thank you, everyone. We're sorry we're not there. But a couple of additional reflections. One of them is proposing to the different political communities the methodologies and epistemologies of indigenous peoples for peace. In Colombia, we have learned that indigenous peoples can contribute to national peace and reconciliation. Right now, for example, there's a special jurisdiction for peace where there are indigenous magistrates leading justice sanctions based on indigenous knowledge and combining indigenous knowledge with national law. The second message is strengthening what we're doing right now is this South-South cooperation and believing in this lessons sharing. And the third message is supporting the participation of women and their leaders in decision-making. Thank you. Greetings from Colombia.
Thank you.
As I was sitting here listening to all our panelists speak and those that attended with us here on Zoom, I've forgotten a few things about this process. This is a process given to us by the Creator. We continually live on this path to peace, the Haudenosaunee. We still abide by these principles. One thing I forgot to mention was the Silver Covenant Chain agreement that goes along with this, whereas if we need help or assistance with a matter or an issue, then we are in agreement with our treaty partners that all we have to do is tug on that chain a little bit. That chain is made of silver, and it becomes tarnished over the years. So how we do that to create that discussion, that respectful and peaceful discussion and negotiation, as we tug on that chain. So in a sense, what we call that is policing the chain. We still abide by that. We're still tugging on it. I think that our brothers have pulled a fast one on us, hooked it onto a post, put a little bell on there, and nobody's answering the bell, unfortunately. But we are insistent on following our processes in terms of our negotiations with any local, national, or international entity. We come to the table always good-minded. That good-minded encompasses three things that are very important. It's that love, that kindness, and compassion. We always come to the table with that in our hearts and our minds to balance us out, to ensure and insist upon respectful and peaceful negotiation and discussion. Danito, yame.
Very quickly, I also have a couple of illustrations. We're here at the United Nations again since 1977 to call on our treaty to be affirmed and recognized as an international agreement. We have a replica here of our treaty with the United Kingdom that makes our treaty an international agreement. So we're asking all the three mechanisms to affirm that Treaty 6 is an international agreement, a sacred agreement, and we ask your support in that. Lastly, we hear about unity, and another illustration from treaty time is the sweetgrass. I have a braid of sweetgrass here that was used in the prayer ceremonies for treaty. And it doesn't matter how strong you are, how tough you think you are, you will not be able to break this. You can't. Because that's a teaching of strength and unity for all of us. Because if we're not united and we go each our different ways, we just fall apart. So we need to stay united and work together. Hi, thank you.
And with that, I want to thank each and every one of our distinguished panelists and for joining us. And I want to thank every individual who has taken their sacred time to spend with us today to hear about these solutions. Ai and Nananoskamon, and we will go over to our sister Bina.
Plus for this wonderful panel, which brought a lot of light, because this day too is about finding solutions, what's happening, and we have such beautiful examples by Chief and others today. Thank you so much to each one of you. I know you all have been having tea and little iced tea and so we will continue. The people of the Nuba Mountains want to present a little dance which connects cows, the lands, and their community. And we couldn't say no to it. So they will just, as the people from who are going to perform the Manipur classical dance are preparing in the next room, we request our brothers from the Nuba Mountains. Is the space okay for you all? Okay. It's on. No? Use this. Okay.
Hold on. Hello. As one of our sisters, Lena, stated yesterday that we are from Nuba Mountain in southern Kordofan regions. We do have a very good culture, but our culture is more of them is a very physical and it's very violent culture. But now we're trying to make it easier for us, at least, to show some of the culture that we do have. But at the same time, as I said, the most important thing about the indigenous people, I kind of yesterday felt that we are all connected. So this connection, we need it to stay as much as possible. This is the only way we can get together and then we can find a way forward. So if you don't mind, you can play some of the traditions. And also, this horn, hold on, I forgot. This horn, it is sign of strength. It's sign of power. Because in our tradition, the bull always lead the herds. So then leading the herds, that means you have to protect, you have to be strong, you have to be preserving to those things. And also, the herds feed on the grass. So that means it's connected to the earth. So if you look at most of the indigenous people, they're all about land and about the culture and about the culture and the life and all that. We all belong to the earth and we all belong to our interconnectional spirit. So please, thank you for giving us an opportunity, Lena, Bina. This is the second time we've been here, and we're willing to share more in the coming days. So please, pay attention and let's do some of our dance.
Just 1 minute. I just want to let you know who is Nuba. Nuba, we are an indigenous people of Sudan. And we always called autochthones. Autochthones is an Greek word, and it means salt of the land. We are the salt of Sudan. And we are about 82 tribes divided to 10 groups. Those 10 groups speak different languages. Those we are the Nuba. And now you will see the dance.
Thank you, our brothers from the Nuba Mountain. Thank you so much. Yes. Our next is Nanacha, are you ready? Nanacha and team, are you ready? Nanacha, please come up. It's your turn now. Yes. Yes. Our volunteers, Nanacha. Nanacha and team, please come up to the dais. We are now, thank you so much. Yes. Please give a round of applause. We are welcoming the Manipur classical dance performed by Amy Mutum, Jessie Lairenjam, Thaja Hamom, and Atoibi Mutum. Please give a round of welcome to the young people who are coming to join us on a Sunday where they should be resting. Please come, Lala. La. Pum. Anidi. Allow to. Yes. So we'll just wait a moment. Dum lepo ko na bani. Sila Lala. She said, dum lepo ko. Asan lep. Would you like to introduce yourself? Class ke anam tayo. Lala. Come. Tell who you are. La. Sila o. Nangi minga class ke anam hai.
My name is Jessie Larringam and I'm in 6th grade.
How old you are?
11 years old.
It's 11 years. It's our next generation. Please, a round of applause for the child. Lala, nang hai.
My name is Taja Hamom. I'm in 5th grade and I'm 10.
You pass it on to next. Yes.
My name is Emmy Mutum and I'm in 5th grade and I'm 11.
Yes.
My name is Atoibi Mutum. I'm in 4th grade and I'm 9.
Yes, thank you. Oh, okay. Louder. Give our children, the next generation. Okay. Nanacha lao nang hayo lao. Lao. No siya din na tra. The pambiro. Nang na-introduce.
Kuramjari, now presenting Bal Krishna Nartan, a Manipuri classical dance portraying the childhood of Lord Krishna, performed by Amy Mutum, Jessie Lairenjam, Thaja Hamom, and Athobi Mutum. Please sit back and enjoy their performance. Thank you.
Surada
Thank you so much. Wait, moida ambukang pina ba ko? So Vera from Saha Republic and Nidia from Bolivia will honor our little young ones with a little flower. And then nanacha moida like amamam yen bira sira. And they can read stories of indigenous storybooks. Yes. And we would also like to take a moment to thank 2 teachers and their mothers. Please come. Yes, please. They were the ones. Please get 2 more later. Yeah. To just, yes. Can we please honor them, Vera and, okay. Yes. Our mothers who have carried on the generations and taught it. They belong to the Manipuri Bangladesh Association, and they are living here. And just to know how they are carrying on their language and the indigenous traditions far away. We carry our cultures with us. So once again, thank you so much. A big, big, big round of applause. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yam nungay Jericho. Thank you so much, and all the best. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Thank you. Yes. Did you feel a little refreshed? See, it brings their energy of the younger generation. Yes. Saudita says peace. Yes. All right. So we request volunteers to set back the next panels. Can you please help? Why should Gilbert be doing all the work? Can anyone help? Everyone help, please. Yeah. Yeah, there's just 1 or 2 running around. And they may get tired, so just worried about, yeah. All right. With this, our next panel to be moderated by our elder Otilia Luxkoti and Adam Kuliet Lemarca from the Maasai Parokio Pastoralist Indigenous Community Development Organization from Tanzania. Tanzania in the list of banned countries. So it's a miracle that Adam is here with us. We thought he was not able to join us, but Adam managed to get his visa, even very difficult times. He was here at our first Indigenous Peacebuilders Summit. He is an active member and a steering committee member of our network. We call upon Fiorella Trisiki, Polly Walker, Christopher Turner, Susil Raj, Maisnam Arnipal, and Seo Win to please join us here. And I hand over to Adam and our elder Otilia Lux.
Muchas gracias, Dina. Nuevamente, con esta actividad tan interesante y trascendental, vamos con la actividad en la cual queremos escuchar de cada uno de los panelistas y las panelistas en relación a las buenas prácticas de la construcción de la paz y especialmente aspectos importantes de la reparación. Y no repetición. Es decir, no al castigo, ¿no? Son prácticas importantes que se han realizado en varios de nuestros países y en el mundo. Esas prácticas también de sanación y justicia que se requiere después de un conflicto armado, de una guerra o después, digamos, de conflictos territoriales u otro tipo de conflictos como violencias estructurales o violencias institucionales, violencias contra las mujeres en sus distintas facetas. Creo que es importante oír a cada una de las personas que están en este panel y, por supuesto, lo que queremos ver es esa mediación, negociación, la paz y la sanación de las personas, ¿verdad?, juntas en la colectividad. Y por supuesto, todos estos aspectos que hemos mencionado contribuyen a la gobernanza y también tiene mucho que ver el Estado de Derecho y, por otro lado, el camino hacia una vida democrática, una vida llena de gobernanza. Son las aspiraciones que nosotras como personas quisiéramos verlo en realidad después de los conflictos que hemos escuchado. Entonces le damos la supremacía a la diplomacia. La diplomacia es uno de los mecanismos y que conlleva la gran responsabilidad de gobiernos, de estados, de instituciones. Por eso se cataloga como la diplomacia como algo sagrado, que es muy importante. En este sentido, hoy los colegas tienen 3 minutos, me parece. ¿Alguien lleva el control? Por allá lleva el control la colega. Tiene, para que llevemos el tiempo, 3 minutos o 5. 5. Bueno, me dice por acá nuestra estimada presidenta. 5 minutos. Perfecto. 5 minutos, entonces cada uno, por favor, usted lleva los controles. Entonces tenemos acá nuestros colegas Fiorella Triscriti. Ella es oficial de Asuntos Políticos, División de las Américas, Departamento de Asuntos Políticos y de Consolidación de la Paz en Naciones Unidas. Tiene la palabra, Fiorella.
Buenos días. Ay, no. Perdón. Thank you so much. Buenos días. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. I'm honored to be here. First of all, I want to commend you all for your commitment, for your hard work, for BINA's leadership. This would not happen without you and without many of you, of course. I'm going to have very brief remarks because I actually, as some of my other non-Indigenous participants said, I'm here to learn, to listen. And so from the United Nations, yesterday you heard my director, Laura Flores, give some opening remarks. And so my department, the DPPA, Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, our mandate is to promote the efforts of the Secretary General to prevent conflict. It's going so-so, honestly. But we have learned through this journey that as we want to build inclusive processes, this, of course, is crucial, but also vital for the sustainability. And Indigenous peoples, of course, have a lot. They have a lot at stake because of where they stand, because of the historical grievances, but they have a lot to offer. And this is how we partner with BINA for now a couple of years, I think. And it's been a great journey. From the UN, I can only say that we are very young in our inclusive journey. It was a couple of years ago with Sushil, we were starting as well that work when you were with DPPA at the time. And I have to say, we try, but it's difficult. It's difficult because the UN, it's a member state organization, member state-led organization. We have limits, there's politics, there's interest, but we recognize, some of us really do recognize that we need to do things in a different way, or at least start to open our minds to all this, the intersection, the idea of holistic peace, the idea that land does not have a price, that time is circular indeed, that singing, moving, all of those rituals are crucial to heal. Weaving, it's just something that for a lot of us that did not grow up with Indigenous background is completely foreign. We have never heard of those things and we're learning them. It's true. At school, we don't learn those things anymore. So again, thank you. I think this is the beginning of a journey of continuing the conversation. BINA, anybody who would like to reach to us, to DPPA, We are always, with an open heart. 2 minutes, okay? Just two things. Within the United Nations, going to our mediation, if you go online, you can find all kinds of, booklets and information, but what we do have at DPPA is sometimes we have some experts that are really our mediators, those who will be sent to the ground to mediate peace processes. We are in need of indigenous mediators. We need of indigenous facilitators. We would welcome to be in a position to have that, to count on those capacities. Because as we have said, as Bina mentioned, critical minerals is the next frontier. We are going to see more and more conflicts, this is our analysis at least, where indigenous people will be partners, victims. It's happening, it's going to continue to happen. And so it's vital that when we look at conflict prevention, we do include sincerely from the get-go, as you know, declaration, FP, like we have all these beautiful guidelines, we have all these beautiful normative frameworks, and we need to apply them, we need them to be implemented sincerely. And I think this will happen if the work of this network continues, if member states continue to join us. I know there were some champions yesterday, Canada, Morocco, Australia, Guatemala, Mexico. I'm sure I'm missing a few. And those are, we need to continue that partnership. So I don't know if this was helpful, but again, thank you. Thank you for the space. And again, congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Gracias, Fiorella. Al final haremos una mención o una conclusión de todos y todas, por favor. Polly Walker. Ella es profesora asociada emérita en estudios de paz y conflicto y presidenta de educación indígena en Ottawa. Tiene la palabra.
Gracias. Osio, Chicharagui, Polly Walker, Aledaxe Dawaton. Pueblo Sandia unceded land Chinela, Nato Hida Ide Hesti. Greetings, I'm a Cherokee descendant. My Western name is Polly Walker, and my Cherokee name is Duxie, the box turtle, the peacemaker. I currently live on the unceded lands of the Pueblo of Sandia, and my work is focused on restoring balance and harmony so that we may all live together in peace. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Turtle Island Knowledge Collective. Who are we? We're a group of indigenous and non-indigenous peace builders, scholars, and mediators. Why did we come together? Basically, we came together to decolonize the research and practice of peace building, which our settler colonial countries of Canada and the United States export around the world, but yet ignore the foundational peace building principles of the Native people and the First Nations of these lands. We first came together in 2021, and we wondered, is there a way that we could bring together these two very different ways of peace building, peacemaking in a good way that would be good for the peoples, particularly the indigenous peoples who are oppressed, but also, as many of you said, which would be really important in this time of great change and transformation around the world. So our first gathering, we came together and started building relationships. We knew that we're going to get nowhere if we wanted to recenter indigenous peace building if we didn't build relationships amongst ourselves. So we worked very intentionally to create spaces of deep listening, of open hearts, of humility, of sincerity, and justice. And these came to fruition in January, a year before last. We met together on the Ganawagi Reserve, and you've been able to hear from many members of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Mohawk Nation here today. We had an exposure there, 2 days in the Longhouse. We invited there by Tagi Alfred, one of our colleagues in this knowledge network. And sometimes we sat for a long time and listened to the Mohawk language. And we had to listen from our hearts, and not from my Cherokee or my Western mind, but listen from our hearts and in that place. And 2 days of that very place-based relationship, being fed meals by community members, being opened with prayer and ceremony. I was really surprised to hear, I'm not so much surprised to hear from the indigenous people, but when the two-track diplomats spoke, They spoke from a place I had never heard them speak before, rather than emphasizing professionalism and academic knowledge and all of these accolades that they had gained. They spoke from a place of vulnerability and humility and talked about when they worked in there and their work didn't work, or when they had to shift and change and move to a different way. So we found a different way of being together. And so now where are we headed from here? What are we trying to accomplish, as Bina says, to do the work? So in October of last year, we met at the Ottawa Dialogue, which hosts us and provides a lot of the foundation for our work. Again, in a 2-day dialogue, this time in a more academic setting, but open with prayer and ritual and building on those place-based relationships. And out of this gathering is going to come a book of our ideas on how we might move forward. But I think, hopefully I speak accurately for this collective, that we're in the very beginning stages. Where we want to head is to create new models that are good for the people, the Indigenous peoples who have been marginalized and oppressed, and that lift up our values, our traditions, and our knowledge for the wider world, so that our peacemaking and our ways of restoring balance and harmony are shared around the globe. So we have a couple of other publications out, bibliography on Indigenous peacemaking, a chapter on Indigenous women and climate change, environmental processes, and we also have a dialogical chapter on Indigenous peacemaking in this time of apocalypse. So we have a website. I'm also happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you, Bina, for inviting us to share our work here, and thanks to all of you who shared very deeply from your hearts, your people, your land, your ancestors, and with our work for the coming generations. Wato Galielega.
Muchas gracias, Poli. Pasamos con el hermano Christopher Tuner, especialista en investigación cultural del Museo Nacional Indígena de América del Smithsonian.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Bina for asking me to speak today, and to Vera and Nydia and all the leaders of the Indigenous Peoples. Wonderful to be here amongst you. Sorry I couldn't join you yesterday, but it's wonderful to be with you here today. I am with the National Museum of the American. I've been there 20 years. I come from Haudenosaunee country as well, from upstate New York, Cayuga Nation territory. But I've been in Washington, D.C. for over 20 years, and I'm here principally today to tell you about a project that we have that's about 12 years old, an exhibition closely related to many things that the Venerable Colin here spoke about earlier, but the treaty tradition in the United States, and the exhibition is called Nation to Nation. And it's about those treaties and what they represent about the American government's relationship to Indigenous nations in this country. It doesn't deal too much with Canada. I know that Chief Littlechild also spoke about a treaty already today as well. Canadian treaties and American treaties have pretty distinctly different types of histories. But what we're doing with Nation to Nation, and what I'm really here to tell you about, is that we've rediscovered that treaties are a good way, a really excellent way, to teach a lot about Indigenous leadership in the past, and to learn more about what strategies of peace building and other paths that can be used, that we can learn from what Indigenous leaders did in the past. Many of these stories have become buried in legal histories and buried in court cases, and basically become the discussion of only one side of the equation. But Colin held up a wampum belt, and he showed the earliest form of these traditions, and that is where the traditions came from. And one of the things that we find that typically Americans in particular have forgotten is that their leaders learned Indigenous protocols of peace. They knew them, and they were already following them at a period of time. They couldn't get agreements from Indigenous people without following them. So they had actually already begun to incorporate those techniques. They did more than just give a nod. We have many, many examples. 10 years ago, we showed a treaty. I'll just make the example to make one that's very familiar to some of you here. Both one here in New York City in 1790 with the Muskogee Creek Nation, and then one in 1794, the Great Treaty of Canandaigua, in which the ambassador for George Washington used several ceremonial protocols that he could have only have known quite well, and he needed to use them to get the buy-in and get the agreement, because often the American leaders were actually seeking pretty substantial things from Native leaders, and so they knew they had to give ground in order to get ground as well. I just want to say a little bit of something about this current year that we're going into, because it's not a favorite topic of mine, but we are going into this strange year in which Americans everywhere are going to be celebrating their revolution again. It happens every now and then. And the 250th anniversary is coming up. And you'll hear a lot about it. And it, unfortunately, we find in talking with community members everywhere that it's a celebration of a war, once again. And we wonder if there's other ways when we look at the treaties of that same period and how very often peaceful resolutions were found in a period all the way up to about the 1820s before things started to change and those relationships started to sour and the treaty elements that they had struggled for started to be forgotten. But we have to wonder if there might be kind of a revolution found in peace, and we might tell those stories as well. And our project at NMAI, and looking closely at the treaties, I haven't said what it is that we do. We basically show the treaties one at a time. They are principal high-level documents of the United States government, so we don't touch them even as the Smithsonian. They bring them from the government, which is the National Archives, and they bring them and they show the treaties. And so one at a time we look at them very closely. We invite the community members whose treaties they are to come and share with them and have time with them and spend time reading them very, very closely and seeing what there is to learn from them if they haven't seen them before. Many of them have never been displayed before. So we use them in that way, and then we put them on display, and we invite Americans to come. Americans need to take the time to learn that these treaties are theirs too. In fact, their ancestors negotiated those treaties on their behalf in the same way that Native leaders used their protocols of peace and negotiational skills to obtain the things that they were seeking in protection for their people, in security, things like food sovereignty. These documents are not just old and forgotten. They need to be brought to the fore regularly now and reaffirmed. So just one last thing, I'll invite you all, anytime you are in Washington, D.C., come to the museum there, and I'll be happy to show you whatever treaty is on display and take you through the exhibit. But tomorrow as well, right here in New York, we of course have a museum right in Manhattan. So if you are available still here tomorrow, I believe there's a time frame. Yeah, 11 o'clock or so. I'll be around all day at the museum, so if you want to trickle in later, but at about 11 o'clock I'll receive anybody that's from the group here to take them through a treaty, an exhibition, a different one, but one that does deal with the great law of peace, something that we've also spoken about that. So I want to say thank you again, and I'll turn the mic over to...
Muchas gracias, Christopher. Sí queremos que se ajusten a sus 5 minutos. Sushil Shah, director ejecutivo del programa Global Rights and Communities Wildlife Conservation Society.
Thank you, Otilia, respected elders, Indigenous brothers and sisters, and colleagues. So I'm from the Adharmi Dalit community, which are located in the Shivalik foothills of Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. I started with the United Nations at the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues as part of the Secretariat. And then I went on a journey of self-realization, but also, which continues as we continue with life, but also to further the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So the journey took me to different countries with the United Nations. Eventually, I became a special procedures mandate holder with the working group of experts on people of African descent, and then finally ended up with the Wildlife Conservation Society for the last 4.5 years. In the work I've done on peace building, I'd like to share with you 4 reflections. So firstly, I would say for those of us who have gained privilege from working in international institutions, we have to use our privilege to open up and expand the table of decision-making in every way possible. This is not easy at all, but it's a constant journey. At the same time, we need to recognize that some of us come from lived experiences of oppression and discrimination while working for change in systems that were not set up by us, rules that were not made by us. This reflection comes from working in Nepal, where I helped to facilitate discussions between local, national government, Indigenous peoples, Dalit communities, and Madhesi communities after the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2006. This required systematic efforts to open up spaces, lift voices, and bring Indigenous, Dalit, and Madhesi communities to the table for discussion with government. In my view, the UN was best placed to be in the background as a humble facilitator, but that was not always the case. There were many colleagues who wanted to direct the discussions, who wanted to define the terms of those discussions. Humility was not always present, and it required many conversations on raising awareness, on educating them, on demonstrating by doing. So it did place a burden on those of us who work in this system. Secondly, what we carry in our hearts and minds shapes how peacemaking and peacebuilding unfolds. This experience and insight comes from working in Darfur with the UN Peacekeeping Mission, the UN African Union, and with Geneva, where essentially the communities were not included in the voices of the armed opposition groups as they spoke with government, as they negotiated. Often some of these armed opposition groups had selfish interests in their hearts to capture power, and the voices of Indigenous women were missing. Indigenous peoples were stuck in a civil society track, which was not fully inclusive, and the UN-AU mediator really did not have an understanding of what it means to really implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Lastly, working in the Congo, also there was exclusion. The issues of Indigenous peoples were seen as lower than the larger conflicts. When I was working in the peacekeeping, again, raising these issues, really bringing them to the fore, bringing Indigenous leaders into discussion was the main aspect we focused on. Even then, it was limited in success. And currently with the Wildlife Conservation Society, we are organizing a mediation process between the Batwa Indigenous peoples and the local government and the provincial government to really implement the 2019 Batwa Bukavu roadmap that they signed with the government. Lastly, I would say that for mediators, external mediators, it's very important to think holistically, because mediation processes are siloed and segmented. To understand the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and I think to bring in the perspectives that we've heard about today of healing, of really Indigenous traditional knowledge. And for this, I'm really grateful to you, Bina. I think there's a lot more we can do between the network and third-party mediators on this. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sushil. Pasamos con Maisna Arnapal de la Universidad de California, Santa Bárbara.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maisna Arnapal. I'm from Manipur. I belong to the same community as Bina. We are Métis. We are a transnational indigenous community. Most of us live in Manipur, which is an Indian state. Some of our transnational relatives and kins live in Myanmar and Bangladesh. Some of them you saw today. They've done performance yesterday and today. I speak from the standpoint of a conflict survivor. Some of us are lucky that we are able to flee our hometown. Our hometown has been turned into a battle zones between armed groups, state and non-state actors. And I also want to draw attention briefly, a few seconds, to what's happening in my hometown. Of course, Professor Noni Arambam yesterday has given a detailed presentation yesterday, but at the moment, Manipur is under seized. There's curfew. There's been curfew going on for weeks, and there's also an ongoing ethnic conflict that doesn't involve just two ethnic communities, but at the moment there are multiple ethnic communities that are involved in this conflict for the past more than 3 years. And why I'm saying so, because the national media has completely blocked what's happening on the ground. They're busy running news and stories about films and politicians and all those sassy stories. But I think it's important that we need to tell our stories whichever space that we find. I also want to follow what our previous speakers highlighted. It's really inspiring. Limits of the United Nations and also decolonizing research on peace and peace building. As we all know, United Nations, of course, is based on a nation-state theory framework. Not everyone finds an equal space, and I was very hurt when I got to learn from some of our friends from Taiwan that it's not easy for Taiwanese to find a space in the UN Permanent Forum for the fact that Taiwan is not a recognized member of the United Nations, right? And similarly, in the case of Manipur as well, whenever we try to bring our issues in the international forum, the Indian government tries to block or tries to create as much hurdle as possible, so it's not easy to find all these spaces, right, including the United Nations or international law, or any kind of those international framework that relies on nation-state framework. And secondly, decolonizing research and education. And here, as much as rights and policies are important, I think it's also very important to bring in our lived experiences of having survived operation or having thrived in those circumstances. And here I want to rely on the power of stories. As a Native American scholar, Leanne Howey says, for Native people, stories are not just works of fiction. Stories are also a science. Stories are also our political knowledge. Stories are all forms of knowledge. We store our knowledge in stories that are passed down from generation to generation. And with this, I want to bring, I don't have time to tell the story from Manipur, but I want to introduce the metaphor of, a metaphor from my indigenous knowledge, which is the metaphor of what we call love. In our language, we use the word nungshi. So when we say, I love you, it means, loosely translated, I'm annihilating myself. So loving someone means annihilating the self, the centrism, right? So so loving someone is undoing the separation, the artificial boundary between you and I, between nation and nation, between community and communities. That is something rooted in our philology, in our philosophy. It's not just an ethic or a principle, it's something that we practice in our everyday peace building. So people are surprised that you guys live in these 70 years of militarization, military occupation, and all these wars and conflict going on. How do you guys survive? How do you guys thrive? Because we have been practicing love and care in our everyday life. Those everyday stories need to be told and need to be shared with each other, and that's what we've been doing for the past 2 days. All the stories that we hear from each other. I think we need to create more space, more room beyond this 2-day delegation and read about each other's work and sit with each other and be vulnerable and, as Ichibina yesterday said, speak from your heart. Thank you.
Gracias, estimado compañero. Vamos con el último. Después le paso la palabra aquí al compañero Adamu, que tiene otra dinámica para la continuidad de este foro. Le toca entonces Siyowin Ware, de la Nación Crow de Montana, Departamento de Ecología y Biología Evolutiva y Ciencias Ambientales de la Universidad de Texas.
Kahe, Henewa Beachik, Balaja, Bat, Biaba, Chilishuk, Biashkup Goyawik, Biabzaluguk. Hello, everybody. My name is Siyowin Ware, and I come from the Crow Tribe of Indians of Montana. I just want to preface everything by saying, just as a Crow Indian woman, sorry. I just want to preface this by saying, as a Crow Indian woman, we don't necessarily speak by ourselves out in public, but I was given permission to do this to bring awareness by my father, Thomas Cummins. My name is Siyowin Ware. I'm honored, very honored, to be here at the Second Global Peace Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding as a representative of my people and my community. I'm currently studying ecology and evolutionary biology and environmental science at the University of Texas at El Paso. My biggest hope is to pursue a future in animal conservation and environmental work that will allow me to give back to my tribe and my people. But beyond my academic path, I'm here as someone who comes from the reservation, who understands the realities our communities face, and who hopes to return home with the knowledge and tools to create change. Today, I want to focus on two main issues that I care about deeply: the missing and murdered Indigenous women and people crisis, and the need for stronger educational outreach and opportunity for our Native youth. Because our youth are our future. They are going to be the ones who carry us on. So rather than stand here and pretend that there is one single answer, I want to offer this more as a conversation. I want us to think together about not only what is happening in our communities, but also why these things continue and what true healing and peace building should actually look like for Indigenous peoples. So the first issue, missing and murdered Indigenous women and people. This is not just a statistic in Indigenous communities, and it is not something distant from my own. It is personal. It is tied to fear, grief, silence, and the painful reality that too many of our people are not protected the way that they should be. And this crisis is not abstract in Montana. According to the Montana Department of Justice, there were 650 missing Indigenous persons cases reported in Montana in 2021 alone. One of these cases, 67% of those cases, 67% involved women, and over 80% of those involved youth under the age of 18. Indigenous people made up nearly 31% of all missing person reports in Montana that year, despite being only about 7% of the state's population. This issue also hits especially close to home on Crow land. According to data from the Montana Missing Indigenous Persons Task Force, Crow Agency, located in the Bighorn County, had the highest number of reported missing Indigenous person cases of any reported agency in the state, with 10 cases. When we talk about peace building, I think we have to be honest. There can be no peace without safety. Sorry. There can be no healing if our women, girls, and relatives are disappearing. If they're still being harmed and still being failed by the systems that are supposed to protect us. Sorry. And I think one of the hardest but most necessary questions is, why does this continue? Is it because of jurisdictional confusion between tribal, state, and federal systems? Is it because of systemic neglect? Or is it because too many Native lives are still treated as less urgent, less visible, and less protected? And I think the same question, why does this continue, also applies to the opportunities our young people are or are not given. So the other issue is educational outreach for Native youth, especially on reservations, not just mine. For me, this is personal because I know what it means to grow up in a place where many young people are full of potential, but are not always shown the full range of what is possible for their future. They are told that they cannot do it. They are told that it is not possible, and they believe it. And that hurts, because a lot of young people on reservations can be leaders. They can be peace builders, and they can do that internationally, but they're not told that they can. It's not just a feeling. It shows up in the numbers. In Bighorn County, Montana, where much of Crow land is located, only about 17.8% of adults aged 25 and older hold a bachelor's degree or higher, while 21.7% live in poverty. At the same time, nearly 31% of the population is underage, which means a huge part of the community is young and still being shaped by what opportunities they do or do not have. Sorry. This issue isn't local or national. I'm out of time, but I just want to finish this part. It's a global issue. It's not just something that happens on one reservation. It happens everywhere. The United Nations notes that there are about 476 million Indigenous people across 90 countries. And although Indigenous people make up less than 5% of the world's population, they also account for about 15% of the world's poorest. Sorry, just a second. All of these perspectives matter. Every single one of you here, your perspective matters. And I want you all to make sure that your voices are heard. If you don't feel like it is, yell it. Make sure that they hear you. Don't let them belittle you or push your voice down. Your voice matters more than anything else in the world. We are not a lot. We are few, but we are mighty. And that is one of the things that we say in the Crow tribe. The Crow tribe, we are few, but we are mighty when we are together. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por las expresiones de cada uno de los compañeros del panel y por supuesto de Sioin, que expresó el dolor, el sentimiento y la emoción que se siente realmente cuando estamos frente a una tragedia. Y por otro lado, para impedir oportunidades a las juventudes, como ella lo expresó. Lo dejo acá, paso la palabra aquí al compañero Adamu. ¿Tienes la palabra, Adamu? Adamu viene de la Organización de Desarrollo de la Comunidad Indígena Pastoralista Masai, Paracuillo, Tanzania. Entonces yo le dejo los micrófonos, hermano.
Muchas gracias, amiga, comandante. Can we stand up? I feel healing. And in my area, we live in the savannah, and we have a lot of challenges, especially our wild animals. We fight the lions. And when we were warriors, we were told, if you want to get a wife, you have to kill a lion. And it was very tough to kill a lion. So we decided to approach the elders to ask them to have a polite or another way of marrying and not killing through killing the lions. And now we coexist with the environment and all these animals without killing them. Be seated. I thank the presenters. I was to ask you 3 questions, but before I share the situation, I had difficulties of coming because of visa issues. But it took me 1 week to get visa. I went to the embassy, and in a matter of 1 hour, I got visa. And in a matter of few hours, I got a ticket. Few hours, my ticket was also changed to be able to attend the peace conference. So it was a spiritual work. Back home, we have facing the challenges of extreme weather, climate change. We suffered almost 7 or so months of drought. We lost so many livestock, and we thank Bina for coming, and Gilbert. They shared the situation, and we had to bless the land. And it was in October, and a few months later, the rain started, and the whole area is green, and we are happy. But there's a lot of floods. Maybe we should ask the rain to slow a bit. But again, it's a very big challenge. But I know in healing, there's always possibilities, because healing is the only way that will take us where we used to be as humans, because we have a very beautiful planet and very beautiful people, but the mentality through the capitalistic way of life is what is causing all these collisions globally. We have to go back to the roots as humans. Now, one question to the presenters. One is on the artificial boundaries. We are now living in fear of artificial intelligence, but already there are artificial boundaries. How this is affecting our peace and our coexistence. Another is on the Mothers' March. We are now planning Mothers' March, and I thank Bina for saying that men can also participate because we are fathers, and we can change a bit to be mothers during the march. how this is going to support a peace campaign. Said, how can we include peace in the learning curricula? Thank you.
Hemos escuchado las prácticas o las buenas prácticas de cada uno de los exponentes, considerándolos como medidas importantes para trabajar en la colectividad o con el agraviado o agraviada. En este sentido, hemos escuchado el trabajo que realizan los mediadores o facilitadores en prevención de los conflictos, la construcción de la paz desde el ámbito de la descolonización o decolonización, las prácticas importantes que realizan en forma colectiva los pueblos indígenas para lograr la transformación de conductas que fueron implantadas y que vuelve a la normalidad. Hubo estrategias importantes también mencionadas como parte de la biografía que hay de la paz para que las comunidades las conocieran. Escuchamos también siempre el énfasis en los mediadores como la forma holística que pueden abarcar para la búsqueda de la sanación en las comunidades. Se hizo énfasis en el conocimiento y la aplicabilidad de la norma internacional y por otro lado se enfatizó también sobre la filosofía de la cosmovisión de los pueblos. Creo que en este sentido se subrayó también el darle la oportunidad y seguridad integral a las juventudes para que tengan también los espacios del crecimiento intelectual y crecimiento físico, cultural. Es decir, no vedar ese derecho también de la juventud y considerando también de que después de una guerra, me paso tal vez a alguna práctica que hemos tenido en el caso de Guatemala, vivir y sentir y enfrentar los horrores de la guerra requiere una gran capacidad de coraje, de corazón y de visión colectiva. Y se continúa luchando por mantener la vida y la reconstrucción del tejido social. Las mujeres y las organizaciones elevaron su voz y llevaron a justicia a los criminales de guerra. Más de 16 casos fueron encaminados a la justicia transicional en Guatemala desde el genocidio cometido contra el pueblo maya. Esto también permitió darle espacios de lucha a mujeres y organizaciones para llevar otros casos. Serpur Sarco. Serpur Sarco es un caso en donde las mujeres esclavizadas y violadas sexualmente por el ejército fueron también sentenciados. Es decir que hay prácticas muy importantes, pero ¿cómo recuperó las comunidades la confianza? ¿Cómo recuperaron? Es decir que las comunidades recuperaron con la sanación de mujeres sabias que utilizan las plantas y la medicina natural. Muy importante. La práctica también de la espiritualidad maya y la práctica colectiva. Estos en términos generales, como sumatoria de las prácticas que cada uno de los panelistas nos hicieron notar esta mañana. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much to our moderator and all for this. Thank you very much. Again, another round of applause. Please remember their words, their cries. Thank you for speaking your heart out. It has reached us. And this will turn us to do things, the right things, as we move ahead. Thank you. All right. So as we know that we have been running over a little over the time, Anna Jessie May from Philippines, if you're here, can you please come up? Asatu Manu, Indigenous activist from Cameroon. As we just... Yes, thank you so much. We will be morphing the different sessions so that you can have your lunch at 1 o'clock, because I know some of you must be hungry. But we take a moment because some of the people who really helped us for over the months, they have to take the train back. And I would really like to thank 6 special members of the Holy Trinity Church who have come all the way from Washington, D.C. Took trains. Some of them teach at universities, but they have been working with such love and humility to be with us so that you all felt comfort. You were welcomed. We were even ready. They were even ready to drive to get extra food if the food was less. We are so grateful to all of you for your dedication and your time to be here with us. So if members of HTC can please come up so that we could give our token of appreciation. Okay, yes, just 3. Yes, oh, you're going. Oh, Angel, you're going to? Oh, thank you, yes, okay. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Our spiritual leaders, Angel, please wait. Angel, please. Yes, please wait. Yes, the beginning program. Yes, we were a little bit waking up. Thank you so much, Angel.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Initially, we were just starting the program, and I know some of you in the beginning haven't got our lay room. Please, we will get that to you, okay? Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. So would you like to speak a few words?
I will just say hello to everyone. This is Cindy and Jean, and I'm Erin, and yeah, it's an honor to be here. So thank you.
Yes, there are 6 of them. Ashley is not here. Erin, Kathleen, Linda, Cynthia, Jean, Ellen. Thank you so much for being with us and supporting us in such a gracious way, away from your families and your work. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So please take for others. Okay, for the others. Please give it to them because of what you have done for us. This is a little thing we can do from our side. Again, just a little moment. I also want to thank the flowers that you see in the room. We didn't buy them. We had no money to buy them. But it was gifted by Megan Weiss, who said she couldn't be here with us, but she sent the flowers so that you could be with each other as we do this work together. So please thank Megan Weiss also for this. She's not here. You see these paintings? We didn't lift from the internet. It was painted by an indigenous artist from Manipur called Meena Laishram. This is what we have used for our meeting. This is the original. It came all the way before our summit. You see the weaving for peace. This is also the original piece came so that they also wanted to be with us. So our artist, our art is also with us, with our flowers in this journey with the Spirit. We just wanted to take. There are several others from Tenenbaum who supported, from Peace Direct. We will honor you towards the end if it's okay. But some of the HTC members, they were going, so we just wanted to thank them. Anna May, are you here? Yes. As a two, so please, so what we're going to do is, the breakout sessions will be turned into some of our sisters who have not spoken. And after both of them speak, we will open the floor. Those who have spoken before, hold your silence. Those who have never spoken in the room since yesterday, please raise your hand and take the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bina. So with my young sister, we are going to allow each one of you to, have the opportunity to also express yourself, share your thoughts. It's very important for us to, listen to each one of you, and also ensure that we go out here with powerful recommendations that we will implement at grassroots level, because all what we are doing is about having the impact at grassroots level. That's the objective, and making sure that our voices are taken into account when we talk of peace building. Maybe I will hand over to my sister first for a few words, and then we will open out for each one of you who is interested to contribute, and also let's have powerful recommendations out of the discussion, because it's very important for us. Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm a little bit shy, but thank you for this opportunity. I am by Ana Jessa Maker Sostomo. I'm coming from the Uvumonumbo tribe in Mindanao, in the Philippines. Who among you have been there? Yeah? Oh, there's fun here. Thank you, Bina, and of course, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and of course to the United Nations Voluntary Fund for Indigenous People. And also, I have here the grantees. Can you stand up? Just like I'm on this activity. Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Let's clap for the UN Voluntary Fund.
Okay, thank you so much. Carrying not only my voice, but the voices of my people, our elders and our ancestors. We gather here today not just to talk about our peace, about to live it, to protect it, and to pass it on. For Indigenous peoples, space is not separate from our land. Our culture and our identity is deeply rooted in all of them. Yet, our communities continue to face challenges, conflict, displacement, and the loss of our ancestral lands. These are not just issues. They are realities that affect our daily lives and our future. But we are not here as a victims. We are here as a peace builders. We are here as protectors of our lands, keepers of our knowledge, and voices of our resilience. Let us continue to stand together, to listen to one another, and to ensure that Indigenous voices are not only heard, but respected, recognized, and upheld. Because true peace is only possible when Indigenous peoples are part of the solution. And that's why thank you so much for the opportunity. And to all of the Indigenous peoples young here, to the Indigenous peoples youth, our voices are mattered. And of course, thank you so much for the elders, for our relatives that here. Thank you for all your wisdom. We as the Indigenous peoples young stand here, it's because of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wise words. And this is just to say that the young people have a role to play in peace building. They have to be on that table. I will take the example of women and young people who are always excluded when we talk of peace building, when we talk of negotiations. And I will share one concrete example that we were able to put in place in my country, Cameroon, where I come from. We have an ongoing crisis for over 10 years now. Our community, as my sister earlier shared, is in between the non-state armed groups and the government. So we are the victims of what is happening without us being the people that instigated this crisis. So what we as women of Cameroon decided to do was to sit down and say, let's have a platform where women can also echo their voices, because the victims are women and children on a daily basis. And because we felt like women had a role to play, these people who are non-state armed groups, the people who are the military, are all the sons of these women. So we came together, we put in place the National Women Convention, which was held for the first time in 2021 to address the situation in Cameroon and to call on all the stakeholders to be at that table to discuss with us, for us to mediate together, negotiate together, and come out with concrete solutions. And today, as I'm speaking, the women have traveled to one of the regions that are also very affected with also the insurgencies of Central African Republic and the Boko Haram impact, which is affecting both Nigeria and Cameroon. So they have decided to join together again today for a week to discuss and see the way forward. We have had the opportunity to talk with different stakeholders, the decision makers, but we are not there. We don't have the power. We don't have women parliamentarians who can do this to us. So as Indigenous woman representing and founding member of that convention, I'm proud to say that at least the voices of Indigenous women are taken into account when the women are seated to talk about peace and peace building in Cameroon. And we think that these are initiatives that we need to multiply in the different countries where we are to ensure that the voices of the young people, the women, are taken into account when we talk of peace processes. So I will now open the floor for your contributions. And as I said, let's focus on recommendations because it's very important so that at the end of this day, we will be able to come out with concrete recommendations and way forward. So we start from behind and then we come to our sister here. But let's be brief and straight to the point so that we manage the time that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm very privileged to hear. My name is Chanchana Chakma. I'm from Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh, which is southeast of Bangladesh. I would like to mention 2 points, which is for the indigenous women. It's like from the Chittagong Hill Tracts, we call the Jumo women, and the children. Every day we wake up, but we don't know when we survive the violence by the military and by the settler Bengali, which is transferred from the plainland to Chittagong Hill Tracts. We call them the settler Bengali. Then we, the indigenous women, very deprived for access to justice from the state. Even the police station, they didn't file our case because we are indigenous women, we are the women, and those who are victims, they are from the remote area. That's it. Why? Oh, okay. I feel to hear through our program, like we need to fully implement our Chittagong Hill Tract Accord, which is very significant for the indigenous people in Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister. Let me hand over to this, and then you will give later on to the...
I'll be very brief. I'm Catherine Klein. I'm from here in Manhattan, and I've been very privileged to get to know many of you and to learn greatly from you. There are 2 quick things I wanted to let you know about. I'm co-chair of a civil society group of older persons globally, and we are even more under-recognized. Older, you call us elders, but that's not how we're seen in the diplomatic world. I was a diplomat once. So 2 things. One is after many decades of advocacy, we finally have a group in Geneva at the Office of Human Rights drafting a convention, a treaty on the rights of older persons. And I think all of you should know that. We don't talk about older versus younger. We talk about a life course approach. We all hopefully will age, and that's a blessing. That isn't a problem. Secondly, I'm about to go to Baku, Azerbaijan, again representing older people. We have a round table, and of course, we've always included an indigenous person in our older persons round table.
Thank you so much. And this is very, very important because it's about intergenerational exchange and also collaborating to ensure that the future generations get the knowledge and use it as the elders have already paved the way for us. Thank you so much, brother. You're welcome.
Greetings, relations. My birth name is Philip Scott. My ceremonial name is Shunkoa Khansapa, which is Lakota for Black Horse. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the indigenous nations of this area who grant us permission to be able to occupy this land and to share our stories collectively. I I'd like to say that I'm thinking about Standing Rock, and I was there, in opposition of that black snake, and 10,000 people from all over the world convened in opposition to protect the indigenous territory there. 700 nations, indigenous nations from all over the world were there. There was much powerful healing that transpired. And having spent the week in the UN and hearing the stories of atrocities and the frustrations that continue, and this tension and this conflict between our relations who have forgotten how to love the earth and how to protect future generations and those that are holding down this way of life, I really encourage all of us to continue to unite in solidarity, because that's how the colonizers, that was the agenda here in Turtle Island, was to divide the indigenous nations. And so as we come together, and I want to express gratitude for this summit and for all those who have convened us all together, that we actually, I think the word I was hearing siloing, right? So there's all of these pockets that are doing work, but for me this is about relationship, it's about communication, how we can unite in solidarity, all of these organizations to stand as a strong front against those who have forgotten how to take care of one another and all of our relations. So that's my recommendation. Let us communicate and open up, because that's how we achieve peace for future generations.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. Thank you. I will hand over to my sister Saudata. Il faut être bref et précis. Merci.
My auntie Saudata. Thank you. How are you? You can see that I'm not so fine, but yeah. yeah. Our situation in Sahel, because all three countries are same now. I know if it is not easy in Mali, there is many parties who are confronting. We have a side of Islamist group and army. We have army in this side. I heard that. I'm not sure on the information, but I heard that it's possible. And we have also indigenous people stigmatization and criminalization situation who are there too. So I'm so I get emotion when the young person, the lady Sio Win from Cree tribe was spoken. So it was so emotional, and she said many true. I just want to ask where we are, because Tin Hinan is with foundation of this, where we are on decentralization of summit on region area and especially country where there is crisis. And the last is, I ask the plenary if we can agree to have some people on Monday to approach Mali embassy and see how we can push for peace dialogue. How can we do something? How can we act directly? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saudata. We are in solidarity with what is happening right now in Mali and all the regions. So I will hand over to our sister. That will be the last contribution because we are running out of time. But I see a brother here. Maybe we will give you 1 minute. But yeah.
Hello everybody. I'll be short with much respect and humility for my ancestors and the elders here. I will speak. I'm from Kanaki, New Caledonia, a French territory. We are at the end of a process of decolonization right now, which is facing much resistance from the French government and from a growing right, I have to say, fascist movement inside our territory. And the issue is that that movement is ruling the government and the South Province right now. There was an uprising in 2024, and as a result, discriminatory policies were established against the Kanak people. And I am the General Secretary of the Young Independentist Political Party, and with the help of indigenous lawyers, we try to use the French legal system and engage our people to sue, to defend their rights, because France is a country of human rights. There are laws, and those laws should apply to all French territories. And we had some success in that, and we carry on doing that, and we are trying to infuse another way of economy, an indigenous way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will conclude with our brother from this end.
I am Ranjit Tigya from Central India. I have only one recommendation. Let all the member nations of UNO create a department or ministry of peace and reconciliation. And let these governments give a special place to the indigenous peace building efforts. That's the only recommendation.
Thank you so much for that powerful recommendation, and I do hope those colleagues from the UN are taking down this important information, because we know how it works. So yeah, we will give you one minute as well, just so we conclude, and thank you so much.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for giving me a time here. And so before I state a short statement to let you know, so I want to ask everybody here, who familiar with the Vietnam War? Vietnam War 50 years ago? Vietnam War. Okay, thank you. And who knows the land between North and South Vietnam? Who is the land? Who knows? So now please give me a little bit statement, because the land belong Dega people. Now I am here, I am lonely person on this planet, still survive. I survived from bombing, torture, incarceration, and lot of family loss. And I have lived for more than 20 years underground with the bike. So daytime we go to school, and nighttime go underground. But sorry, it's not end there. But now here in America, if you come visit me in North Carolina, I still have bag of cell to protect myself. Because why? I say something, irritate the human eye. So I'm glad here. Yesterday, give me place to sleep, and I here bring a bag of a story myself from my heart. So I give, but sorry, not enough. I will give more. So one thing, irritation for the human ear if we say the truth. And the truth is to make people, because we are human, become evil. That is the main reason. So this is, I hold my life, will say, and I'm glad we reach United Nations, look at the ground, don't stay on the top. So what, and we forget almost 50 years who know we are. So I'm continue to say with the woman, I stay with woman. I have talked with the genocide around, but that thing irritated people. Maybe I stay with the woman, it's peaceful to go. I hope I contributed.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions, recommendations. And we do hope that these recommendations will be taken into account with the conclusions. And Bina, thank you so much for this session.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay. So thank you so much to our sisters for beautifully moderating this session. We have 5 minutes or 6 minutes before the lunch break. And again, as I said, we are not leaving the thank yous to the last session. So we take a moment to thank Dosip. Dosip, who has come all the way from Geneva to translate us from French into Spanish, English, French. We also, please, Dosip, you could come. And also we had translator Septi from Indonesia. Please come forward, who have been translating from Bahasa. Please come. All the translators, please come. And I know, Valentina, you had a translator. Is that sister is still there? The one who was translating from Russia into English, English into Russia. Yes. Is she there, your translator, Valentina? Oh, she left, but you can come and give on her behalf. Four. And those who are online, please, thank you so much for translating online. I hope that we can send them for them. But for those who are here, we would like to honor them from scarves handmade by the women survivors of Manipur. And I take this moment to all the women weavers whose cloth, peace weaves, have reached us. The bags that you're holding on are woven by women survivors of Manipur during this last years of conflict. So a big thank you to Dosip, all the translators. The world won't be together if we are lost in translation. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. So with this, we will have, for those who would like to be a part of the drafting committee of the resolution, we will be having a working lunch. Please join. If you see some of us, just join around the corner. In the room? Oh, which room was it? Terrace room? Or in the terrace room, you can bring your lunch. The lunch will be served here. You can bring your lunch to the terrace room, which is, if you go out where there is a video section, just walk in and there's a room. So we will be doing the drafting of our resolution from the last 2 days. So please feel free to join. If the room is full, then I'm sorry. But also spend the time just, I think the rains have stopped. So please, if you walk out of this, there's a beautiful green space. Please enjoy, not at the front, but at the back. But when you go out of this door, keep the wooden thing in between. Because if you come in and get locked out, you will be locked out. So, but there's a wooden bar here. Put it, take a walk with your lunch and come in right here. There's no other way to come in from outside except for your key fob. But you don't know, I got lost a couple of days back. So please come back into this, but ensure that somebody opens the door for you. So these are just of the logistical announcements. We have the last 2 really important sessions of winter happening right at 2 o'clock. And we will start on time. And so please return to the room at 1:55. Yes.
Are all these people here? Elena, she wants to speak last.
Okay.
And
Vincent
Louise
is here.
not here.
No, so nobody speaks on her behalf right now.
Okay, all right.
No one. Sherry is here. Eric is here. All of them are here.
Okay, they should come up, eh?
Yes. Yes. Shall I? Sherry? All the speakers.
Good. Can we have the speakers come up to the front, please, for this session?
Eric, please.
If you're going to speak last,
I'll go there.
you'll sit here. Although I'm going to follow the order, so maybe you should sit in order if you can, except for yeah. So then, Vincent, you're first. Yeah. Sherry, where's Sherry? Sherry would be second. Eric, you'll be here. Kelsey. because Louise McDonald is not here. We're short one. Or do you want to start? Yeah.
Cheers.
All the way down.
Do I have to sit down?
Yeah, but maybe when you.
All right, in case I do. All right. Okay. If I want to sit down, I'll sit down. All right, everybody. It's time to get going on our panel on session 19. Wow, 19 sessions. It feels like 50. Okay, session 19, part of our winter season. And now we're coming down towards the end of the conference, your favorite part. And so the winter means preparation, endurance, and vision. So today we want to talk about Indigenous treaties, constitutions, and future peace architecture. Indigenous constitutions and nation building, treaties as living law, peace diplomacy with states, corporations, groups, peace beyond Earth, nature, outer space, universe, transnational peacemaking, peace including rivers, mountains, forests, as parties to peace, responsibility to outer space and the cosmos, and new forms of peacemaking. You know, as the United States sent a little contraption around the moon last month, and I had the honor of being present when we had a connection with the contraption and Mother Earth in Longueuil, Quebec, with the Canadian Space Agency, and the Canadian astronaut on his badge he had Indigenous symbols on his crest, you know, because the Anishinaabe, he went on a vision quest with the Anishinaabe in Canada, so he was very close. He's not Indigenous himself, but he has a high respect for our Earth, the natural world, and we did the opening. My son, when he did the opening, just like Janelle did yesterday, but he focused very much on the moon, and he said that he talked and he explained to everybody the relationship of the moon to the Earth and the work that it does, you know, with the tides, and also the close relationship with the women, and time, etc. So it impressed everybody at NASA to make sure that we have this Indigenous perspective of the moon. We also told them privately, but not publicly, we're not interested in mining the moon. We don't want the moon disrespected. So we made sure that the Canadian government and the astronauts and NASA knew that, you know. So we did our job for international peace. We don't want war on the moon. We don't want the moon weaponized. So we told them all of these things when we had the opportunity. So that's my small opening for peace in outer space. So we have a distinguished panel here to give their points of view on peace building. And I'd like to start with Vincent Redhouse. You can introduce yourself, Vincent.
Oh, yeah, Vince Redhouse, Nishe, Irish Nishle, Filipino Bashes Chin, German Dashes Che, Kinlichini Dashanali, Akot Ego de Nishle. My name is Vince Redhouse. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. I serve as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Washington office. I'd like to extend my thanks to the Nape people for allowing us to use their lands, and to everyone's favorite Sister Bina for organizing all of this, and for all of the staff and volunteers as well. Thank you. Oh, I thought it was just the introduction. Okay, I got 5 minutes. All right. So, you know, winter is an interesting time. For Navajo, that's when we tell our creation stories. So I can't tell any of those now because it's, it's not winter. But it's an important time for us. And, one of the things I like to share with people about the Navajo Nation is I believe we are the only tribe in the United States with a dedicated Washington, D.C. office. And what I like to share is there's a roadmap for getting to how we got where we were. We've gone through genocide. We've gone through forced relocation, even as recently as in the 1970s, largest forced relocation of U.S. citizens, Navajos being removed from their traditional lands. And we've gone through all of that history, the genocide, all those things, to a position now where, in my capacity as a cabinet member for the Navajo Nation, I meet routinely with members of Congress. I meet routinely with leaders of agencies, with folks in the White House, to express the interest, to defend the interests of the Navajo people, but also all of what we call Indian country, all the reservations, all the tribes. And there's a story there, and I don't have enough time to share that, but that story gives a roadmap that I think others can, it takes hundreds of years, but there's a story, there's a roadmap that people can follow and learn from and adapt to their own circumstances. Now, for purposes of this topic, space is an interesting one. So a couple of years ago, under the Biden administration, then Vice President Harris called for the U.S. Space Council to allow a private business to deposit human remains on the moon. Now, the Navajo Nation, like many other indigenous peoples, the moon is sacred to us, and we do not want to see it desecrated. And for Navajo, death is very taboo. We don't talk about it, and we certainly don't want to go spreading people's remains on one of our sacred places, the moon. And so we met with the White House, we met with members of Congress, we met with NASA and others to express this position. And they apologized, and as we worked more and more into this, we figured out the regulations behind it all were a complete mess. It's actually, I think, one of the financial divisions of I think it might be under Treasury, that controls the payloads that the U.S. allows private entities to go into space. And so we found out about this last minute. We fought, we failed. And this thing was allowed to launch. And then it had an accident, and it had to return. And so the remains were not deposited on the moon. But this is something we continue to push against. President Nygren of the Navajo Nation was recently on a panel in Sydney, Australia, advocating again for this position, because this isn't just a Navajo issue. We reached out to international bodies like the UN as well, because there's an international space treaty that we think would have been violated by this action. And so that's something I think, we try to build these relationships. My job, regardless of the administration, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I have to work with them for our people. And so that's sort of how we go about it, engaging diplomatically, working with everyone, and finding ways to either mitigate the harms that they would cause or to elevate, the situation for Indigenous peoples. And I will stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I want to ask you some questions, but maybe we'll do that offline. Next is Sherry Mitchell, founding director of Land Peace Foundation. I don't want to murder your Indigenous name.
I appreciate that. Koi Pasidawin, hello everyone. Notaliwis, Wanahamugwasit, Najio Banawabskewi, and Delnabamok, Owasus, Nelbanawabskewi, Nagakakus, Nilti Bayik. Golizoka, Golazi Weltaman, Gachi, Basida Bamosawagin, Wajukamino, Gachiniwesk, Naga Examando, Ginzuzak Miopol, Wajukamino, Wajij Gizi, Ginyapa Tahasi, Naganuli Tahamsi, Nagawichamno, Wajij Giji, Wulipamumsi, Netley Edge. My name is Sherry Mitchell, and my language, Wanahamugwasit. My family is Bear Clan from the Penobscot Nation and Crow Clan from the Passamaquoddy tribe at Zibayik. I'd first like to honor the ancestors from this territory and thank our Lenape relatives for welcoming us here to their homeland. I also greet all of you who have traveled here and honor the ancestors that you have brought with you from your respective homelands. And I just want to stand up for a moment to honor all of those who have come here who are currently standing in active conflict, to offer my prayers and my small voice to acknowledge and uplift the sacredness of your lives. Thank you all. Thank you. And of course, I want to thank Bina and Gilbert for your tireless work, to all the volunteers who have helped us to be here together. In my introduction, I gave thanks for all creation and asked the Creator to help us with our collective work. I asked our ancestors to bring us guidance. I prayed that we be given courage and that we value ourselves and those who raised us by being good relatives to one another. I asked for us to be given the strength and support needed to walk this path together in a good way. May the words that we speak here at this summit be true, and may they have life. What I offer here, I offer with respect for all my relations. I am the Executive Director of the Land Peace Foundation, an Indigenous-led organization in Squabbanakiek, the land of the first light, that offers programs focused on Indigenous leadership, environmental justice, and kinship building. I obediently prepared written comments that should last approximately 5 minutes related to Indigenous peacebuilding. And to stay on track with the intent of this panel, I would also like to mention Indigenous constitutions and treaty making. Our first treaties, Kachila were made with the Creator and our other relatives in the living world, who were all here before we arrived in this two-legged form. Our original treaties professed our commitment to live here on Nigoskiktimik, Mother Earth, in harmonious balance with all other living beings. For us in our territory in Squabbanakiek, we have the Peace and Friendship Treaty, and the Peace and Friendship Treaty was negotiated amongst the people who were being victimized by the governments that they were living under. And so the people decided that they no longer wanted to live at war with one another based on the decisions of those government leaders. And so the people came together and the people forged that treaty of peace and friendship. And that's what we have the power to do as peoples who come from the places that we're from. Our constitutions are found in Skijinawe Bamausawagan, the way of being that our ancestors have handed down to us that helps us walk on this land in a good way. A big part of that work is recognizing the correlation between the violent destruction of life on Mother Earth and the exile of the sacred mother from our societies. We know that it is the maternal heart that has ensured the survival of all species across all time. So our work at the Land Peace Foundation involves the purposeful return of the mother to the motherland, with the recognition that it is our matrifocal ways of seeing and matricultural ways of knowing and being that are at the heart of strong kinship systems. We seek to rebuild a maternal ethic of kinship that strengthens our community and supports the continuation of life. In alignment with those values and those sacred commitments, we have engaged in peace-building efforts that have brought tens of thousands of people together from various religious, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds under a banner of peace and friendship. We have worked with peoples from more than 30 indigenous nations and countless other cultural traditions from around the world. Our work has been guided by long-held cultural values, which include care of our relatives, practices of reciprocal sharing, and demonstrated respect for the dignity and sacredness of life. Our programs have included training in areas of traditional indigenous and ecological knowledge, practices of conflict transformation, development of emotional intelligence, and the purposeful rehumanizing of targeted populations. We have also hosted several large-scale ceremonial gatherings that have brought people from around the world together with one heart to share one prayer for a more peaceful, kind, and compassionate world. This work is a natural expression of our sacred way of life, Skijinawe Bamausawagan, which gives us Kachei, or a pure way of living in relationship with all our relatives on Nigoskiktimik, Mother Earth. This way of life teaches us Wulikamawu, or where we fit harmoniously into the larger scheme of creation. Indigenous knowledge is the oldest knowledge system on the planet. It is based on millennia long studies of the complex relationships that exist between all systems within creation. It encompasses a broad array of scientific disciplines: ethnobotany, climatology, ecology, biology, archaeology, psychology, sociology, and spirituality. The keepers of Indigenous knowledge carry thousands of years of data on things such as medicinal plant properties, biodiversity, migration patterns, climate changes, astronomical events, quantum physics, and the management of complex kinship systems. Our stories carry the experience of countless epochs of human history, going all the way back to the beginning of life on Mother Earth. And they provide insights that help fill the gap between our physical and subjective experiences, helping us understand how our internal consciousness impacts the ways that we view the experiences in the world around us. Our people have been living in accordance with these values for millennia, despite centuries of violent attack, oppression, forced assimilation, the destruction of our homelands and waters, and for us, as Penobscot, having bounties placed on our heads under the Phipps Proclamation. Regardless, we remain Mawisan, together as one. Our ability to manage the many conflicts that our people have faced across time while remaining intact as a nation and in close, meaningful relationship with one another demonstrates the invaluable collective wisdom that is deeply needed during these times of upheaval. Indigenous peacebuilding is not something that we do. It is an expression of who we are as kin-based societies. Traditional Indigenous knowledge includes relationship building, diplomacy, and inclusive governance structures that provide critical guidance for remaining peaceful and compassionately interconnected, even in the midst of high conflict. Therefore, Indigenous voices must be included in all efforts toward establishing a lasting peace in all places around the world where conflict exists. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cheryl. You have a website, by the way?
Yes. It's landpeacefoundation.org, and that's PEACE, as in peace, like we're doing here. Yeah.
Not like a piece of pie, right?
Not like
No.
a piece of pie.
All right. All right. Our next speaker is Eric Fattorelli. Is that right? That's my Italian. From the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. Eric?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Fattorelli. I started recently as the Secretary of the United Nations Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Peoples and coordinator of the Indigenous Fellowship Program. As I think acknowledgement and thanks should not be left for the last minute, I just would like to thank Bina and all the people involved in the event, interpretation, audiovisual, volunteers, and everybody. I mean, what is worth is maybe the most vibrant and meaningful event to which I have attended in the last decade, at least. So thank you very much. And thank you also for hosting the grantees of the fund who participated in the forum, give them a role during the event so they could speak, they could sing, they could convey their messages and the messages of their people. I was thinking yesterday about the topic of this session, and indeed, I mean, endurance, vision, and preparation means something that we repeated yesterday and today, that peace should not be pursued in isolated moments. It's something that really needs continuous efforts. And this is a living reality for Indigenous peoples, the opportunity to live in indigenous territories in different countries. This is something that you can experience on a day by day. Perhaps something which I would like to make emphasis is an evolution about that, which is the combination of those local practices with the use of international human rights mechanisms. This is a very powerful combination because this allows to bring to international fora indigenous perspectives, challenges, structural challenges that prevent peace, but also solutions. Indigenous peoples have a lot. And I mean, this combination should be continue to be strengthened and pursued. I mean, the fund, part of the mandate of the fund is exactly that. I mean, supporting the participation of indigenous people in official UN meetings and conferences. It is complemented by the other program, the Indigenous Fellowship Program, which is a comprehensive, let's say, capacity building that takes place in Geneva to train indigenous leaders to better use or use at the fullest international human rights mechanisms. So I think that the two are essential. I mean, it's difficult to imagine a sustainable peace without the respect of the governance systems of indigenous peoples, of their knowledge, the relationship that they establish within the society and within the community, the relation that they have with the land and resources, but it's also difficult to imagine a peace without the respect of human rights at large and for indigenous people's rights. So I think that the two should be the basis for the future, no? So that's all from my side. I wanted to be short and not take too much time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker is Kelsey Coolidge, Director of Environment Peacebuilding at the, is it called the Jubitz Family Foundation?
Yes, Jubitz Family Foundation.
All right,
yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, great. Thanks. So I'm Kelsey. I'm with the Jubitz Family Foundation. We're a small family foundation based in Portland, Oregon, in the United States. And we support work and initiatives in environmental peacebuilding. I was incredibly honored and humbled when Bina asked if I would speak on the importance of Indigenous peacebuilding. I reflect on my position in this world as a descendant of white European colonial settlers. I actually grew up in New Jersey on Lenape land. Then to be invited to this space to talk about why Indigenous peacebuilding matters. I'm certainly the least qualified person in this room to make that case. But with this session on the future and creating a future, that involves everyone. So thank you to Bina, to the other organizers, the volunteers, and my fellow panelists for creating an open space where we can share our reflections. In conversations I've had with Indigenous scholars, I've learned that the idea of adding environmental to peacebuilding stands out, not because the concept is new or unusual, but because for many Indigenous peoples, the environment is not separate from human societies. There is no peace without peace with nature. The very idea that peace and the environment could be placed in separate buckets is a byproduct of Western civilization that pretends there's a distinction between these things. So in creating our work in environmental peacebuilding, I considered questions around decolonization and Indigenous peoples as critically important. The Foundation's home in Oregon places us in very close proximity with several tribal nations. And our involvement in supporting various local environmental causes places us in sort of regular dialogue and community with tribal nations. I've come to understand and appreciate the many invisible forms of cultural and structural violence that continue to harm the Indigenous people of this land. And one of the ways that it's showing up in Oregon is in the push to build new renewable energy infrastructure and data centers. Why is it that new infrastructure always seems to be placed on Indigenous land, specifically on sacred and cultural sites? This is what happens when colonial relationships are never transformed into true justice or equality. And it is the act of peacebuilding, though there may never be shots fired or bombs dropped, to facilitate that just transition from fossil fuels. We also work with a national and a global focus. We recognize that the factors affecting Indigenous or environmental peacebuilding are not contained by political borders. Another example from the Pacific Northwest. The Hanford site was a former nuclear weapons plant located off the banks of the Columbia River in Washington State. It was built during World War II and enriched the plutonium that was used in the bombs dropped on Nagasaki in Japan. Today, it's one of the most contaminated sites in the Western Hemisphere, with an extraordinary impact on Indigenous communities. So in this one example, we see at least two distant geographies harmed by the same act of war. The direct impact felt by the people of Nagasaki, and those direct impacts felt by the communities at sites of nuclear weapons development. People who had no voice or representation in the decision-making that led to extreme harm. War is never a time-limited or a constrained event. Further, the war system destroys the planet and all forms of life on it, from the mining of critical minerals used in the weapons to the geographies where the bombs are dropped. So I ask, how do we replace this global war system with a global peace system? So whether we're calling our peacebuilding, oh, I see my time. Thanks, sorry, I'll just finish the sentence. So whether we're calling our peacebuilding work Indigenous or environmental, I believe we're walking on the same path. We want to create harmonious relationships with each other and with the planet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is the, Aluani?
Yes.
You guys excuse my English. Wilhelm. Executive Director of Niatero. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Aloha ke akua, na aoma kua a mai nā kupuna, I ka ko'o mai mako, ma'anei I ke la. Aloha o kou, aloha nui kako apau. Greetings first to our respective and collective deities, our guardians, and our ancestors, and I'd like to add recognition to the Lenape people as well for allowing us all to be here. Thank you to Bina and the organizers for the kind invitation to be part of this gathering. I'm so sorry that I was only able to join in this afternoon for the season of winter, but I can feel in this room, although we speak many languages and come from many different peoples, just the power of really and the importance of coming together on this topic of peace building. You know, that simplistic term that people feel about peace building as an absence of conflict is clearly not enough. There are so many layers to it and so much importance. So thank you to all of you for really not only convening and doing the work that each of you do, but for making sure that we come together. And I really appreciate this invitation to be with all of you. Mahalo nui. I am Aulani Wilhelm. I'm Kanako Iwi. I'm Native Hawaiian from the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific. Unlike the forest people and the mountain people, and that are where I see all these beautiful feathers and from all these amazing species, I'm squarely a descendant of the ocean. I carry with me our shells and the salt that's in our veins. It's really, clearly I didn't get the memo to bring prepared remarks, so here we go. I'm going to let the ancestors do their work. But I was asked to speak about, you know, peace building in a Hawaiian context. And when I thought about that, you know, and if you were to ask most Hawaiians, probably the first thing that they would talk about, the first practice or tradition that we would talk about is a tradition of, or a practice of ho'oponopono. Maybe some of you have heard it. Ho'o means the word that's to activate, to kind of make something passive, active as a verb. And pono means to bring justice or to bring balance, to bring rightness. Kind of when our language got translated, some people called that righteousness, but that was really an overlay that didn't come from us. It was really at the core of balance and justice. So when it's pono, When you double a word for us, it does two things. It doubles the emphasis and the importance, but it also elongates it. So it means the active bringing forth of justice, of balance in an enduring way. So this is not a tradition that I was trained in. It's a tradition that many people have brought, but I have experienced it. And it is definitely an art and a science, because it's about bringing recognition to the thing that created the conflict, to acknowledging it, to naming it, and then to thanking it for its service and allowing it to be put away. But it's, you know, like all of the work that everyone's doing here, there's not one practice, right? And there are a couple of practices I have been trained in, and one is in our art of Lua, which is our martial arts. And again, in that training, the preparation we have done isn't about taking on war. It's actually the act of prevention. The preparedness actually makes it really clear what's going to happen if you further engage, which means further conflict. So that preparedness can be one of the most important deterrents. And when I think about that and preparedness physically in our territories and our places, but also mentally and spiritually, it's the preparedness which I think is the root of what we're doing here in these 2 days, and the collective preparedness so that we can continue to do this work. And as a way, a deterrent, an incentive, because we are prepared. And the more we are prepared, the more formidable we become as an opposite force, and therefore a call, hopefully, to more peace and better policies and better acknowledgement and engagement. And the last practice is one of Lomi Lomi, which is one of our healing practices. This idea of well, massage, but it's not that. It's about purging the unneeded, the things that are in us that we've carried, that to release and to bring more healing. If we don't have that balance, that pono within us, how can we have that in our families, and how can we possibly bring that into the world? And I think we have to remember, as those of us who often are in those places of standing up, of being in the front, the importance of healing and of making sure that we are caring for the spaces within. So I'll just leave you with all of that. Thank you so much for, I know we all share different traditions, and I think even in sharing that, we have so much more to learn so that we can be as prepared as we can into this very active space of peacemaking. Aloha.
Thank you. I'm going to get this right. Aulani? Aulani. Okay. All right. Thank you. Louise Hearn McDonald was also supposed to, but she's not here today. So I'm going to steal her time, all right? Because after all, she's a Mohawk, I'm a Mohawk, what the hell, you know? Please tell her I said that. I want to, you know, we're talking about peace building, and we did this 2 years ago, and I'm going to repeat it again because it's part of our history, it's part of our culture, about how we made peace. Because the Mohawks were known as being fierce warriors. It's all in the history books. You know, we're the big bad Iroquois. That's who we are in the history books. But between our own peoples, we were peacemakers. We made peace between the Mohawks, who were warring with the others, and the women complained. Were asked the Creator for help because they're losing their husbands and their sons to war. So the peacemaker the Creator sent us a peacemaker, and he taught us the ways of peace. And I'll go through them very quickly. I only have 5 minutes. The first thing the peacemaker told us is to bury your weapons of war between you. You bury it in the ground, so you don't use war with one another. You don't use weapons when we're talking with each other. And also, when you're burying your weapons, you bury your hatred, you bury your anger, you bury your thirst for revenge, you bury your personalities, all the cuts and hurts that between you. You bury that in the ground, and you don't take them up. And in our tradition, you plant a tree on top of that. You plant a tree of peace, and you're not going to take all of those weapons or all that hatred back up. And then you use between each other good words. Words that don't cut or hurt. You don't use words that brings back the anger or the hatred or all those cuts and bruises. You use good words so that you do not anger the people on the other side. And then while you're doing that, in your discussions, you use what we call reason and a good mind. A reason being rational thinking, and a good mind meaning justice and morality. Righteousness is the word we use. To use righteousness in our discussions, and then while when we're coming to making a decision, we make our decisions by consensus. So everybody gets to say. Everybody gets just like this room. Everybody gets to have a little bit of a say, and then we take everybody's ideas and thoughts into consideration, and we go round and round until we all come to one mind. We all come to an agreement. And what we call coming to one mind. And then when you achieved all of these things, then you achieve peace, and you go forward together, all of you together. And that's how we brought 5 warring nations together. The Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, and Senecas together in peace and became a federation. And our Constitution is represented by a tree of peace, with holding all the teachings of our peacemaker and the roles of the men, roles of the women, the chiefs, the clan mothers. It's a matrilineal society. You know, all of these things, some of these are people are saying the same things that we're saying, just in a different way and from a different place. But we're all, many of us in the room have those same teachings, probably, but just said in a different way. So those are the ways of peace among ourselves. And all we have to do now is teach the other people how to make peace, how the states to do that, how the United States should do that. You know, how Russia and Ukraine should be doing that. How about the Palestinians and Israelis should be working together. North and South Sudan, you know, West Papua and France and New Caledonia. You know, all of these flashpoint places in the world could use those teachings to bring peace. And that's an offering and a teaching that we give to the world. And our other speaker, Colin Martin, talked about the 2-row wampum, where the two rows, the one row with the ship with sails is the non-Indigenous people, and our canoe going down the river of life, side by side, parallel, not interfering with each other. And that's that coexistence. All that coexistence. Nobody should be trying to destroy or kill the other people, and we all should be finding a way to coexist together in peace. These are Indigenous teachings that we can share to everybody. And that's peace building. And that's why we're here. And we have to start finding a way to have those teachings out there so that the Indigenous peoples can contribute to the peace in the world. So that's my speech for Louise MacDonald. Make sure you tell her that part. All right, so now we have our... You didn't sound like her, though. No, I'm a man. I don't do those kind of things. You know. I discussed it. Elsa Stampolopoulos. It's pretty close. Former chief of the Secretariat of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and a professor at Columbia, and an author of many, many books. Elsa.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, it's the 3rd time that I'm taking the floor during this wonderful gathering, historic 2nd Global Peacebuilding of Indigenous Peoples Conference Summit. But I want one more time to recognize that we are standing on Lenape land. And I also want to say that it's very humbling to be the last speaker after this panel. And this is the last panel of the conference, really. So I want to say that I have been preparing in the spirit that Aulani mentioned, Puna, Ponopono, in the spirit that you explained, Aulani, and in the spirit that our chairman, Kenneth, has been talking about, creating a good mind and together mind. And it's impossible really to go and discuss each and every point of tremendous depth that you have shared. So I just want to say a few words in my 5 minutes. By asking is really focusing on treaties, laws, diplomacies of indigenous peoples for peace creation, peace architecture, as our title goes. And I want to ask, some questions. Who, how, when, facilitating factors, challenges. And the first question of who are the actors when we talk about indigenous treaties, constitutions, and legal systems. First, indigenous peoples themselves. And when we talk about indigenous peoples themselves, we go through all the aspects of indigenous societies, leadership, of course, and indigenous institutions, elders, women, youth, indigenous community at large, indigenous researchers, indigenous communicators. I think all these actors are very important. And when we move to the non-indigenous world, yes, state institutions are very important to know about these indigenous treaties and laws and diplomacies. And when we say state institutions, especially those dealing with conflict within or outside the state, like ministries of indigenous affairs, if they exist, foreign affairs, and other ministries like women, education, because all conflicts touch all aspects of our lives. And economic actors, private or public corporations, are very important to know about these indigenous laws. What should we know? Indigenous laws and peacemaking. People should know about that, and how should they know about that? They should know because indigenous authorities will share the information with them. There has to be continuous collaboration between the various actors, indigenous actors and non-indigenous actors. What else? Indigenous constitutions, written or not written. They have to become familiar. The non-indigenous world must become familiar. Again, how? Through the indigenous authorities. There has to be constant collaboration between indigenous and non-indigenous actors. And treaties and other agreements, of course, are extremely important, as we've said several times in our conference here. Indigenous diplomacies. It is so crucial for everybody to be aware how successful and active indigenous diplomacies have been in our world today with significant achievements, and to take that into account. And as several of you have said already, indigenous peoples have to be, of course, at the table. Challenges, I'm not going to talk because we all know, and my time is out. But facilitating factors, let me finish on that note. It is this movement that is being created today. And Bina and friends that you are here, the indigenous peoples movement is perhaps the most robust global social movement today. And within that movement, what is springing out? What is being created, and we are witnessing this here, is a movement on indigenous peace building within the robust indigenous movement. So we can do all that together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsa. We have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to use that 10 minutes, and I'm not going to use it. You're going to use it. Does anybody have any questions, especially anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Do you have any questions for our established, wonderful panel here? There's in the back. There's a couple of people back there. The first one was on the right, and then the one on the left.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel from Colombia. We've been developing a project in indigenous communities as well. So here talking about peace, my constant question lately has been how us as a representatives of some indigenous communities, but as well like being part of weavers of these communities, we could do something for the peace truly. Now, what are the indigenous communities or these representatives over here we are doing in pro of the peace? Literally, no. What are our actions, literally, not only talking about that. And I do feel that we need to abort more the areas of actions, of course in collaborations as well. But my question will be like, what are you proposing accurately and precisely in order to build the peace in this society that we are right now?
Okay, thank you for that question. We'll take the second question right away.
My name is Lola Guizela. Just a question. We have to talk about finances for the peace building. If we let the United States lead the way, we're never going to get to peace building. We have to take back our responsibilities. We have to come together as one people under one banner and control our own financial system. We're not talking about financial here. We're still going to be here next year talking about history. We want to talk about something, some solutions to the future. And that's how we come to peace, is through managing our own wallets and purses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from our panelists? We have two questions. How can we help Colombia, and how can we do, what about finance?
I'd like to speak to the first question. There is a declaration that we're working on that will be approved at the end of the day today, that will be shared with everyone, that has a number of very specific recommendations and proposals for addressing peace in tangible ways that directly address conflict within Indigenous territories, the need for protecting Indigenous territories, and a number of other aspects that are present in UNDRIP that are not being enforced because there's no enforcement mechanisms. So bringing forward very specific recommendations will happen today.
Yes, thank you. I'll also talk to the first question. You know, there's a lot of fighting in the world because people are jerks, because people are greedy. But there's also a lot of fighting because there's a lot of misunderstandings. And so one of my jobs is, when I go to Congress, when I go to the White House, is I educate them. I tell them the history. I tell them this is what a treaty is. This is the Navajo Nation's Treaty of 1868. Here's the history behind it. Here's what it stands for. Here's what it means today. And I use that knowledge, I use that history, and I frame all of that in a way that makes sense to them, in a way that they can grasp and understand. I can tie it to the principles that they uphold and care about. And we find a way to listen to each other and to learn from each other. And that can be very successful. So, people are very negative about U.S. politics, saying it's all money, it's all driven by money. I'm not allowed to give anyone any money. And yet, like I said before, I can meet with some of the most influential people in Congress and in the United States, and I can change their mind just by educating them and trying to understand them. And when I go in there and I'm critical of them, let's say it's on a good example of something my office was able to accomplish with a lot of assistance last year was getting exemptions for all Native Americans from the Medicaid and SNAP requirements that were imposed by Congress. They didn't have to do that, and they weren't planning to do that. President Trump did not want them to do that, but they gave us those exemptions because we explained to them the history, we explained to them the treaties, we explained to them their responsibilities towards tribal health care, and we painted the picture. This is what tribal health care looks like, and this is why we need these exemptions. This is why it matters. And they listened. And so there are ways to do that, but you have to know your history. You have to know what you're going in there for. You have to be willing to listen, to learn, and to educate. So that's something tangible that anyone can do to start making progress.
Well, I just want to add to that about Indigenous people in our struggle. The truth is on our side. All we have to do is tell the truth, like what the Navajo was talking about. All we do is tell the truth, because the liars aren't us. It's not us that breaks the treaties. It's the other side. So all we have to do is tell the truth, and because the truth is our friend.
Thank you. Well, I have somewhat a combined response to both of the questions. One thing I've learned. Oh, 1 minute. I'll keep it very short. One thing I've learned in this room and just from engaging and reading on Indigenous peace building is that many Indigenous communities have their own peace building mechanisms and peace building processes. So systems that uplift and uphold those, I think, are essential to creating peace. And then when we talk about finances, my brain living now outside of DC goes to budgets, and to sort of say, a $1 trillion defense budget is the central purpose of that is to create war, not to create peace. And so thinking of ways which we can bolster non-defense spending in ways that both, address issues of poverty, that address issues of social services are incredibly important to sustainable peace.
I just want to tell my relative here, Kenneth, I told this to my other relative, Tom Porter, one time, that your people brought together more than your nations, because our confederacy, Wabanaki, formed to protect ourselves from the Mohawk who were warring before your confederacy began. So before your confederacy even began, you brought our confederacy together. So that's what you're talking about in taking something that is at the root of the problem and turning it into medicine. And now we're relatives who care about one another.
And our confederacies put these 13 colonies together, because we had to teach them how to work together. That's all. The last question, though, about finance is a tough one. I know that we don't have a lot of material wealth, and it's a handicap, and we have to work on that. I'll give it to Willie for a minute. 1 minute, Willie.
Totally unpaid political announcement. And coincidentally, it's really fortunate. Peace Hills Trust Company is a 100% Indigenous-owned bank that operates all over the world when you talk about finance. So put your money in our bank and we'll take care of it. Peace Hills Trust. I go to Moscow, I can take money out. I go anywhere, I take money out. Self-determination.
Yeah. You got to, Willie. You're taking me out to dinner tonight. Peace Hills Trust is an Indigenous bank in Alberta, centered in Alberta. All right, listen, we're coming to an end. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the panel for their wonderful contribution. And of course, I want to thank Bina and everybody for allowing us to speak. And we're right on time. That's I think, the most important thing that we did today. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, our elder. And we are just sharing the peace weave with our speakers. You forgot the moderator. The most important person. Yes. Thank you. Once again, thank you to all the panelists. Please carry the stories you have heard from us, from the room. Yes, to ensure that we are able to carry on the work. For us, this is not a project. It's a commitment of a lifetime. And thank you for walking along with us. Thank you, Elder Kenneth, for moderating this panel. Thank you. Yeah. With this, you're not supposed to chat while giving that peace cloth. Just seriously. Okay. Okay, we are coming to the last session. So I thank everyone for your time, and we are at the final and the last. And in a 3-course meal, the dessert is at the end. The sweetest, the most, just to calm down everything. So thank you to everyone for being with us. A little bit of logistical announcement so that you're aware of what's going to happen in the next 1 hour. First, everyone in this room will get a certificate of participation. Okay? So that you... so that, okay, okay. But the thing is, because you are too many of you, we couldn't write every one's of your name. We didn't have enough time. So please scribble your own name there, okay? Don't scribble your daughter's name or your another person's name, your own name. So this will go, and Vera will, and we will distribute. Number 2. Over lunch, while many of you are chatting, a few of us met in the room and we were drafting the resolutions. So there's a draft ready, and Cheryl, are you here? Are the volunteers here? We've been working on the draft. So please call Cheryl, because we have the draft ready, and you please go through that draft. And learning from our Mohawk relatives, always speak in one good mind. When people ask, what should we do? We only had one criteria to be a part of the summit. Please bring a good heart. Please bring a good heart into what we do. Because nowadays our minds are divided, our hearts are divided. And we have been divided again and again. So please let us mend. If people have made mistakes in the past, let's learn to forgive them. If we have made mistakes, please forgive us. We also seek your forgiveness. If any trespasses made in the last 2 days, in the months leading to the summit. And most importantly, at this particular summit, we are launching the Indigenous Mothers March for Peace, Healing, and Unity. Just one voice. Let's hear. Yes. Yeah, I know you are tired. It's Sunday, and many of you are tired. We get that. We will be lighting candles to mark that occasion and stand together. But most importantly, we are building our work based on what we did at the first summit. And even before the first summit, through all the work that our elders have done in the last 40 to 50 years and even beyond. And our elders who are right here in this room. And how deeply, deeply blessed we feel for the work that you started many years ago. We are only walking in your footsteps. With humility and with strength and with courage, we will not be bought by any company or corporate or government. We will walk our own path from now onwards. Article 1 of the small booklet, we shared yesterday how small booklets are very powerful. So this booklet says, the world of today urgently needs meaningful peace building that works for all. 80% of conflicts around the world are happening in biodiversity areas where indigenous peoples live. This is unacceptable and needs to be immediately addressed. This is what we declared at the first summit. Just 2 points. The other one. Indigenous peoples are uniquely positioned to develop and implement culturally appropriate solutions and must be at the forefront of creation of local, regional, national, and international policies and strategies. It's also in the declaration, Article 20. And most importantly, we were deeply inspired by our mothers and grandmothers who walked before us and continue to patrol our streets at night with bamboo torches. Sleepless nights, we recognize Article 5 of our declaration. We recognize the extraordinary role of peace women, the peace mother, Nupilan, indigenous women, our mothers, our clan mothers, and our ancestors who have developed peace methods in times of war, occupation, and conflict. This is the article that was drafted. So we request our volunteers. The declaration is online in a Google Drive. Can Cheryl and those who are working on it please come in front? We would also like to thank, again, all the volunteers who have been working very hard to ensure that we are able to take care of you all. As we do this, I call M. Hemley. Please come and share a little bit of words on the work that you have done, because one of the things that has emerged out of our work since the first summit is we said we are going to launch a book on Indigenous peacebuilding and launch an online curriculum course on Indigenous peacebuilding. And she is one of the contributors. So she will share a little bit so that we go back with the light that each one of you bring. And she will also be ending with a beautiful live performance. Big round of applause to her. I picked a flower from the grave, Song of Lament and Hope. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. E mihi ana kia koe, I te marae kura. I acknowledge you, O esteemed goddess. Okay, greetings everyone. So yes, I was very blessed just as I started my master's to be requested or invited by Bina to write a 3,000 word article on peace-building practices pertaining to my people. So of course, as a proud wahine boy wahine, as a proud young Māori lesbian, I wanted to be able to centre those around the inherent power of women in our traditional society. So I've shortened the 3,000 words all the way down to just 2 pages. So I wanted to just share with you some practices because I've really enjoyed hearing from my aunties about your fellow matrilineal practices. Kia ora. I'll put this in here. Kia ora. I acknowledge you once more, my relatives. I am your Ngāti sibling from the Waikato Tainui Māori Tribal Confederation in Aotearoa, New Zealand. My name is M. Hayley Kukutai Walker. My tūpuna wahine, female ancestors, were revered. They were warriors commanding armies. They were chiefs ruling tribes. They were landholders, high priestesses, and orators, keepers of history through song and story. My tūpuna wahine were diplomats, military strategists, expert weavers, and whare tangata, the sacred creators of life. My tūpuna wahine were peacemakers, mediating conflicts, leading muru plundering parties, and emissaries, securing alliances with former enemies to maintain our collective safety and protection. I am a proud mokopuna, a grandchild of my grandmother, Mite Karaka Kukutai, famously known as Te Tani Whao Waikato, the dragon of my tribe. Her steadfastness is a mighty pau toko manoa, a central ridgepole, for enacting tino rangatiratanga, Māori self-determination, and ensuring that mana wahine, our belief in the inherent spiritual power and authority of women, is honoured and enacted. I was blessed by Bina to be invited to contribute a 3,000 word article about traditional peace-building practices, and this is a little sample of it. In this offering, I wish to share with you how intrinsic my ancestresses were to our traditional peace-building and conflict resolution practices. As a young Māori woman, these findings are important to me for 2 key reasons. Firstly, to reject the racist myths perpetuated in my country to justify the colonization, dispossession, and systemic inequities of my people, such as the warrior gene theory, the despicable belief that my people are inherently savage, lacking benevolence and emotional intelligence, and genetically predisposed to violence. And secondly, through a kaupapa Māori and mana wahine lens, reaffirming the indisputable evidence that my female ancestors upheld the leadership of Māori society for centuries, reigning approximately 27 generations before colonial governance fully took hold through the weapons of patriarchal Christianity and misogynistic Victorian attitudes brought by the Crown. Within just 2 generations following 1840, my powerful tūpuna wahine were relegated to the inferior status ascribed to white women in Western ideologies. Their sacred nature was demonized, their roles were erased, and their influence diminished. Traditionally, our tūpuna wahine, my female ancestors, were celebrated as the source of identity and as the shield of protection for their descendants. Wahine, women, are inextricably tied to Papa Tuanaku, our primordial earth mother. We are the channel between the divine and the human realms. Like the whenua, meaning both placenta and land, women sustain the needs of humanity, nourishing all through their wombs. Our peace-building practices were, of course, female-led, grounded in customary protocols, which prioritized collective reconciliation and accountability within our kinship groups to address the reparations of harm rather than punitive mechanisms which punish, isolate, and exacerbate trauma. Some examples of traditional Maori peacemaking customs centering the intrinsic power and authority of women are muru, meaning to wipe out a wrongdoing. This is a sanctioned legal process conducted through ritual plundering as a ceremonial form of compensation and redress, entirely led by women. And the second one is called rongoā whare. This means house peace. And this is women negotiating, high-ranking women, negotiating truces between warring kinship groups, solely by being high-ranking and being a wahine. Patau pounamu. This is a practice meaning the greenstone door. Pounamu, or greenstone, if you see around my neck here, is our most prized possession. It's treasured, it's strong, and it's unbreakable, the perfect metaphor for truces or peace building conducted by women. And this practice was when our high-ranking women were given in marriage to former enemies to establish alliances. I'd like to drop in here that marriage back in the day was our women held the power over all of the land, and they had the choice at any time to leave their marriage. So it was purely because of the honor and the pride put upon them that they had been trained for their entire lives to be able to provide peace through their status. Just wanted to put that in there. Whare tangata, one of the terms used to refer to the spiritual importance of women as life givers. Whare tangata means house of humanity. Our wombs and our feminine power are examples of, our wombs and our feminine power. There are examples of female leaders like Te Ao Kapurangi, whose spiritual power and authority was so strong that their very presence saved their bloodline because war parties would refuse to harm them due to the intensity of their mana. Kia ora. Tariao, the morning star. This is the religion of peaceful resistance, which I shared the incantation of this morning, which my great-grandmother would lead for our tribe. To conclude, I hope this offering may be received as a proclamation for my fellow Indigenous women that we must reclaim our knowledge and in history, in ceremony, and in identity as taonga tukuiho, treasured heirlooms for the betterment of our children and our children's children. Despite the atrocious violence inflicted on our wombs through colonial processes, the sacred divine feminine endures. We as Indigenous women are the embodiment and physical representation of generations of ancestral resistance and survivance. I live in adoration of the legacy of my ancestors as life givers and peace builders. Their spiritual power that they have given to me through lineage and their sacredness are enshrined within my body and within yours, my dear relatives. It is an inheritance and a birthright which can never be stolen or trampled on. Goodness and peace to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister. So we might be ending before time. How does it sound? So that you can go home and just rest or just stroll around. And the sun is coming out. You should walk around again through this door and enjoy a lot of flowers and trees waiting for you to meet all of you too, okay? So what we're going to do, those people who were in the drafting room, please raise your hand. Yes. Please come up. Because they were in the drafting room while many of you were eating and chatting, which is equally important. But those who were in the drafting committee, please take the floor. Yeah. Now, can our volunteer team put up on the screen what was agreed? Can the volunteer team put up on the screen? Yes. We need a representative from the youth, too. One youth representative from the youth. There's no youth left in the room. No. Yeah. We need one youth. Yes, please. Does it represent all the 7 socio-cultural regions? Anyway, we are all together in this, and it's a small room, so we can reach out to each other. As we do this, I request Vera, are the volunteers taking out the resolution there? Okay, you can please take a seat. Please sit, yeah. These are what has been distilled since yesterday. The wisdom of many of you, the cries, the anguish, the pain, and all the issues that you have raised and put together as we promise. This summit is not to show how much you know. Whether you have a PhD or not, we only ask you to bring a good heart into this summit. And it is based on those principles that we are trying to understand one another as a global community of Indigenous Peacebuilders that we were gathered today and since yesterday. There's a link of that draft declaration. Anyone can get access to the link if you want to put in any statement that we may have missed. So I do not see any volunteers, Gilbert. They were supposed to put the resolution on the screen. But till that happens, we would, if any of our relatives here would like to share some of the points from that particular resolution. There's a draft that is being circulated right now. As we wait a little bit for our volunteers and tech team to just work on this, we are aware that peace is not granted by nations alone, nor carried by peoples alone, but born where peoples and nations choose to stand together. We are hoping that this resolution, which will be called the Mahicantuck, it's the name of the Hudson River, because all civilizations were born near rivers, every single civilization. So we honor the river on whose banks we stand. We have been, as peoples and nations, partners in peace. We have been listening with deep humility for the last 48 hours. We made commitments of friendship, care with each other to bind our conscience and our conduct from now onwards. That peace is a living practice, not just a signature, a symbolic gesture, done by men with guns, with men with suits, not anymore. We have also acknowledged the historical harms, present responsibilities as shared to protect people's peace and planet. So this is a draft declaration that has been condensed from all your statements on what do we do for peacemaking. The preamble says, we, the undersigned participants of the Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding, Indigenous leaders, elders, youth, community representatives, and allies gathered in the spirit of peace, respect, responsibility, and shared humanity on the 25th and 26th April 2026 in New York City, land where the Mahicantuck River flows, and on the shores of the mighty Atlantic Ocean, home of the ancestral lands of the Lenape peoples. We come as representatives of nations and peoples who have carried the knowledge of peace across generations. Long before the existence of the United Nations, the League of Nations, or any modern diplomatic body. We come here as diplomats, mediators, mothers, warriors of peace, elders, youth, language keepers, and seed carriers. Strengthened by the outcomes of the first Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding held on the land where the Potomac River flows, Washington, D.C., in this April 2024, and including the International Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding and the formation of the global network of Indigenous Peacebuilders, Mediators, and Negotiators, and determined to advance those commitments with renewed urgency and deeper purpose. Nobody can read that. It's very small, but you can get the Google link. Who has the Google link? Okay, if you want the Google link, please contact Gilbert here. Mindful that the world stands on a moment of intersecting crisis, armed conflict displacing this should be corrected to 200 million people, accelerating climate destruction, ravaging the territories where Indigenous peoples live, deepening inequality and erosion of multilateral institutions, and the rise of new technologies whose governance remains beyond Indigenous control. You'll have to roll up. Roll up. Therefore, solemnly proclaims the following Mahicantuck River Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding as the outcome of the second Global Summit. So that was a preamble of this. Corrections are going on. I'm going to pass this paper to every table, okay? And each one of you read the different articles. So if you can pass this. And is there a rotating microphone? Yeah. Just, and like you can read out the first article. And it goes around the table. Everybody is.
Just start reading.
Yes. We the undersigned participants of the Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding, Indigenous leaders, elders, youth, community representatives, and allies gather in a spirit of peace, respect, responsibility, and shared humanity on the 25th to 26th of April 2026 in New York City, land where the Mahicantuck Hudson River flows, and on the shores of the mighty Atlantic Ocean, home to the ancestral lands of the...
What I wrote. Said
yes.
Article 1.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
sorry.
Listen.
Yes, I wanted to capture the spirits of the Mohawk. Article 1. We honor indigenous wisdom and traditions as essential guides for peaceful coexistence and stewardship of the natural world. We affirm that all UN member states must implement United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a minimum standard of their commitment to indigenous peoples in full realization of the International Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding adopted at our first summit on 12th of April 2024.
Okay, where are we?
Second.
Okay. Number 2. Where are we? Up here at the top? Indigenous peoples are the world's original and most enduring peace builders.
For millennia, they have made treaties, resolved conflicts, maintained harmony, and developed systems of law, governance, and diplomacy that predate every modern institution. We call upon all states, international organizations, and multilateral bodies to recognize Indigenous peoples as expert partners in peace. Together, we commit to reduce global conflicts by 50%.
Peacebuilding must move beyond consultation and tokenism toward genuine partnership. This means truth-telling, reconciliation, land security, the recognition of Indigenous self-determination, and the meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples, including Indigenous women, people with disabilities, and youth at every stage of the conflict analysis, negotiation, and resolution. We uplift the voices of Indigenous peoples, especially elders and youth, in shaping pathways to peace and collectively well-being. Nothing about us without us.
Article 4. We honor and affirm the Indigenous frontline defenders who put their lives at risk to protect their peoples, territories, and cultures. Indigenous peoples across the globe face state-sponsored and non-state violence, displacement, and erasure. We call for the immediate release of all Indigenous peoples imprisoned for speaking out, defending their rights, or advocating for peace.
Article 5, we protect the earth, our shared home, by supporting sustainable practices and safeguarding land, water, and biodiversity for future generations. The defense of Indigenous lands is inseparable from the health of the planet. 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is cared for by Indigenous peoples. We call upon the United Nations to establish a universal mandate for the protection of Indigenous territories as a matter of global environmental security.
We recognize that armed conflict and occupation produce environmental injustice through contamination of lands and waters, destruction of sacred sites, and forced displacement. We affirm the right of all Indigenous peoples to remain on their lands in safety and dignity. We call for international monitoring and accountability mechanisms, specifically attentive to Indigenous territory in conflict zones.
Indigenous peoples are the primary stewards of the world's forests, lands, waters, and biodiversity. Effective conservation and climate action are impossible without recognizing Indigenous peoples as rights holders and decision makers. We call for the transformation of conservation and climate frameworks toward Indigenous-led stewardship, replacing exclusionary models with systems rooted in Indigenous knowledge and authority.
Article 8, the deliberate or negligent contamination of indigenous lands, waters, and bodies by extractive industries, pesticides, the mining of critical minerals to fuel the transition to green energy, narco traffic, and military activity constitutes an attack on indigenous peoples and their future generations. The green transition must not be built on a new wave of indigenous disposition. We invoke the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and call upon member states to consult meaningfully with indigenous peoples on all projects affecting their territories with free, prior, and informed consent as a non-negotiable minimum.
Article 9. Women, Mothers, and the March for Peace. The time has come to listen to the woman, Indigenous woman, peace mothers, clan mothers, grandmothers, and wisdom keepers have always been at the center of peace building. Their leadership must be recognized, resourced, and amplified at every level. Locally, nationally, and internationally, we announce the Global March of Indigenous Mothers for Peace, Healing, and Unity. This march will begin at this summit and culminate at the 3rd Global Summit of Indigenous Peacebuilding in 2028. And may the men march along.
Article 10. We call for international mechanisms specifically designed to support the inclusion of indigenous women in peace negotiations, conflict resolution processes, and post-conflict reconstruction. Indigenous women must be present not as symbolic representatives but as experts, mediators, and decision makers. We call upon the UN Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, the Peacebuilding Commission, and all relevant bodies to make indigenous women's leadership a structural priority.
Please, what number? ¿Cuánto quedaste? Not good. 11. I don't have pronunciation for now. Do you want to read, please?
Article 11. Language is a knowledge system. It carries history, political knowledge, social knowledge, spiritual law, and the names of the world. When a language is lost, a universe of knowledge is lost with it. We call for all states and UN bodies to urgently resource indigenous language documentation, revitalization, and transmission through community-led processes. Oral knowledge must be documented before it is lost.
Please, can I? Skander or Mila? 12.
Article 12, indigenous knowledge systems, including medicinal knowledge, ecological knowledge, governance systems, cosmovisions, and oral histories, are living archives of solutions to the world's most urgent crisis. This knowledge system must be protected from extraction and exploitation. We call upon tribal leaders, councils, and indigenous communities to urgently develop intellectual property policies that protect their knowledge systems, and we call upon states to enact legal frameworks and recognize and enforce those protections.
Yeah, Skander, the 13. Read the 13 hard. Loudly, please.
Article 13. Generative artificial intelligence is actively extraction, exploiting, and reproducing indigenous language and knowledge without consent. This is a new form of colonialism data colonialism, in which the knowledge systems of indigenous peoples are fed into systems controlled by military actors, private corporations, and governments, not by indigenous people themselves. Indigenous peoples have the right to own, govern, and determine the use of data derived from their communities, territories, languages, and knowledge systems. We call upon all states, UN bodies, and technology developers to recognize indigenous data sovereignty as a foundational legal and policy principle, and they require free, prior, and informed consent for all data collection in indigenous territories and communities.
Here, please. Who wants to read? Okay.
Article 14. We call for the protection of indigenous people from surveillance, reprisals, and digital security threats when engaging in international advocacy spaces. We affirm the right of indigenous peoples to organize, communicate, and advocate without fear of digital monitoring or retaliation.
Mirna, ¿cuál es? ¿La 15?
Article 15. We call upon all states and multilateral bodies to recognize that peace building must include resource governance by indigenous peoples themselves. There is no environmental justice without indigenous justice. There is no climate solution without indigenous peoples at the center of its design and implementation.
Article 16. We call upon the United Nations General Assembly and all member states to declare 2027 to 2037 the decade of Indigenous peacebuilding, coinciding with the 20th anniversary of UNDRIP. This decade must be accompanied by substantive program of action, dedicated funding, and accountability mechanisms that center Indigenous leadership.
Okay. Article 17. We affirm the dispensable role of a multilateral institution while demanding their transformation. We call upon the United Nations Peacebuilding Commission, the UN Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous People Issues, and the Organization of American States to shift from the recognition to implementation, from symbolic inclusion to genuine partnership, from commemorative gesture to binding obligation.
Itagostege somota masnaikan. Kahkio te patana na kaisinoak. Taminosta tsigoma dances wakotok. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Cree. By the way, we have the UN Declaration in Cree available. We call for the development of international mechanisms for conflict mediation between Indigenous peoples and states, including Indigenous peoples tribunals, with recognized legitimacy to address the gaps in existing international legal frameworks. The absence of such mechanisms has allowed conflicts affecting Indigenous peoples to persist for generations unresolved.
The next one. Elsa, then me.
Article 19, we announce the development of an online curriculum on Indigenous peace building, open to all who wish to learn and contribute. We invite all participants of this summit and the global Indigenous peace building community to contribute to this living educational resource.
Article 20. We commit to meeting at the 3rd Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding in 2028 to examine the progress made under this declaration and the International Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding adopted in 2024, and to continue the work of building a global system of peace rooted in Indigenous wisdom, justice, and the sovereignty of peoples and lands.
We finished, eh? Yeah, but the sister wanted to read one article related to youth.
Okay.
Thank you. There's another one that was just added. I think it's about Indigenous youth, and I think it's really necessary to see more young people here. So Indigenous youth are leading in technology, diplomacy, the arts, environmental monitoring, and activism in ways that are reshaping the world. Yet, too many young people are not told they can. We call for the full and genuine inclusion of Indigenous youth in every stage of peace building, in negotiations, in policy, development, in cultural transmission, and in the design of peace architectures for the next generation. We commit to invest in education, mentorship, and opportunity for Indigenous youth everywhere.
Sports. Is sports missing? Again, there's a QR code for this document, and please feel free to add till everybody agrees it's a living document. Okay, but I want to go to the committee who worked on it this lunchtime, and see. And we have two lawyers, very eminent lawyers. Let us hear. We have been discussing this, so I'll give it to Sherry and then Vincent.
Okay. I don't know about it, imminent. We have been making a number of changes to the document that amount to a lot of capitalization of Indigenous and adding of peoples, but also looking at adding a recognition of Indigenous people being the pillars of peace. The pillars of peace for Indigenous peoples are principles based on direct experience with peace and conflict and spiritual guidance shared across generations, recognition of the impact that Indigenous peoples can have through their survival of long-term conflict. And other additions include language that stops the criminalization of Indigenous land protectors, because there's wide-scale criminalization happening of Indigenous land protectors, recognizing that the protection of our lands and territories is a right that we have. It's part of this inclusion into this documentation. Also adding sections that, let me pull out this other sheet here. I'm trying not to drop my computer. So if you want to hold that for a second. Sure. Okay. Someone that was commenting was an anonymous octopus, and I wish I had all their hands up here right now. adding in under the language knowledge and cultural survival section that language also carries key relational knowledge that helps us live in peaceful balance. Stopping the criminalization. And under the technology with generative artificial intelligence, adding a section that Indigenous peoples be the sole authority interpreting the knowledges that are taken out of our territories, because quite often our words and our language are misconstrued and misrepresented in legal forums. And so having Indigenous people be the sole authority on the interpretation of those knowledges and systems of knowledge and our languages is really critically important. So language was added for that. And also something that I can't remember if I've added yet, but will be adding, as I'll hear on my notes, is recognizing that there are currently no protections for climate refugees under international law. There's protections for conflict refugees, but there are no protections for people who have been displaced by climate. So adding that as an element of this document is also critically important. And then adding protections for Indigenous peoples who have been displaced from their territories, so those who are living in refugee camps and in other locations after having been forcibly removed from their territories or had to move as a result of climate. And then also adding to the final section that articles are going to be slightly different now because they're all being adjusted as we're going. Calling for the development of international mechanisms for conflict mediation between Indigenous peoples and states, including Indigenous peoples tribunals, with recognized legitimacy in some form of an enforcement mechanism added to that, because whether there's any ability for people to follow through on the agreements that were made makes a difference on whether those agreements are simply symbolic or whether they're tangible. And so there has to be something there that makes them tangibly enforceable. And I think '21, '22. Okay. So adding 21 and 22. 21, we commit to meeting at the third Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding in 2028 to examine the progress made under this declaration and the International Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding adopted in 2024, and to continue the work of building a global system of peace rooted in Indigenous peoples' wisdom, justice, and the sovereignty of peoples and lands. Article 22, we call upon the member states to create a separate department or ministry for peace and reconciliation and make the Indigenous Peacebuilders important components of the department or ministry for peace and reconciliation. We call upon the United Nations Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs to urgently recruit, train, and deploy Indigenous peoples, mediators, facilitators, and translators within formal peace processes and conflict analysis teams. We call for the appointment of an Indigenous peoples expert to the UN Mediation Support Unit. Indigenous peoples' perspectives must shape conflict analysis from the beginning, not be added as afterthoughts. Ritual ceremony and relationship building must be recognized as legitimate and essential elements of any mediation process, and I also would probably add negotiations in there. And then somebody read the closing declaration, I believe. Yep. And then I'm passing it on to Vincent.
So I want to talk about the implementation and the scope of the document. So this is not targeted at the UN, right? This is targeted at all governments, your governments, all around the world, right? My government too. Yep. Everybody. Yep. And so what I want to suggest here is how you, each individual here, could utilize the document to make a difference. So for example, if I walked into, so Navajo Nation, we're in Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. If I walked into the senator's office, Senator Ben Ray Lujan in New Mexico, and I said, I want you to make this law, he's going to look at me and he might say, I'll read this on the floor, and it's about as much as I could get out of him maybe. So what you got to do with this when you take it home is you have to find, okay, what can I give to my political representative to make it easy for them to make this into law? So if I were to do it, I would say, okay, what laws in the United States does this touch on already? And I would find those laws, okay, let's say it's 25 USC, da-da-da-da-da. I would get a red line. I'd edit that for the person, for the member of Congress. I'd show them, here's exactly the language you need to put in, and here's exactly where in the U.S. code it needs to go. And I'd look at the regulations, and I would do the same thing. I would do all the work for them, make it easy for them to implement something like this. Because otherwise, they'll get it, and they'll say, that's nice, I can read it on the floor, but then that doesn't have the impact that you need, right? So that's a little bit just on the scope, but, you know, for you, if you can do that, you know, that's great. Find organizations in your own countries that can help you do that as well. There's, I know across the world, there's lots, and I think there's probably lots of resources here as well on that. And so that's, you know, that's just an overall comment on the scope of it. On some of the more specific things, one thing I want to comment on is you see in Article 6 talking about armed conflict, Article 7 talking about stewards of forests, lands, waters, biodiversity, Article 8 talking about extractive industries. Those are all connected. When you think about, you know, let's say Navajo Nation, we have a history of uranium mining. Nearly all of the nuclear weapons the U.S. has, that uranium has come from the Navajo Nation. And that is going to be moving forward. Uranium is a critical mineral. That is going to be, like Bina and others have been saying, the next wave of wars is going to be on indigenous lands over those critical minerals for weapons, not just for, you know, what it says here, green energy, but for all extractive industries and the things that they need. So when you look at this, view it with that critical eye and how is this actually going to impact you, and add those comments to it. Thank you.
Does any other member want to have the last word before we?
Oh, sorry. It's just a paragraph that I propose to add. So I propose direct action of dialogue and appeasement. Can we say appeasement? To calm down. Huh? De-escalation. Okay, de-escalation. And de-escalation through the summit led by women and youth to facilitate dialogue between the parties in conflict will be undertaken according to the situation. The crisis diagnostic activities currently underway in relation to indigenous people will be implemented, and we call on United Nations also, like Willie and Kenneth Nation, Kanawaki, and cooperations, NGOs, and any other goodwill to contribute resource and technical support to the specific cases of indigenous people, especially now in Mali. But it can be another IP's issues also. It depends on crisis. It's an immediate action according to the situation of emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just give them and bring it to you. Willie, and then.
Two comments. I think now it's internationally legal drafting that the term should be indigenous peoples, tribes, and nations. That's the accepted international legal drafting. The second point is wherever we use the word community, we need to be careful about that given the current debate on local communities. Because I think I heard it about 3 or 4 times, the word community, that's all.
Yeah, but maybe the general recommendation would be wherever you're using the term indigenous, try to use indigenous peoples with capital letters, because we're talking about human rights holders, collective human rights holders. And if we only leave indigenous, it can be used in different ways. Our second recommendation is a recommendation to the UN Permanent Forum. We had Aluki in the opening, we had Leah, and now we have Jennifer, and Valentina is here, so we have 4 members. So I think we should ask them for a recommendation in the 25th session, where they recognize, they acknowledge the second summit, they receive the recommendations, and they ask for the International Decade of Indigenous Peoples Peacebuilding. If it comes out, and I don't know if it would be too much, but maybe we should ask the special rapporteur that was here to, in the future, to prepare a study on Indigenous peoples peace building. Yeah.
Just a small part, because I don't see the text on the paragraph on youth and stuff. But I just want, just a caution to everybody when you start getting into lists. The right to self-determination belongs to the collective. It belongs to the people. Men do not have the right to self-determination. Women do not have a right to self-determination. Youth do not have a right to self-determination. People with disabilities don't have a right to self-determination. The peoples have a right to self-determination. And so it's a collective right. So just be careful how you text. I support the participation of youth and the women, of course, and people with disabilities. I support all of those things. But just be careful that you don't mention them in a way that each individual group has its own right to self-determination. It doesn't. I just want to, just a caution.
Is that we will have a moment to sit back with this and adjust some of that kind of problematic language. This is just giving you the basic idea of what it is that's being added to the document, but we'll go through and correct all of the problematic specific language like that. We can universally change indigenous to indigenous peoples and those kinds of things. But some of these other recommendations I think are really critically important that the 3 of you have just made. I think it would be worth encapsulating that in an email and then going through with a more fine-tooth comb and adding that language in. Yeah.
I think it's important to recognize that this is an evolving document. Right? This is something that involves the collective contribution. Right? That's why it's not as if this is not colonized. So again, this is about inclusivity. So, your contributions are valuable for this document to evolve, to represent the hearts of all of us. And I always say that it's important to put moccasins on our prayers, and that's what I see this document being, right, as a way for us to manifest, what we all concur. And, often my elders and teachers say, we have to enter into enemy territory, learn their language, learn their ways and their customs better than they know, so then we can utilize that for the protection of our intrinsic sovereignty and for the way, for our way of life. And so we want to keep that in mind. And I was actually in Article 2 suggesting rather than to reduce global conflicts by 50%, say 70%, and then you added a specified time, right? So that we're really clear about where we stand in terms of what's acceptable and what's not. And the other for me as a traditional practitioner of medicine ways, that ceremony really needs to be an essential aspect of whenever we're communicating with the UN, for example. There was a paucity of ceremony within that building over there, and I really felt that because many of us are being triggered or activated by, these wounds that are, as we share our stories. And so to have a place to go, like a sacred fire for us to heal and to share and to allow our tears to be expressed, which was so beautifully done by, our younger Crow niece here, right? The courage to articulate herself and show her tears, which for me is genuine power, right? And humility. And so, that's also something that we can incorporate into this document, is that ceremonial protocols need to be an aspect of this negotiation and dialogue. Mahicantuck, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so here we go. Okay, yes, just hold on. Just hold on. So this document, please take from the volunteers the link. Please change what is needed to be changed. Okay. So we all agree together with all the concerns. So if you don't have time to speak now, please edit on the document. It will all be shared with you or with a QR code or the link. It's all there. So, but we, again, they came to the meeting room. We all invited many of you during the lunchtime to come and support us with the drafting. Only these people turned up. That's why they're sitting here. So please give a round of applause to them. At least they showed up. They showed up, okay? It was not that they were selected or anything. We called people to the drafting room. Only they showed up. Now, many of you who didn't show up, they're like, what do we do? So please add your, okay? The only thing that we will do today is, do we agree that we can have the Mahicantuck Hudson River Declaration on Indigenous Peacebuilding at the end of the 2 days second historic global summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding? Do we agree? Yes. Thank you. Okay. What goes inside, it's all of us work. It's not one person's work, not a group's work. It's everyone's work. Okay. So please take the document, and I know you are tired. Reflect on it. We don't have to do everything today. You can add. We'll give a week to take your time. Yes, give a deadline. What is today? Oh, no, that's too soon. That's too soon.
72?
Oh, no. Some are going on flights. Let's give a week, okay? Let's breathe. Let's just return home.
Okay. Bina?
Let's give a week.
If we want to be able to use it at the permanent forum, it has to be done sooner.
Correct.
So can we say 36? So let's say 48 hours for comments to be added.
Correct.
And then that will give us another day to clean up.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay.
Because we are going into the UN after this. Yes, as many of our elders have said. Absolutely. So today is what day?
Today is Sunday, the 26th.
Can you send it by Tuesday then?
So all comments by the 28th, the end of the day on the 28th, which will give us another day to clean it up. So
all right.
Thank you.
Have we all agreed to this? Okay, yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for being here and for standing by for this declaration. Thank you. Now, we have the last three really important things. The beginning and the ending is very important. And for ending this, we will have just last three things that we want us to be with us to honor. One, we are now calling upon, we started the day from yesterday with a beautiful ceremony. We are going to end with a ceremony too. For this, and as we mentioned, as Indigenous people, it's very important that we have sacred ceremonies just to end it, as we mentioned, and we call upon first our sisters, Alpana Devi and O.P. Singh, from the Manipuri community, who will be doing the last sacred dance just to bring all of us to a closing. This will be followed by our Maori sister, and then Colin Martin current chairman of the Haudenosaunee External Affairs, External Relations Committee, we will be doing the closing prayers. Okay. Okay, after the Maori, okay? So we request everyone to please take your seats. Manipuri classical dance is one of the 5 classical dance forms of India. And this is a part of that being performed. And we are so thankful to Alpana Devi and O.P. Singha for your time. They are not only here, but their children were this morning studying in grade 6. They were here. So thank you for what you're doing for your for the indigenous people of Manipur and the Bangladesh Manipuri Association. This is really important. So floor is yours.
चटकिनी जय छे बोलत मधुर मृदंग मार्दल बावत घन घन तक धिन 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 तक धी तक थू तक धा ता था गिने तक गिने तक किता तक किता गिने तक गिने तक किता तक किता तक किता गिने तक किता गिना गिना गिने तक गिने तक किता तक किता गिने तक गिने तक किता तक किता गिने तक किता गिना गिना
Nungai Jere, thank you so much for your beautiful dance. The sarong that the Manipuri women are wearing, if you look at the embroidery, these are all hand-woven, made. And it depicts the origin of the world, it depicts nature. So every fabric that we wear, we weave till today. It's not made in China. So just to let you know how we carry our living traditions with us. And Alpana Devi and Opi, thank you so much for carrying on the culture with you every single day. This is our resilience, and this is our victory. Thank you so much. Yes. All right. Some space issues in this particular room. All right. So the last few, again, volunteers, if you're here, please all come up. All the volunteers, please come up. We just want to thank you. Without the volunteers, just saying, we have 3 more things. Without the volunteers, we wouldn't have been here today. Yes, so all the volunteers, please come up. As we said, the summit has been created over a period of years, and particularly in the last 6 months. We had pre-summit sessions. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Mikiano. Now there's no one, because all the volunteers are there. So you please pass it on. There are more, but some of them have left too. Yeah, please bring them. Yeah, please bring them. Meanwhile, please pass the plate yourself. Yes. Just thank you to everyone for your service. Yeah. Yes. We even have a former diplomat as a volunteer. So, yes, thank you. And Nidia, thank you so much. Yes. And for Lupita too, absolutely. Yes, we'll just wait for a moment. Yes. Yes. Okay, again. You stay there. You are being thanked. Okay. Can we have a volunteer? Can we have a volunteer to please honor them? Oh, now you stand here. You are being honored. Okay. Sorry. Has everyone got everything? So, yeah. For the... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Gilbert and our Maasai brother. No. Please, I'm not Yes. This is our way, Indigenous way. When you come to our homes, we never send you off empty-handed. I remember going to an Indigenous home once. The mother was a widow with nothing. She came with the only pumpkin that was growing in her garden. This is the heart of the people. The most generous people in the world are the poorest, but they have the biggest hearts. And Indigenous people, we are not poor, but we have the biggest hearts too. So all of these weavings, we thank the Manipur Women Gun Survivors Network, Bina S, all the master weavers whose photographs you see. They wove everything in the last 1 year during wartime, during curfews, military blockades, through these issues, violence, they wove these so that it will be in time for our summit. So thank you so much to all the volunteers. You mean the world. Some are not volunteers, but standing there. I'm just joking. Yes, just joking. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. With this, we have the last few remaining program. Just be with us. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for our brothers and sisters. Okay, yes. Okay. So one brother, he wanted... Our Philip Scott from Ancestral Voice. He's a wild card entry. So please... I don't remember his registration. He came in. Okay, so he's a wild, but he...
So I invite you all to stand for me, please. It's important that we remember as we dream and activate peace in the world that we commence with peace within ourselves, right? Without peace within ourselves, it's difficult to achieve peace in the world. So I wanted to sing a song from my Lakota family about the heart, so we can keep our heart open, continue to love ourselves and each other, and then to segue into a song to unite ourselves in solidarity and unity. Wamayankapa, Wamayankapa, Wechodalikte, Wechodalikte, hey ay ho, hey ay ho, Wamayankapa, Wamayankapa, Wechodalikte. Wechodalikte, hey ay ho, hey ay ho, hey ay ho, hey ay ho. I invite you to hold hands with your relative next to you. So we unite as one heart, one mind, one body, one spirit, in solidarity toward what we dream and endeavor to realize collectively. You ha chekia yo hai changlash ka khele wakancha chekia yo ha ya we ya we lo ha ya we ya we lo hey chanam bakale chela wakancha you ha chekia yo hai changlash ka khele wakan cha chekia yo hey. As we go forth, we take these seeds of intention with us so we may sow them in the hearts of those that are ready to listen, and prayers of safety on your travels back to your homes and your communities, your nations and your tribes, to share this good medicine with them. And again, acknowledgement of the Lenape and Haudenosaunee nations for the privilege to be able to stand upon the land that you worship and that you walk and have tended to for millennia. Aho, matakuyasin.
I'm just going to perform a ritual of thanks, which is through a ceremonial form of songwriting called haka. You should stand up to receive it, sorry. This one is a very, very famous haka. About one of our chiefs called Te Rauparaha, who was saved by the divine force that is women. This is for all of you, and especially thank you to Bina and our beautiful, beautiful kaimātua, our elders and leadership who have brought us together under one accord from ngā pito katoa o te ao, from all of the corners of this world. So this is kamate, and it's about overcoming many battles and still surviving, just like we continue to do to this day and have done for thousands of years. Kia ora. Oh, I'll start like this. E rere te kahu ki tōna piringa, te tiki tiki o rangi a tupu e tani whae. E rere te kahu ki runga o tau piri te mauri o te iwi pāwhakaerua e. Wai ka tō tani whārau, he piko e tani whā, he piko e tani whā, ei! Kamate, kamate, kaora, kaora, kamate, kamate, kaora, kaora, tēnei te tangata huru, huru, nāna i tiki mai whakawhiti te rā. Upale, kaupale, upale, kaupale, whiti te rā. He ohara, he mahi mōrunga i te marae tūnei. E ko te tūi, e ko te tūi, e ko te hono ki te kotahitanga ki te kuini Māori e tūnei.
Thank you, my sister, for this powerful thing. Would you please take the seat? Chris Alvarez and team. We forgot to thank Chris Alvarez and team who have been documenting every moment so that our moments remain. So can you please leave your cameras for now? And we would like to just honor you. Yes, absolutely. How many team members are here? Our brother, yes, come, Chris Alvarez and team. We didn't know each other before the summit, but the moment he joined in, he just jumped in like a brother, and this is what humanity does. Chris, thank you, please, to Chris. Yeah. Huh? Oh, yes, yes, and. Chris is here with his brother. Yes, thank you. And they are from Queens. They are from this place. We are so proud that you are doing. They are going to make a film from these 2 days and then short clips so that we will send to all of you. So this precious memory is remaining. Because last time we did it USIP, after Dodge did, they erased everything. The only thing which remained was a 1-hour ceremony because it was on YouTube. The rest of it, all gone. So this time we said, nobody will take that away, those beautiful memories from us. So thank you, Chris. You have done a commendable job. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, so if you want to be interviewed by Chris, to be included, follow him, okay? Outside, and it's beautiful weather. Yeah, you can interview. So with this, we are so glad that our sister and brother are here again from the Mohawk Nation. The stories start with beading. So when we were doing our planning for the Weaving for Peace exhibition, we said it's just not weaving, it's also beading, basketry, any form. And my sister Colleen last year had given me 2 beautiful beads. She made, and it is on display at the exhibition. And I reached out to her and said, would you like to be a part of this? And without hesitation, she said yes. So her beautiful work, embroidery, is there. And because of her, Martin also came along. So Martin, We are so happy that you represent the Haudenosaunee External Relations Committee to delivering our blessed remarks to bring this summit to a close. Martin.
How do I follow that last act? They don't. First of all, I want to thank Bina and her helpers, staff, friends, associates for the fine work they've done for these 2 days to bringing us all together in a sense of peace and respect and friendship. So, yeah, we'll go to you for all the work you've done and that you continue to do. So I think that at this point we need to give them a round of applause. Now I've been asked to close off our event. As with all things that we do, the Haudenosaunee, when we come together as a people, whether it be for ceremony or for meetings and stuff, we always want to start off and end in a good way. So we've been given from the Creator what we call, in the Mohawk language, Wahando Galiwadekwa, Cayuga language is called the Gonohonyo. It's the words of thanksgiving. We heard it earlier, day one, start of the Mohawk language. I'm Mohawk. I'm going to tell it in Cayuga, though. Going to confuse my brain a little bit. So again, like I said, it's in the spirit of appreciating all that we've come together in the last 2 days, everything that we've heard that have touched us in our hearts, that we take back with us to our homes. So it's with a sense of gratitude and respect that we give, and the words that we've been given by the Creator to help us to remember that even though we've had 2 days of intense discussion on peace building and other areas that are affecting us, we still have to remember about the natural world, what is still going on out there, and have appreciation and respect. So this helps to bring our minds back into a sense of peace, so we're not overwhelmed when we're walking out the door and heading back to our homes, so that we have safe travels. I will also ask the four beings who watch over and protect us to watch us, to ensure that our travel home is safe and that we reach our homes in a safe and a good way. So, ona swatan sios. Ne watni rendishib de eat gai huant go awado. Ne hadwai wai canto sawaya diso songa we ganohnyok. Ne neo we sat scano do notunyo. Ne de andwe hake ia skada dwaya o gatni goha. Scott and what a nohnyo. A nate ganio tok o gatni goha. At this point in time, when I get to that last sentence, when I get to Nate to Ganioto Ogwatnigoha, that means that we all agree that our minds are one. When we did the opening, we said to. Now I'm going to ask that you say nya. And nya is spelt like N-Y-E-A-H, so it's like nya. So you say it from deep within inside you, and you let it out. Yeah. It's very powerful. It's very strong when we all do it in unison. So again, when I say "Eat again yoto uwatni goho," I want to hear you all say that as an acknowledgement for what I'm saying. Dani and Watrowi o Hunjade, Donoha did one hunkwa. Negwato setnieha, Nadine and Dway Gwego did on Hunyu, a nato ganio tok, o Gwatni goha. Dani and Watrowi, o Dahidonio, touch snake is na how I went on he. Nadine and Dway Scott, the Yeti no Hunyu, a nato ganio tok, o Gwatni goha. Dani and Watrowi, said we go in a scanadayo. Oi Hawana, touch wads out, Nate, does a highway in twats, eh? Now some gonye hake. Oh, handle, hurry for that nyonge. Nadine and Dway hake Scott, the said we no Hunyu, said we go in a scanadayo, a nato ganio tok, o Gwatni goha. Dani and Watrowi, gay nugwadage, had hiak kyono, nay, the yoki antnudo, scano, dwanotonyo. Nadine and Dway hake Scott, the Yeti no Hunyu, had hiak kyono, the yoki antnudo. a nato gani o tok o got ni goha. Dani and Watrowi. How hage gaunt you de hanagri, so by yadiso. Ned so do sando, ne scano, I do not on you. Ned and enjoy hey Scott, the subdudo. Gaunt you de hanagri, so by yadiso. A nato gani o tok o got ni goha. Dani to naga guini, ige guy ganda, yo what a geto, gonohno. Onane, the skaka shongo o got ni go hasso. Ned so a teep winega. Gini hano, ne, di yoki at yo, scano do noctunio. Tosan duayo, jungot squadinio. Onane, sadwadwa, dwanio he. Da toni noto, o got ni goha. Danito.
Thank you. It looks like you don't want to leave. Yes. Is from Thomas Berry, Kelly and Tom here? They are not here, but we would like to record that Tom and Kelly from this Thomas Berry, they were very kind. Again, we didn't know them. We told them we had a budget. If you hire a room in Manhattan, it costs 10 to 15,000. We couldn't afford it. This room was given free to us. Yes, by them. We only paid for the stay of our guests in the 3rd floor and the food. You will be surprised to know this summit was done with a budget of $25,000. Just to let you know, it's not the money, it's the spirit. And there was no one backing us. People contributed $250. Organizations contributed $1,500. Every small resource added up to be here we are today. So to all the people who supported us with $250, $500, their names, their organizations are at the back. Thank you to each and every one of you who supported us, believed in us. Many of them didn't even know us. Those who know us, we're not there sometimes. Those who don't know us, they came forward. So again, just to share that you put your right intent out there, the universe comes around to support you. The other thing, thank you to all who bought your own tickets. Noni came from Manipur. We had no budget for flights. Nani, please stand up. He must be the one who came from the farthest. He did not come for the UN Permanent Forum. Because of the Middle East crisis, he flew from Delhi or Kolkata to Japan and all the way here just for this summit. So this is the dedication of many. Some of our sisters from Mexico also came. And many others who have come from Taiwan who couldn't enter the UN, but you are here. Okay? Yes. We are here. So thank you. And all our sisters from Taiwan, yes. You are family. Okay. And all those who have always been with us, thank you for your continued faith, your love, your commitment, your trust in us. And I would like to say a special mention to our sister Mariana Lopez. Yes, please stand up, Mariana. She gave us moral support every time. And another person I really want to acknowledge is Elsa. Elsa is a revolutionary. She worked with the UN for 30 years. Lived in this country for I don't know how many, but she still retains her Greek citizenship. Just to say, she never gave up. I would like to say a final thanks to Gilbert here. Yeah. You know what? All the materials you saw in the exhibition, all the materials that you're seeing on this table, he brought it in the 11 car trips. His car has only 2 doors also. So, Gilbert, please give him a shawl. He deserves it. Yes, he deserves it. So again, I told him, please hire a vehicle and get someone from the Craigslist to help for one day. He did not. He went 11 times up and down to get this. This is the level of how everyone contributed in its own beautiful ways. So another round of applause for Gilbert Smith. Many of you are doing your own works. And thank you again for being with us in this journey. Many things have happened in terms of like, it's not easy, but your faith, and again to thank you to all the 300 people who registered. 300 people registered from 80 countries. We were overwhelmed. Again, I had to politely write to each one of them that how we can only have 150 people in the room, because you know how small this room is. So if you're listening via the Zoom, apologize to those who couldn't bring you here. It's not because our hearts are small. We had a small room. And it's a health hazard if we have more than this. So thank you to all who registered, but we were not able to bring you to the room. So with this, and Otilia, our elder Otilia, she came only for this summit again. Yes. She is a historical figure for us Indigenous people, Indigenous Peace Movement. And our dear sisters, of course. Leslie, where's Leslie? Leslie, thank you. And most importantly, again, our elders, Chief Willie Littlechild. When you agreed for the first summit, and even our elder Kenneth Deere was looking at me like this. He didn't know me then. Imagine calling them to Washington, D.C., and even Mama Bear. They didn't want to come to Washington, D.C. Who goes to Washington, D.C.? It is seen as this hard place of power where people have no hearts. But you came. Anna, you came from Guatemala 2 years ago. When you walked in, I knew we were going to do this together. Thank you. You made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything, Dina, and everybody. Thanks to everybody. Gracias a todos. This is a collective work that we are doing. Everything can be possible when we are as a family, when we recognize each other as brother and sister. Things that seem to be impossible are possible because we are driving with life, with the planet. We are asking Mother Earth to save us. Mother Earth is not going to save us if we don't put our hearts, our minds, and our actions in coherence. Thank you so much, Pachi. Gracias. And thanks to everybody who's joining here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 100 times, thank you to everybody. Thanks to be here in this planet as a family. Thanks to be again here. Thanks to allow us to think in our ancestors.
Hianane yana haweo, hiano wene. Hianane yana haweo, yana haweo, hiano wene. Hey! Kanalumkwa, my dear sister, I wrap you in my medicine. Yes. Okay. Are we blowing off the candle or lighting it? Yes. Yes. We'll blow off the candle, which has been burning throughout the last 2 days. And then we are going to light candles to start, to commence the march, remembering our mothers who are here, mothers who have left us, grandmothers, clanmothers, to start the global Indigenous Women's Mothers March for peace, healing, and unity. Sodata, you're living in a relief camp in Burkina Faso because you left. Your home is at war. May you be the first person to light the candle for the Indigenous mothers who will march for peace, healing, and unity for the next 2 years. Just one. Atilia, Mirna, please. Elsa, please. Anna.
Yo encenderé la vela en nombre de la energía sagrada del pueblo maya. Para nosotros hoy es Ish y está representado por el jaguar, pero significa el poder de las mujeres. No es casualidad. No es casualidad. El poder de Mina, como el poder de todas las mujeres que estamos acá, hace un conjunto para la construcción de la paz.
Today is the day of Ish, and it is the day of the power of women. And now we are starting this process. It's the power of all women that we are now representing here.
Ese poder también representa la dualidad. Tenemos que caminar en conjunto. Mujeres, hombres, jóvenes, mayores, todos los aliados junto a los pueblos indígenas para que podamos efectivamente prevenir las guerras y erradicar las que están actualmente sucediendo en distintas partes del mundo. This day also represents duality. So I would like to light the candle, inviting men, women, young persons, elders, allies of Indigenous peoples, to work together with Indigenous women, Indigenous peoples, so we can work very hard to prevent war, but also to be able to eradicate all of the wars that are happening at this moment in the world.
Oh, I have to do it like that. Our hearts are one and our minds are one. And we join our voices and our silences for peace as we walk towards peace for the world. I have to do this.
No. No, para que no agarre la...
Así como inicié la apertura de las energías de hoy, así también terminamos. Así como iniciamos, así como tuve la oportunidad de iniciar la apertura, así la cierro también.
Okay, the same way that I have started today, I am going to close also this ritual.
El hermano se tuvo que retirar, entonces me encomendó también cerrar la apertura.
The brother who started with me the ritual asked me to finish also, to close the ceremony.
Como dijo Vina, estuve en el primer encuentro, igual como Lupita, Dinia, Adam, recuerdo también, y otros más. Ahora estamos aquí en el segundo encuentro. Gracias a las abuelos y a las abuelas.
Thanks to all the ancestors, grandmothers, grandparents.
I want to express my gratitude for this space and for all your energy and from my territory. I'm sorry. I'm going to light a candle for all the indigenous people that are being killed in my territory, in Colombia, and in every single part of the world, because their lives are meaningful, still are meaningful, even though they are killed. Their blood in our territories. We are healing our territory, we are healing Mother Earth, because their blood is something important for us. And with all the power of our territories and all the spirituality that we carry, and with the power of the black line from my territory, I want to express my respect for all of them, women, men that give their life, children that give their life, spiritual authorities that give their lives for us, for being here. So I'm going to light a candle for them.
I will bring.
No company ngawi egon chapan anihtaugit. Ektoen makasas kamoag. So im ghostik no taxi man to naskumoyan. I light a candle for my great granddaughter who was born 3 days ago. In her honor, I light this in memory of my mom and my grandmother for all their blessings. Hi, hi.
Sego Sewa Guego. This march has been a dream of many women that I've talked to this march has been a dream. I've talked to many different women in many different territories, and it's been in about the last 5 years. So I feel like this is our collective consciousness coming together, and Nyawa Tibina for making this a reality. And it's a true honor to be here to light this candle in remembrance of all the women that walked before us and all the ones that are going to come. And together as we march across Turtle Island, step by step, we're going to change the world.
Okay. I honor to my Chittagong Hill Tracts people who sacrificed their life for the rights of indigenous people from long time, and we are victim of the woman, the rape victim, and someone killed after rape by the military, by the settler Bengali. I expect someday we will live peacefully in our area, our territory, and we can enjoy our self-determination. Thank you so much.
I wanted to make this presentation together with my younger sister from the Philippines. I come from the north, the warriors of the north, and my sister comes from the warriors in the south, and we are both current generation from a long line of indigenous leaders, and we honor our ancestors, those who have walked before us. And as we talk about conflict in the permanent forum, we must also look at the other side of the coin, peace building. We are peace builders, and we have so much to offer as solutions.
Thank you so much, everyone. As we light this candle, I tribute this for my leaders and elders who died, who killed for our rights, who died to defend us, to defend for our lands, to defend for the young generations to come. Thank you so much.
My mother language, Sami language. Yeah, чуть-чуть английский, little English. My heart language, Sami language. And Shurpaspi, mun madraka, ya madraya. Periko mi tape, ya min land, min land and is power and heart. Моя земля дает мне силу, и она является моим сердцем и моей жизнью.
So land gives me a strength, and land is my heart and my power.
Наши слезы очищают нас и освобождают от груза прошлого. Поэтому мы сейчас с вами вместе одна огромная сила. И я очень благодарю наших предков за то, что они нам позволили собраться здесь сегодня.
Our tears clean us and clean our past. So I'm so happy to be here together as one family.
I want to light this candle. I'm standing up here with Louise Wagila-Gutsteher, and I really want to bring her name and her spirit into the room. And I just want to say that in the name of community and family and sisterhood and brotherhood and in nationhood and in worldlyhood, we are here to answer the call. We are here to protect children. We are here to keep the family together. We are here because we're supposed to be here at the right time, at the right place. And all light workers will show up and where it's the most darkest. And so I want to applaud you and encourage you to keep the spirit of your children and the children ready to come, because they're so worth it. And I want to give them the history that they deserve. I want to give them the peace that they get to experience and thrive from. I want to give them light and joy and medicine and good memories. And there'll be struggles along the way, but there'll only be a result of triumph and unity and fortification. And so with that, I wrap you in my medicine and Bina's medicine and Kenneth's medicine and everyone's medicine here, because you all have gifts and you've all come here to make sure you're to contribute, to make an offering for this miracle that you actually made it here. And so with this, I'm a little bit wordy, but so is Louise. And I'm just kidding. But we like to crack jokes and laugh, because that's how we got through hard times, is by laughing. So with this, I want to light this beautiful march with these beautiful people on this beautiful earth, with these beautiful spirits, and we're going to have a beautiful life. Nyawa.
I hope that's the last time we hear that today. I want to follow my sister here in her wonderful speech, and I'll be very short. All of us here, we're lucky to be here, and there are many people who are not here. And whether we like it or not, we carry those who are not here on our shoulders. So I light this candle for all the men leaders, women leaders, the men, the ordinary men and women and children, and those who are not yet born, who we carry on our shoulders. And I light this candle for them.
I will have a thought for all the children of Kanaki who died, and for my elder, Chief Lionel, who died of a heart attack during a police intervention. And just the day before, he told us not to come for help and to carry on the good work for peace. So I will light that candle and wish for healing of all the trauma for all the children who suffered from violence and conflict, to break the cycle of violence forever.
I'd like to stand here also with my Kanakoiwi brother from Hawaii, and I'd like to light this candle for my words for the ocean. Amidst all the sadness, amidst all the grief, for us to remember the womb of the whole planet, the womb that birthed all life, all of us, that amidst what looks maybe like despair is the promise of regeneration, the promise of life, and the remembrance that the ocean comes in all forms, but it also comes within us, and what connects us. And alongside your great-great-granddaughter, my grandniece was born a few days ago, and she was named Pa'ihi Ikamalonai, means the sail that fills, the sail of a canoe that fills with a certain wind called malonai, which only happens on a calm day. And I feel like it's that gentle wind that carries continuously. It's not the big dramatic sail that opens up in the big wind, and it's not the one that you hold and you worry about because there's not enough wind. It's the one that really has the breath of life that carries the constant. And I feel like with her comes a promise of a new time where perhaps we can have some calm for a generation and some progress by canoe. So with that, I'm going to hand it.
Aloha mai kākou. I'm Kavika Riley. Honored to be here with all of you today. I'm thinking about the beautiful spirits and the blessings that I've heard. And I'm inspired to light this candle for all of you in this room. And Vina mentioned that it's a small room in some respects. I think it's a really big room right now because it has all of you. And I think that if we close our eyes for the moment, we can also feel that it has our ancestors. And maybe even the children unborn that some of you were referring to, they're here too. And so this is the biggest room, and it's a beautiful room, and I'm lucky to be here. Thank you.
Спасибо за возможность
I'm very grateful for the opportunity
поучаствовать в
to be a part of this so important ceremony. Women of Russian Federation, indigenous women of the Russian Federation, need your solidarity and your support. Two of our indigenous women, they are in a jail because for their peaceful work. So I am asking only to take this card and hear this address and write on any language you have, you want, some words of support to these two indigenous women. It will be very helpful for them to gain a strength. And it's much faster that to be strong, to stay strong. And I will light a candle in wishing to all indigenous people who live on their territories and their lands. Thank you.
I want to bring in the water. I come from Banawapskawi. I am Banawapskawi. The land is Banawapskawi. The water is Banawapskawi. And to honor Nikwasnikbi, the mother waters, it's the water that carries life into this earth. The water keeps our bodies alive while we're here. It's the circuitry that runs between us and our spirit, carries our prayers, and it touches all life that comes upon this land. And so I want to honor the water that has flown through Nikwaskiktimik, through Mother Earth, Nelnigwas, Nikomas, Andus, and Gorgus, to my grandmothers and my mother, who is going to be leaving this earth soon, to my daughter and my two granddaughters, my two grandsons, and the two grandsons who didn't make it through the waters to this land. With all mothers, we walk for all of them, and for all of those who are still calling out to us, beckoning to be born. And so, thank you for this beautiful vision that came from so many women through your body, and for walking it out into this place. Thank you.
How my relatives, Midakyapi, I light this candle for the indigenous peoples here in the United States. We're still here. The Lenape, especially the children. Somebody said in this gathering that our ways are sleeping inside of us. And when you remember the indigenous peoples of the place that you're at, wherever you're at in this world, you help wake that up inside of us. And so I like this. As we move forward and pray for peace for all people, especially children. And I pray that we walk with intention, with the patience of our elders and the joy of our kids, of our children. Peace. Midakyasi.
I'd like to light a candle to all of our futures. If it were up to certain people, this room would be empty and we would not be having the conversations that we're having today. I pray that we all will one day be able to return to our homeland and not have to flee due to violence or insecurity or any sort of lack of resources. One day we will all be able to go home and stay home. And that is what I'm lighting a candle to today.
Maybe I am man, not woman, but I stand with woman. My mother, grandmother, everyone is gone. Language, identity, land is gone. That the greatest human made disaster. So I try to reach United Nations. I stay on the bed, woman, my mother. She wear this thing for my dress. I grew up. I have no place to release. No place in this world, only 50 years ago, American, China, Russia, forget us everything. So this means I carried and spirit of resistance, asking for right to existence for not only myself, all the indigenous people around the world. That is the human-made disaster make us suffering. So I will represent my people, my indigenous people around the world. We keep spirit to exist.
Hi. I would like to light this candle with a commitment. When we think about building peace, it could feel impossible sometimes, but I think that everybody here, we are able to make a very big difference. So I want to light this with a commitment of doing whatever we can in our little places to keep this and transform the pain that we have in this room and we have in the world to peace and love.
I'm going to read a little bit because I don't know if I can articulate my words after being so emotional. Every year, Cultural Survival documents the crisis of systemic violence against indigenous defenders in Latin America in this In Memoriam project. Our goal is to show that this violence is not limited to isolated cases, but is rather part of a pattern of persecution and silencing of defenders who confront extractive projects that threaten to destroy life itself. Violence against indigenous defenders has become an instrument used systematically by states, criminal groups, and companies to deter and punish indigenous peoples and communities who defend their rights and territories. So I want to light this candle in honor of the 47 indigenous land defenders who were murdered last year in Latin America, and all of them who have been enforced disappeared, criminalized, attacked, and murdered because they are risking their lives day by day to defend their territory and Mother Earth. That Mother Earth is protecting everyone. And the states are getting colluded with companies to kill these indigenous defenders because they oppose to let their lands and territories be poisoned. So I want to pay my respects to all of them and to remember them not only as indigenous right defenders, but also as the amazing human beings that they are and they were. Thank you.
I will light one for all of the indigenous women, for Carmen, for Elsie, for Ivana, for Rosa Maria, Carolina, Bina, everyone, all the indigenous women that have graciously shared their knowledge with El Hermano Menor, the little brother, the non-indigenous peoples that are in the room. all that gracious knowledge sharing, and may all of those allies walk hand in hand with those women as well. So.
¿Yo puedo? Sí. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Margarita Vargas. I'm from Chile, Indigenous woman, Cahuascar. Thank you for beautiful moment. I feel beautiful energy. Oh, I'm sorry, my English is a little. Quiero prender una vela porque nuestro territorio, el mar, las tierras de la Patagonia chilena argentina están siendo incendiadas, están siendo invadidas por los poderes económicos. Quiero prender esta vela. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I want to light this candle because for the Patagonia, and for in Chile because our lands are being we have burns in our territory, and because of the sea is being polluted and being poisoned, and I want to light this candle because of that.
I'm really honored to be here. I light this candle in the spirit of unity, peace, and coexistence in the state of Manipur particularly. Although we all might be belonging to different territories of the world, but our spirit is interconnected. And the emotions that we see here, right today, right here, has an idea that we still can coexist and peace is possible. I think this beginning of women's rally from today onwards will bring a lot of peace around the world, and I really uphold the spirit that is being, decided today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for accepting us, to including our voices. And I want to devote this candle to everyone that's in this room and everyone who believes this is possible. And I want to also devote this process to people like me who grew up together with ancestors, but with both indigenous victims and also perpetrators. But stories are never easy to tell. And sometimes you feel trapped because you just cannot make sense of this. But thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sayun Ware. I'm sure most of you guys heard me speak earlier today. I just want to light a candle in prayer in hopes that we can continue to practice our culture, to continue to practice our ceremonies and in peace, and to continue to build relations with everyone and with our other communities as well, because we are not just one. We are all connected, no matter how far or how vast the world may seem. We're all connected somehow in some way. And I'm very, very glad to have been here, to have been invited, and to have been able to meet. And even if I didn't get to say hi to you, just being able to see your face, see your smile, and to be able to hear your stories, it's empowering. And it means more than you'll ever know. Your voices matter more than anything else in the world, and I hope that you guys continue to make space for yourselves at the table. Even when space isn't given to you, you pull up a chair and you make that space for yourself and for your communities. Aho, ahiha.
Shunkawakan Sapa ignites a candle today in acknowledgement of Bina, as well as this summit and all of us here gathered. It's also for our ancestors, those who dreamt us here, who envisioned this moment that we can convene this way, continue this medicine. It's a prayer also for earth, air, fire, water protectors who are literally putting their life on the line right now to protect our elders this way, as well as for all the women that are giving birth at this very moment.
this moment, my heart goes to the indigenous brothers and sisters in central India called Bastar. The whole region is vacated by the state and the companies. People have led their life in defense of the forest and the resources in that region, and they are rendered homeless. They may never be able to make their trip to the UN to register their worries, their pains. On their behalf, I light this candle and may this spirit of peace reach out to them.
Today I light this candle in honor of all you women for stepping forward and finding the strength and the courage to use your voices to raise our collective vibrations to where they were meant to be. It is on you to help us men to bring our vibrations back up as well. It takes a strong woman to raise a strong man. We send much appreciation to you. So I light this candle in honor of you.
I light this candle for my mother, who taught me that I was Indigenous, who taught me to care for the world, her sisters who held me when I lost her, and my sister who became my mother when I didn't have one. And I thank you all for allowing me to give thanks.
Hello. Many of you have seen me around. I would like to light a candle on behalf of the Malay people of Sarawak, who I've traveled there and I've done research on, and they welcomed me. And the only thing they said was, please share our story and share the work that we do and share our research and make sure that our history is not forgotten. And it's especially at somewhere so powerful like the UN, and that's all they asked of me. They didn't ask me for money, they didn't ask me for anything, and that's all they wanted. And especially in Malaysia and Singapore is an indigenous Malay country. I would like recognition, and I would like to recognize and just light a candle for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to also light a candle. I would like to light a candle for all of you here today with deep gratitude and also in solidarity for letting me listen, letting me learn in this space. I pledge to amplify your voices wherever I can. I pledge to stand with you side by side when you march with all the Indigenous women. And I want to thank Bina and everyone else here for including us, for inviting us. And may your words be heard by many more non-Indigenous people so that they can finally listen, so that they can finally learn and bring these solutions to the table. Thank you.
I light this candle for the brave mothers who have taken care of us for 9 months, and they are ready for the journey to bring back our beautiful planet to its feet. Thank you.
我们是来自台湾的原住民，我是排湾族。台湾族在全世界大概有10万出头的人数。
We are indigenous people from Taiwan. I am from Paiwan Indigenous Nation. We are about 100,000 people.
我想要谢谢在座的所有人，还有我们的祖灵，他们其实一直在看着我们。
I want to thank everybody in the audience in this room and also the ancestral spirits that have been watching over us.
我也相信一句话：海洋不是阻隔，是道路；国界也是一样的。
And I also believe a saying that the ocean is not breaking us apart, but also connecting us, and so as the national borders.
因为在这个地球上，任何一个地方都有原住民族。
Because indigenous peoples are everywhere in the world.
我想要跟大家说，不要忘记我们名字诞生的地方，我们的名字都跟我们的祖先紧紧相连，还有我们的未来。
I want to share with everyone that we need to remember where our names are born. This is where the strengths are coming from, and also our future.
Mari Mari Masalu mean is 认同。
Mari Mari Masalu is thank you, but also it means I recognize I am in the path with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pido por las madres de México que han desaparecido a sus hijos y que igual que yo han perdido un hijo. Pido por todas las mamás que buscan a sus hijos, a las buscadoras de hijos que van de toda América y también de otros países.
I ask for the mothers in Mexico that have lost their children, and just like myself, we have lost our children. So I'm lighting the candle for all the mothers that goes to Mexico looking for their disappeared children.
I light this candle as an ally in gratitude and solidarity, and in hope that those in the positions of power in business and government and diplomacy who have closed the circles from those voices from the outside can truly listen to understand, rather than either not listening at all or only listening to respond.
Today, I'm proud to be here to light the candle instead of our leaders that they protect our land, and we promise we're going to stand in that land until we get free and get our people free from that people who take our land. Thank you.
I wish to light a candle first in memory of Heron clan mother Bernadette Hill, Cayuga Nation clan mother, who was a woman who, from a place of exile many years ago, reclaimed the land of her people, almost single-handedly, and also set me on the path, essentially, that I'm still on here with you. And with that, I also pledge, as you go about this journey and you take these so critical messages of peace and light, as you go on that journey, I pledge to bear those voices up, to bring them into the darkest halls that I can go to make sure that those messages are heard. Thank you.
I light this candle
for all the organizers of this beautiful and powerful summit, and also for all the ancestors, indigenous ancestors, particularly the ancestors of India and especially of my clan, for leaving very important legacy to be continued.
I would like to light this candle on behalf of all the indigenous people all over the world, because what I understand from this summit that all the people or all the indigenous people all over the world are suffering the same problems, and they are in the same areas which is not or which is marginalized. So additional to that, I am lighting this candle because what I know, there is some people are killing now, right now in our country in Sudan. And maybe most of you heard of what is going on in Sudan. The last 2 years is the worst world in the worst war in the world. So I am lighting this candle for those people who are right now are suffering. May God bless us all.
I light this candle for all of my new family that Bina has brought together. I think, I want us all to know that wherever we go after this, we are family because of what is in our hearts, what is in our minds, and what is in our dreams. And that is a dream of peace. So wherever you go, hold that in you. Remember, in those dark times, those hard times, that you have family working with you, no matter where they are. You are never alone. Yeah, thank you.
I light this candle for the precious feelings and connections that I feel for all over these indigenous people. You guys are very special. And I want you to keep that spirit and the fight until we bring our issues in light and we free all of us into the peace and prosperity.
Ok. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir pour ceux qui parlent français. Voilà, bonsoir. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de me retrouver ici ce soir pour partager ces moments. Et j'aimerais avoir une pensée positive pour les bâtisseurs de la paix dans le monde. Et vous êtes parmi ces bâtisseurs de la paix. Et j'aimerais que vous encourager d'avoir plus de force pour continuer dans cette voie. J'ai une pensée parce que je viens de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, précisément du Burkina Faso. Moi, c'est Dr Traoré. Je suis un pharmacien et puis enseignant à l'université. Je suis souvent avec des jeunes. On essaie de passer le message de la paix au niveau des jeunes pour que nous ayons un monde meilleur. C'est grâce à Mme Saouda que je suis arrivé ici ce soir. Et Bina, voilà. Donc merci. Merci à tout le monde que voilà, ça se poursuive.
So I just will do quickly. Yeah, he just come to be solidar, to show his solidarity with us. He is from Civil Society Global Network. Yeah, he's a pharmacien. He know the interest of indigenous people on medicine issues and medicament. So he joined all this peace movement. He thinks. I want to just add that we from West Africa, especially the 3 countries of Sahel, Mali, Niger, Burkina, we are very aware on the peace, and we thanks all this ceremony, all this prayer, because even now, in Mali especially, the crisis is very hard. We have our Premier Minister, our Minister of Defense, who was killed by a terrorist attack, or I don't know exactly. I'm not sure on what happened. And we have also some things who happen to indigenous, especially young people, because of stigmatization. And we thank you a lot. And him and me, we agree. He tell me that, man, you have to drop the arms. We don't need the arms. We don't need the arms in this humanity. Please come and sit, make dialogue. We need peace for all of us. Thank you.
No, the lights. You too, please. You too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then I am not going to have any lights, but
No,
you
we
can
will.
do.
We 3 will do together.
No, I am going to do with the lights, with the matches for everybody who didn't do.
Okay.
For you to finish with the ritual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Just taking a moment just to see everyone in the room, to see if you all are okay. And I know your feet are tired. I know, right? Please move your little toes inside if your shoes are not so tight. Okay. Yes, emotions, yes. Look, the sun is shining, right? Look outside. It means it's a sign that however hard our journey has been, and it's not going to be easy, but we carry the light that we lit today in our hearts when we go home. I know it's not easy, with loss, with difficulties in our lives. But the joy in life is to be able to smile and go through every difficult loss, every difficult separation, every difficult exile that many of us are in. Because when our hearts, nothing can separate us. No nations can separate families, communities, people. And again, just to be here in this moment when the meeting is over, it has carried us into a different spiritual realm today. We haven't put this in the agenda. So thank you, my sisters, brothers. As some of you said, we are family now, okay? And you are home. You are home. Home is where there is love. Home is where somebody's give you this warm embrace, a warm meal, invite you. That's home. We are in one earth. So my brother from Vietnam, are you listening? You are home now. Okay, you are home now. Yes. We all are at home. Okay? Yes. Yes. We are family and we are home now. Never forget that. With this, I light this candle for all of us. We are a global family and we are at home. And we continue our work with love, with light, and with a lot of commitment. Because change cannot be 9 to 5 with a 2-year project. It has to be a commitment of a lifetime.
¡Que vivan las mujeres! ¡Que vivan las juventudes! ¡Que viva la niñez! ¡Y que viva Pina!
So the Global Women's March for Indigenous Women's March for Peace, Unity and Healing has now begun. Thank you for being a part of this historic moment. Thank you. Thank you. Two relatives wants to say a few things. First her and then you.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much of any more of anybody else's time, but I just wanted to invite everybody to my family's Sundance that is happening this year, July 23rd to the 26th. It is happening in Lodgegrass, Montana. If anybody would like to come, you guys are more than welcome. Please, when you guys go, if you guys can't find your way, just ask for Thomas Cummins. They'll tell you exactly where to go. If you guys would like to come, you guys can also get my contact information. I would love to see you guys there. It would be a blessing. Thank you. Aho.
Even though I didn't light a candle, I want to light a candle in your mind. Everybody is Indigenous someplace.
I would also like to put out an invitation to everyone. For those of you who don't travel to the Sundance, in Wabanaki territory, we will be having the 10th anniversary celebration of healing the wounds of Turtle Island with Indigenous spiritual and ceremonial leaders from all across the world. And you are all welcome to come, and you can find information about that gathering on our website. And it's also July 25th and 26th. So thank you.
Our chair of our global summit will officially declare it.
Everybody, just dance where you're standing. Just dance. Just dance.
Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Fuego que me limpias, fuego que transformas, fuego que renuevas mi ser. Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Fuego que me limpias, fuego que transformas, fuego que renuevas mi ser. Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Fuego que me limpias, fuego que transformas, fuego que renuevas mi ser. Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Fuego a ti te canto, fuego a ti te honro, ayúdame a renacer. Ayúdame a renacer. Ayúdame hoy a ser. Ayúdame hoy a ser. Ayúdame a renacer. Ayúdame a renacer. Ayúdame a renacer. Ayúdame a renacer.
This way. The trees, the flowers are waiting to meet you. Keep going left, left, not there. Left. Just go left. Gilbert, please guide them. This way. No, this way.